Welcome everyone, and in this video we are going to build a Netflix clone from scratch using SolidJS, Tailwind CSS, Firebase, and Stripe. Okay, and welcome to the project that we are going to create in this video, and it's called Netflip for, well, legal reasons. And as you can see, when the user gets into Netflip, the first thing he sees is the landing page, which allows the user to already start the sign-up process. We can see that we have a sign-in button at the top, which can lead us to our sign-in page. But because we still don't have any kind of account, let's go ahead and start our sign-up process. So bear in mind that this is running on the emulator mode, so all of this is going to be read locally and not on the cloud. So let's go ahead and just type in a user at test.com. And let's begin our sign-up process. Okay, so the first thing we need is to actually set up our password. So let's go ahead and do that. Click next. Okay, and the first thing we see is the plan we want the user to have. So we have 3 plans. It's the basic one, which simply gets you to choose the videos with the 720 resolution. Then we have the standard pack and the premium pack. For our user, let's go ahead and click the premium one and click on next. This will load the Stripe checkout. And as you can see, we do not get redirected to the Stripe page. And instead, what we do is actually import all of the Stripe components into our own page and then send it to Stripe. So let's go ahead and just simply give it a test card. So like so. Give it a month and an year, and then here just press 999. Select your country, and then just click Start Paid Membership. Okay, so this basically sent all of the user information onto Stripe, and then Stripe responded back to us with the valid information, redirecting the user to the sign-in page. So if the user now inputs its email, so user@test.com, and then the password, you can see that it gets redirected to the homepage of our Netflip platform. And the first thing you can see is already the featured video or series we get on the homepage. And at the top, you have the navigation bar with the homepage. So here we have both the series and the videos of our platform. Then we have only the series and only the movies. And we do also have a My List, which will contain all of the movies and series that the user saves. Now, let's start by viewing all of the items of our homepage. So again, the first thing we can see is the featured content, and this will always display a short trailer of the actual content. And then when the trailer stops, it will default to the thumbnail of our content. So if we wait a bit, as you can see, it changes to the thumbnail of our video. Now, if you scroll down, we can see that we have a few lists here with a few of our content. And the way this works is actually each of the lists will contain a set of rules on how to fetch the content. So for example, if we see the first one, we can see that this list will contain all of our content that has the dark tag in it. We then have the current trends, which basically shows all of the content that has the most number of likes in the short amount of time. Again, here we have a random tag, and then it simply fetches all of the content that has that tag. We have new releases, and then we have a few more lists, which I will show you in a bit, that change depending on the user input in our platform. But before that, let's start by viewing one of our items. So if you hover with the mouse on top of the item, we can see that we have this animation effect, which opens a drawer. And here we actually have already some action buttons to play the video or to add into our My List or to simply like it. We then have the age rating, the duration of our video, and some of the tags of the video. If we want more information, we can click on this arrow key and it will have this nice animation, which pushes the item from the screen onto a modal and then opens the drawer with more information. Again, we have the action buttons here as we had on the previous drawer, but now we do have more information. For example, the type of video that we have here, the year, a description, and then the casts with the genres. And as you can see, they are clickable, and I will show that in a minute. But for now, let's go ahead and close this, like so. And let's go on to our series. Now, on the feature video, if we click on the more information, we can get the same effect as we did on the items, but coming from the top. So as you can see, like so. Let's go ahead and close it. Now, by going on to the movies, we can see now that we have a few lists with more items that can fit on the screen. And to handle the content outside of the screen, what we have is these arrows on the last content, which if we click, we get this animation that pushes all of the content to the left, and then we can do the same backwards, like so. Okay, perfect. So now let's try adding one of these videos into our list, like so. As you can see, we get the notification. And if we go now onto my list, we can see that we do in fact have the content we saved on our list. If we don't want this content anymore, simply click on the minus button and then go ahead and refresh it. And as you can see, it's no longer saved in our list. Okay, perfect. Now, what if we want to search for any type of content? Then we have here the search bar. We can go ahead and click on it and then simply start typing either a title, a person, or a genre. And this will actually search for all of the description, title, and all of the tags present in each content. Not only that, but as you can see, we currently are on the movies page, like so. But if we start typing, check it out, see, it gets redirected to the search page, and then it gets the query from the URL of the page itself. So let's go ahead and start typing something like and as you can see, we get the How I Met Your Second Cousin-in-Law. Don't mind the content, it's just some placeholders I found. And then you could simply click on it like we did before, or to clear the search, simply click on the X. If you want to search by tags, then simply go on to some of the content, like this one over here. And let's go ahead and click on, for example, drama. And as you can see, the only thing it does is, again, go to the search page, and the query will be type drama. So now we have all of the content that has at least a drama tag, like so. Okay, so now if we go back into our movies, we can go ahead and simply select one. So let's go ahead and do that. And let's already click on play. So as you can see, it goes to the video player. And the video player will be a HTML video type, so it has the default controls. But we also add some of the controls here at the top. So we can already add this video onto our list or like the video from the movie player itself. We can see that if the mouse is not moving, then the top bar disappears. If we start moving the mouse, then it appears and we can go back, like so. So now because we watched the movie and clicked on like, we can see that we already have a few more lists that we previously didn't have. So for example, because you've seen The Best Programmer, and excuse me for the names, this is because we actually went onto the video player of that movie, and what it does, it saves that onto the user watched movies, and then the only thing it does is a simple match of all of the content that's most related to the actual content that you've seen. Now, because you also liked this movie, then we now have a new list saying suggestions for you. And as you can see, these suggestions are very much the same as the because you have seen, simply because the user as of now only watched one movie and liked one movie. Okay, perfect. And now on the series, the only thing that's different from the movie is if you, for example, go over here, we can see that we have seasons. And if we click on more information, we get a list of episodes for seasons. So if we change the season over here, it changes the episodes. And then when you click play, it gets to the first episode that the user is currently on. The same can be done if we click on the episode itself, like so. So as you can see now on the top, we have this user icon over here, and it displays the username or John Doe if the user didn't explicitly give us their name, the email, and then a manage account. So if we click on it, we go on to the account page. In here, you can change a few things. So for example, you can change your name. Let's go ahead and type in my name, save it. You can see that it changed the name. Now we can also change the photo. So go ahead and select the photo. And as you can see, it gets saved over here and updated over on the user icon. Now, currently, this user is a premium user, but you can change that by going on to the edit, and either he wants to cancel the subscription or change to another one. Okay, so if we click on the basic plan, for example, we get this pop-up. Let's go ahead and click continue. And as you can see, it already changed the subscription of the user to the basic one. And this will update not only on our Firebase, but also on the Stripe. Now, if the user wants to change its password, it can do so by giving the current password and simply typing a new one. Click save, and the profile gets updated. Lastly, if the user wants to delete his account, then again, we get the pop-up. Let's click on continue. And then the user gets deleted and redirected to the landing page. Now, what we can do now is actually log in with an admin account. And as an admin user, we get a few perks that a normal user doesn't have. So the first one is probably where you're thinking, where can I actually add more content? And we can do so now on the user button. And as you can see, we have this add content button. So if we click on it, we get redirected to the admin page and then the new content page. So let's go ahead and create a new movie, select movie, and let's call it test movie, like so, create content. Now, as you can see, we have all of the editable attributes of a movie, and I'm just going to fill a few of these things. So first of all, let's go ahead with the description. So test movie description and save it. Let's change the age rating to 13, for example. The video resolution, let's give it a 4K resolution. Now for the duration of the video, let's go ahead and say that we already know the duration, so we can input it manually. Let's say it's 1 hour and, for example, 20 minutes and 18 seconds, like so. So save it. Now the release date of the movie, let's say it was on August 23 on the 9th, like so. So save it. Now for the cast, you can see that as soon as we get focus on the input, we already have a few selections. And this is all the tags that are currently saved on Firebase. So you can go ahead and select a few if you want, or just type in a new one. You can do that with the arrow keys. So currently I'm using the arrow keys to select one of the tags. So go ahead and click enter. And let's add a new one saying my name, like so. Go ahead and save it. Now for the genres, we can do the same thing. So let's just choose a few that are already saved and save this. Now for the images, we have first the cover image, which will be the one that appears after the trailer video ends. Then we have the thumbnail image, which will be the one present on the lists. We have an image of a logo, and then we have the trailer video and the actual video itself. So we can go ahead and click on it, upload a file, and we get our cover image. Now let's just give it a thumbnail image for now. And if we go on to our movies, we can see that we have here our newly created movie, but it's on a list called unpublished content. And this list will only appear onto the administrator. It will not appear onto regular users. And in order to actually publish the content, you have this publish button over here on the top. And if you try to click it, you can see that it says it needs to have a video. This is because we currently don't have any video saved. So you have to actually have all of these fields in order to be able to publish. Okay, perfect. So now if we try to publish, we can see that it says this movie is published. Perfect. Now going on to our movies, we don't get the movie on the unpublished content list, but we get it here on our regular list, like so. Now, by being an administrator, we can actually go ahead and click more details on the movie, and we can see that we have this pencil button over here that a regular user does not have. And this is so we can actually change the content of this movie. So as you can see, we have all of the values of this content right here. We can go ahead and change it, or if we, for example, don't want this video anymore, we can go ahead and delete the whole content. Now for the series, it's going to be the same. The only thing that's going to be different is it actually has a list of movies, which will be each episode of the series. So if you go here on an example, let's go ahead and click more information. Now go on edit. You can see that it's basically the same, except that it doesn't have the video form, but it has this episodes form with all of the seasons and the episodes. And the way this works is if we go on to edit, we can actually add a new episode. So let's call it episode 3, for example. Add it. It will create a new video item for that episode. Or if you want another season, click here on add season. And then again, we can add the episodes we want for that season. If we click on a episode, it will redirect us to the episode edit page, and we can change the episode values much as we did on the other videos. Okay, guys, and that's it. So in this video, we are going to build this, and you will be able to not only create all of the front end using SolidJS and Tailwind, but also handle all of the data with Firebase and handle the payments for the users using Stripe. So let's get started. Okay, so let's start by installing everything we need, and we're going to start with SolidJS. So go ahead and type in npx digit SolidJS templates, and then instead of being JS, it's going to be TypeScript, so TS. And let's save everything onto the current directory, so dot. We can go ahead and already install Tailwind by typing in yarn add, then -d for the development side, and we're going to install Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto prefixer. Now initialize the Tailwind files by typing in npx Tailwind CSS init -p, like so. And inside of our Tailwind config file, don't forget to reference all of our files inside the content array, like so. Now inside the source folder, on the index.css file, let's go ahead and on the top, import the Tailwind directives. Now on the app.tsx, simply delete everything and give it a simple header for now, saying hello world, already with the Tailwind classes, and let's go ahead and delete the imports. And we can also delete the app.module.css and then type yarn start. Okay, perfect. And now we have our SolidJS up and running. Now the next thing we need is the Tailwind merge to handle the dynamic classes. So go ahead and yarn adds Tailwind merge, like so. To handle the routes of our page, we are going to use the SolidJS router module. So go ahead and install it. Now we are going to be using toasts to give some feedback to the user. And to do that, we are going to use the following library. So it's solid toast, like so. Okay, perfect. So now the next step is to actually set up the Firebase project and then save it on the current directory. So going on to our Firebase console on the web, we can see that you are presented with the current projects you have. If you have none, then you simply have the add project, which is what we are going to do. So go ahead and click on it. And let's call it Netflix clone netflip, like so. Click on continue. Now we don't want the analytics for the project, so go ahead and delete it and create project. Okay, perfect. Now let's click on continue. And we now have our project created on Firebase. The first thing we are going to do is set up all of our services, and we are going to start with the authentication one. So go ahead and click get started, like so. We are just going to use the email and password, so go ahead and enable it and click on save. Perfect. The next service we need is the Firestore, so go ahead and click on Firestore database and click on create database. Now the location for our database is up to you, but I'm going to choose the one closest to me, so Europe, and then click on next. We can go ahead and start in production mode. We will change the rules later. And in case you don't know the rules for the Firestore, it's a way for Firebase to actually protect the content from external requests. So for example, if we have some type of collection that only a certain type of user can access it, the way we do it is by setting a rule on the rules file saying that only that user is allowed to fetch that specific collection. Then every time there's a request for that collection, if it is not in accordance to the rules file, then the request gets denied. Okay, perfect. Now we are also going to be needing the storage service, and this is where we are going to save all of our files. So the movies, the images, so click on Get Started. And again, we are going to use the production mode. Go ahead and click Done. So as you can see, we have two set of rule files. We have the rules for the Firestore and we have the rules for the storage. Okay, now that we have every service that we need, we are going to set up Firebase in our own project. And in order to do that, you have to have Firebase installed in your local machine. If you don't, you can actually go ahead and set up by going on to Google and typing in Firebase CLI install. So it's going to be the first one. And then just follow along this document to have Firebase installed in your machine. Now, I already have mine, so I can actually go ahead and type in Firebase and then help to show a list of commands of Firebase. Now, to initialize the project we've just created onto our workspace, what we have to do is type in Firebase init. Okay, so now this is going to ask us the services we want, and we can go ahead and select it with the arrow keys and press the space to select it. So we are going to need the Firestore. We are going to use later for the Stripe payment the function, so go ahead and select it. We are also going to be using the hosting, so we can actually deploy our website onto the cloud. So go ahead and select it also. The storage, again, to save all of our files. And then to test everything locally, we are going to use the emulators. Now go ahead and press enter. Let's use an existing project and let's select the Netflix clone Netflip, which is the one that we've just created. Now it's going to ask a few more things. And again, this is what file you want to use for the Firestore rules. Let's go ahead and leave it at the default. So press enter. Also for the indexes, we want our cloud functions to be of type TypeScript, like so. And we want to use ESLint, yes. Let's go ahead and already install all of our dependencies, like so. Yes, let's go ahead and use the public directory. Now, we want to actually configure as a single page app because SolidJS, despite having the router component, it actually functions as a single page app. So if you select no to this question, then every time you deploy our SolidJS project onto the cloud, if you try to redirect onto another page, you will see that it won't work and it will present a not found page because we need all of our requests to go to the default index.html route. And then SolidJS router from there will actually handle the logic of the paging. So on here, go ahead and click yes. No, we don't want to deploy with GitHub. Again, leave it default for the storage rules. And now for the emulator, we are going to select the authentication, functions, Firestore, hosting, and storage. Just leave all of the ports to the default ones. Enable the UI, of course, and just leave it empty, like so. Let's go ahead and already download the emulators. And perfect. We now have Firebase on our project. Now, before we continue on to the pages, what I actually want to do is change the relative paths of everything we are going to use, because I don't like when we have a long train of paths on the imports. So I want to keep this nice and clean. And for that, we are going to set up our relative paths. And in order to do that, we are going to open the vite.config file. We can go ahead and just delete all of these comments. We don't need them. And then we are actually going to add a new configuration, which will be the resolve one. This will use the path. So go ahead and import the path module, like so. And what this basically does is find every route that has a @ and replace that @ with the .source folder. That's it. Now let's open our tsconfig.json file, like so. And we are going to do the same as we did for Vite. So go ahead and create a new paths attribute. And inside, just put whatever sign you prefer for your imports. But I'm going to go with the @ and then the name of the folder we want to use. So what we are basically saying here is every time we see this structure on the imports, simply change it to the source path. And we are going to And we are going to do this for our assets, our components, pages, layouts, services, types, and any kind of utils we might need on our project. So go ahead and save it. And you have everything ready to start building our NetFlip platform. So let's continue. Okay, so the first thing we are going to do is create our pages and create the routing system. So we already have all of our URLs that the platform needs. So in order to do that, on the source folder, let's go ahead and create a new folder and call it pages, like so. You can do this whichever way you prefer, but I'm going to use the tree notation. So the folder's paths are going to be the same paths as the URL. And we can divide the routes into 3 main sections. So the first one, it's going to be the admin routes. So create a folder for that. Create a new folder for all of our sign-up client routes. And then lastly, a public folder for all of the routes for all of our users. So independently if they are subscribed or not, these are accessible for everyone. Now for the public routes, we are going to need, first of all, the sign-in page, the sign-up, the landing page, the checkout, and finally a loading page to show a loading screen every time there is a loading required. Sorry, I misspelled this over here. Sign in. And now for each of these pages, we are going to create a index.tsx file with all of our code for that page. So go ahead and copy, paste it here, 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 and here. Now for our client page, we first need the actual home screen of the client. So go ahead and create the index.tsx for that. And then we are going to have multiple subpaths. So the first one, it's going to be the series, the movies, the account, the my list page, and finally the search page. Now go ahead and create again the index.tsx for each of these pages, like so. And now the only thing we need is to actually add a new subpaths for the movies and the series, because again, if we go on to the movies page, then we want to present the user with all of the movies. But if we want to present a specific movie, then it's going to be movies / and then the ID of the movie or the series. So in order to do that, create a new folder on the movies, and in square brackets, like so, we are going to type in movie ID. Now, if you ever build something with Next.js, then probably you're used to this type of path system. But what this basically means is that if we have a square bracket, then it's going to be a route parameter, which we can then interpolate. Of course, in SolidJS, this is not needed. I'm simply doing this way so I can visually know, okay, this path, it's going to be a parameter rather than a fixed string. But you can go ahead and change to wherever you want. Now, don't forget to add the index.tsx. And now for the series, remember that we need, again, like the movie, the series ID. But there isn't, in fact, a specific movie for a series. There's a few movies regarding each episode. So we are going to create a new folder inside and call it episodes. And for each episode, we need the season index. And again, a new folder for the episode index. So it's going to be a long path, but basically it's going to be the series ID, then /episodes, /the season index, /the episode index. And don't forget to add a index.tsx to that folder. Okay, perfect. So that takes care of the client. Now for the admin, we are going to need also the movies, the series, and then a new folder. So this is the path related to when we want to create a new content. So we can go ahead and add the index to each one of them, like so. I'm sorry, we don't need on the series because the admin user doesn't need to see a list of movies. It can do so from the client path. What we need is actually a path to change the values of the movies and the series like we've seen on the demonstration. So go ahead and create a new folder and get the movie ID, like so. And then, yes, here we are going to create an index.tsx. Do the same for the series. So series ID. and then add an index.tsx. Now remember that when we are editing a series, we can also edit the episode and it's going to go onto its specific path. So let's go ahead and create a new folder inside, call it episode, new folder with the season index, and again, a new folder with the episode index. Don't forget to add the index.tsx file like so. And that's it. We now have all of the pages. So let's go ahead and actually start building the components. Now, on each of the pages, it's going to be a function component. So we can already go ahead and export a function and then just call it sign up page like so. And for now, simply return a div saying sign up page. Okay, perfect. So now we only need to do this for all of the other pages. So for example, on the sign in, let's go ahead on the index, paste this and change this to sign in like so. And then just do this to all the other pages. So I'm not going to hassle you with this. I'm going to skip forward. But basically what I'm doing is just copy and pasting and changing the name for every index of the pages. Okay, perfect. So now we have all of our pages and our page components. The next thing we need is to set up the routing system. So to do that, let's go ahead onto our app.tsx file. And inside, let's go ahead and delete our header. And the first thing we need is the router component from the SolidJS router, like so. And inside, we are going to set up our routes system. So go ahead and import this also from the SolidJS router. Okay, and one thing I've noticed since the last time I made the project is that the SolidJS router was updated, and as I can see here, it no longer needs the routes. So we can go ahead and delete this, and right here over here, and we can simply type in all of our routes inside the router. So let's go ahead and create our routes. And the first one, it's going to be the main client page. Again, import this from SolidJS router. The path, it's going to be the default one. And we are going to import our page. So from the pages client. Now, as I said earlier, I want this to be simple and clean. So what we can do already is import it from our relative paths. The next page is going to be the landing page. Then we are going to need the signing pages, so the series page, and then the specific episode page. Remember, so we are going to, first of all, import the series ID page we've just created, and this is going to be with route parameters. And the way we do that on SolidJS router is by doing a column and then the name of the variable we want to extrapolate from our URL. So in this case, it's going to be the ID of the series, then /episodes, then the index of the season and the index of the episode. If we have this kind of URL path, then we want to render our series ID page. Let's go ahead and do the same for all of the other paths. So the movies, movie ID, my list, account, search, and checkout. And finally, do the same for all of the admin pages. So admin new content, admin series ID, admin episode ID, and admin movie ID, like so. As you can see, the only difference from this one to the previous ones is the /admin route. And as you can see, we already have here the main client page, which is the default one we set over here. If we try doing, for example, landing, you can see that it renders the landing page component. Let's try another one, for example, movies. Okay, movies page. And now let's type in a random ID like so. You can see that it gets onto the movie ID page because it has the movies path and then the movies ID route parameter. Okay, perfect. So now we have all of our pages and our routes. So the next logical thing to do is create the navigation bar. Okay, so for our navigation bar, let's go ahead and create a new folder on the source folder and call it components. Now create a file for the navbar, so navbar.tsx. Let's go ahead and export it. So it's going to be function components and it's going to be called navbar, like so. For now, let's just return a div saying navbar, like so. Now open our app.tsx, and on top of the routes, let's go ahead and import our navbar, like so. Again, if you prefer, on all of your imports, you can actually assign the @ sign, and it will reference all of our main folders, like so. Okay, so this is what we get when there is an update on a package we use and it changes the fundamentals. So apparently we cannot have the navbar inside the router, only the routes. So let's go ahead and delete this from here and create a new div, like so. And inside we are going to paste our navbar and then copy the router and paste it on the bottom, like so. Okay, perfect. So now, as you can see, we have our navbar and our page rendered. Okay, so let's start by already styling our navbar. And the main wrapper, it's going to have a fixed position and it's going to occupy the whole screen, center all of the items, and then just add a little bit of a padding depending on the size of the screen. So the bigger the size, the bigger the padding, and vice versa. It's going to have a little bit of a gap between the items, and it's going to have a gradient background to the bottom from a black with a 70 opacity to a full-on transparent background, as we can see here. So this gives us a shadow effect from the top to the bottom. Okay, so now inside our navbar, the first thing we need is the logo. So go ahead and use the logo as a link. And this is the SolidJS router way of defining the links. So go ahead and import it. And inside, just give it a header with a text wrap, a font extra bold, and a large 3XL text size. Okay, so again, changing the fundamentals of a package, it's always a bad idea, but nevertheless, let's going to fix it. So the problem here is that we are trying to use a link from the router, but it's not inside the router component. So as you can see here on the app, the navbar is outside of the router, and it's complaining that it needs to be wrapped inside a router. So in order to fix this, what we can do is actually delete the div and the navbar, like so. Let's do the same here. Perfect. And then let's just create a new function component and call it app wrapper, like so. And this will receive a children. So children, which, sorry, I don't know how to type today. So children, which is going to be of type JSX element or an array of elements, like so. And now simply return a empty div. And inside we are going to add our navbar and then render our props.children. So basically we are going to render not only the navbar, but also all of the children, which will be each of the paths. And then for this to be able to be inside of the router, what we are going to do is on the router component, add a root attribute with our app wrapper. What's wrong now? Okay, so apparently it's complaining that it doesn't allow the element children. So let's just go ahead and for the props here, let's type any. And then later on the final code, I will have the corrected version with the correct types. Okay, perfect. So as you can see now, we have our logo, which will be a link to our default main client page. And then behind we have the actual page rendered. Okay, so back into our navbar components. The next thing we need is a wrapper for the links. So go ahead and create a new wrapper, like so. And it's going to be simply a flex aligning all of the items and then changing the text to white, small, and semi-bold. And now this is going to be simply a for loop of SolidJS. So go ahead and import this from SolidJS. And let's create our links. So we want to display the links next to the Netflip logo. And they are going to be basically 4. So it's going to be the homepage. It's going to be the series, the movies, and the My List. And these links will basically be an array of objects containing the reference to the path and the label of the link. Okay, perfect. So now, as you can see, we already have our links over here. So if we now click on it, you can see that it changes the path to the corresponding page. Perfect. Okay, so now the final thing we need is to actually change the styling of each of the links if the user is currently on that selected page. So go ahead and create a new class, and it's going to be a dynamic class. So let's go ahead and import Tailwind merge. And the main class, it's simply going to be a low opacity and with a over effect. So as you can see here, the non-selected links are a little bit more faded than the selected link. And the way we do this is by getting the location and the path name. So if the path name and the reference of the link is the homepage, then let's go ahead and give it a white text. Otherwise, if the path name includes the reference from the link and the link it's not the homepage, because don't forget that /series/movies all contain the /, so they will also get selected. So we have to do it this way. And simply change the text to white to give the user the feedback that this is the currently selected page. So by clicking now, you can see that it changes, but you can see that it's not working as intended. So the series right now, it's supposed to be white and the other ones are supposed to be grayish, and that's not happening. And this is because we are using the global location, but we want SolidJS router to handle this. So let's go ahead and on our component, import the use location function from SolidJS router, like so. So now the location, it's coming from the SolidJS router and not from the global context. And we can see that it works. Now, if we have a lot of content on the page, then the page is going to be scrollable. And I don't want the navbar to always have this fading effect if in fact we are over some items, because maybe these links are not going to be visible. So I want to change the background depending on the scroll. And in order to do that, first simply create a new signal, call it is on top, and set it to true. So every time the component is loaded, it's going to be is on top because, well, it is on top. And then we are going to give it a on mounts and on cleanup effect. So every time it is mounted and it is unmounted, like so. And we are going to add on to our root element, which will be the one responsible for the scrolling if we have more content than it fixed on the screen. And we are going to add a scroll event with the handle on root scroll. And this handle on root scroll function, it's one we are going to create right over here. And then we simply say that if the event target, which again, it's going to be the root element, is greater than 50, then we are going to say that it is no longer on the top of the page. Otherwise, it's going to be on the top. And now what we can simply do is create a new div over here with a dynamic class, and it's going to be absolute, so we can get it on the same size as the navbar. And it's going to have, like the parent, the gradient background, but now instead of being from the black 70 opacity to the transparent, it's going to be to full on black and to black with a 80 opacity. And this is so that every time we scroll up, then we get a blacker navigation bar and the items on there became more visible. Then what we need to do is say that if it is on top, then we don't want to show this background. Otherwise, let's show it. Okay, the only thing we are missing from our navbar is the search button and the user button. So let's go ahead and put it over here. And we don't have this at the moment, so we are going to create it. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our search button first. So in our components, new file, and call it button search.tsx. So it's going to be a function search button, like so, and return a div. Let's go ahead and already import from our navbar. And just so we can see what we're doing, let's comment this. Okay, perfect. So the search button, it's going to be mainly divided in two parts. The first one, it's going to be the icons itself. So the icon to open and the icon to close. And then the second component, it's going to be the input with the actual values we want to search. Let's start with the icons, and we can get them from the Solid Icons website. And here, just type in, for example, search. Let's go with this one, and let's copy the SVG. Now simply paste it inside, like so. And let's do the same for the closed. Let's go ahead and choose this one. So copy the SVG and just paste it below, like so. Okay, perfect. So as you can see, we have our icons over here. Now let's put this inside a wrapper. So go ahead and create a new div. and simply copy and paste the SVGs inside. Let's go ahead and style this wrapper. So it simply sets the text to white. So we have the white icons. It has a hover effect every time the user hovers on top of the icons. It's going to be rounded. It's going to have a cursor pointer, a little bit of margin, a fixed height and width for the actual wrapper itself, and then simply flex everything onto the center. And finally, what we need outside of the icons wrapper is the actual input with the values we want to serve. Okay, so now before we actually style the input, we are going to already create two signals, the isOpen and the search value, like so. And this will be the signals responsible. So the first one to know if the user has the search open, and the second one for the actual search value on the input. So now by going on to our input, we can already say that the value will be the search value on the signal. We can add a placeholder. So if there is no value, then we simply want to say titles, persons, or genres. We want this inputs class to be conditional to if it is open or not. So let's go ahead and create our class. And it's going to use the Tailwind merge function. And the main class is simply going to be, first of all, a transition to have an effect. And just so we know how it is when it is open, let's leave this to true. And as you can see right over here, this is our main class for the input. So again, it's going to be rounded. It's going to have a border 0, a white background with low opacity, padding, text white, a shadow, a ring, inset. The ring color, it's going to be white with low opacity, no outline, and then just change the text size inside depending on the screen size. Now, if it is open, then we are going to set the width to full so it can extend the input. And if not, then simply set it to 0 so it actually closes. And don't forget also the padding so it doesn't have some padding when it is closed. Okay, perfect. Now let's also style the main wrapper. So the first div, like so. And it's simply going to be a relative div with a flex and a little bit of cap, centering the items on the y-axis. So this is what we get when we have the input open. And I'll simply change this again to the is, like so. Now we want to also do a conditional class on each of the icons. And basically what we want to do is, first of all, add a transition for the main class. We want some effects on it. And then simply say that if it is closed, then we want the magnifying glass to have a fixed height and width. Otherwise, just set it to 0 so it doesn't appear. And let's do the same for the X icon, but instead of being closed, it's if it is open. Okay, so as you can see, it is currently closed and the only icon we see is the magnifying glass. Now, one thing we want to do every time the user changes the input or clicks on the button is to actually navigate to the search page. And to do that, what we can do is on the top, use the use navigate from SolidJS router, like so. Now, what we can do is every time the user clicks on one of the icons, so it doesn't matter if it is the close or the open icon, so we are going to add the onClick event on the wrapper itself and not on the icon. And what we want to do is if it is open and there is some kind of search value, then we want to navigate to the main page. This is so that, for example, if we click on the icon to open, then we want it to be on the main page, right? But if we are in whatever other page, then we simply want to say that if there is some kind of value, once we click on the close icon, then we want to navigate it back onto the home page. Finally, just set the open to the opposite value and set the search value to empty. Okay, perfect. So now if we click on this, you can see that it opens the input. We can already start typing, but we are not saving on the signal. And if we click on the X button, you can see that it closes and the value, well, the value is still there because we still haven't associated with the signal. So in order to save our values, let's go ahead and on the inputs, let's add a new onInput event handler. And what this does is simply get the value we get from the input, set it onto the signal, and then navigate the user to the search page with the following query, which will be the value we have on the input. So now if we click it, we can see that it opens, it stays on the same page, but if we start typing, for example, LOL, we can see that we already are on the search page with the correspondent query. If we now click on the X button, it closes the input and the user gets redirected to the home page. Okay, perfect. So that takes care of the search button. So now for the user button, let's go ahead and create a new component, call it button user. So create the function and return a div like so. Okay, in our user button, it's going to have also two main components. The first one, it's going to be the actual button with the user image. And the second part, it's going to be the drop-down component. So let's go ahead and create a div for each of them, like so. Let's go back onto our navbar and already import our user button so we can see the changes. And for now, simply set it as a user icon, which we will create. And later, when we have the user authentication, then we are going to handle the user image. So in order to do the user icon, let's go ahead in our components, create a new file, and let's call it icons. So in here, again, it's the same logic as we did with the Solid Icons website. You simply copy the SVG, and then you can export it as a function. So I'm not going to do that. I'm simply going to add here the function with the correct SVG for a simple user icon, but you can go ahead and select whichever SVG you prefer. Now, I want to be able to change the class of every icon I have, so that's why I have this icons prop here, and simply go ahead and create it on the top, which will have a simple class string, which will be optional. Okay, perfect. So go ahead and import this, and we already can see our user icon over here. Perfect. Now, inside our wrapper, it's going to have, first of all, the user information like the name, email, and image. But again, because we don't have that yet, we're going to do it when we have the authentication. We're just going to do it with some default values. And it's basically going to be, first of all, the user icon again. And then below, it's going to have the name, the email. Now, simply change the class of the wrapper so we have everything flexed, centered, give it a no wrap on the white space, and then a little bit of gap, a small text, a semi-bold, and a little bit of padding and margin. Sorry, don't forget here to add a text white. Okay, so now the only signal we need for this button, if it is open or not, so go ahead and create it. And we are also going to be using the navigation. So like the search button, we are going to use the navigate from the router. And let's already change the dropdown class. So it's actually a div right over here. This is going to go inside like so. And then it's going to be a dynamic class. So again, use Tailwind merge. For now, let's set it to open so we can see the changes. Okay, perfect. And it's going to be an absolute with a right of 2, rounded, text white, flex call, a little bit of a shadow, a border, a transition to open and close, an overflow hidden, and then a width of max content. Then simply change the height to fit the content and the padding of 4 if it is open, and if it is closed, just set everything to 0. So again, like so. Now to actually open, we are going to set a on-click event on the button itself. So if the user clicks on this button over here, it simply sets the signal of is open to true. Okay, so now our component is absolute, but it's absolute relative to what? So we want it to be relative to the whole component. So at the top, just simply add a relative class. So now if we click on the button, we can see that it opens right below the user button. Now let's just add some effects on our user button. And it's really quite simple. Just add a little bit of padding, a over effect, and make it rounded with a cursor pointer, like so. Perfect. Okay, so now below the main information wrapper of the user, we are going to add a new link from SolidJS router, and it's going to go on to the account page of the user. give it a little bit of a styling. And finally, if we click on it, we want to actually close the dropdown. So set the open to false, give it a icon of your choice, and then just say manage account. So now if you click, we can see that we have this manage account button. And if we click, we get redirected to the account page and the dropdown closes. The next link, it's going to be the admin one. So it's going to be the one responsible for adding a new content. And it's exactly the same as the one above. We simply change the icon, the text we are going to set to add content, and then the reference, it's going to be /admin/new. Of course, we don't want this to always be rendered. We want to do a conditional rendering based on the user role. But again, we are going to do that once we have the user authentication. Finally, below, simply add a logout button. And for now, we are not going to handle the on-click event because we don't, again, have the authentication set up. Once we have, we are simply going to log out the user from our service. And this is, again, simply going to be an icon and a text saying logout. So now, as you can see, we have the manage button. We have the add account button, which will put the user onto the admin new page, and then the logout button, which will log out the user. To separate the logout from the links, let's simply add a line. So it's going to be a div with the full width, a height of 1 pixel, and then a low white opacity background with rounded corners, like so. Perfect, now we have our line. One thing we are missing is the ability to close the dropdown every time the user clicks outside the component. And in order to do that, the first thing we can do is get the onMount and the onCleanup and simply add and remove an event listener on click, calling the handle click function. Now, the handle click function simply does the following. So first of all, we are going to need a reference, but this is basically an element with the reference to the component itself. And if it does exist, because there's a possibility of not existing, and that element itself does not contain the current element that the user clicked, then we can simply say that it is outside of the component. So we set the isOpen signal to false. So let's go ahead and create our wrapper reference, like so. And to actually reference our component, let's go ahead and our main div, add a reference for our wrapper, like so. So now if we click on the user button, it opens. And if we click outside of our component, then the dropdown gets closed. We can also do the same for the search button. So let's go ahead and go to our search component. And let's simply do the same as we did onto our user button. So onMount and onCleanup, add and remove the event listener for the click event, and then handle the click the same way as we did onto the user button. So go ahead and create the variable for the reference and simply reference the component itself, like so. So now if we try to open the search bar, it opens. And then if we click outside the search, we can see that it automatically closes the input. Okay, perfect. And that's it. So now we have our Navbar fully working. The only thing we are missing is the actual user button. We need to check the user information and we need to handle the authentication for the sign out. But we are going to do that once we have the authentication set up. But for now, everything else is working, and we are going to do next is set up the Firebase. Okay, so now let's set up the actual Firebase in our project and already start by creating the emulators so we can start saving and reading some data. So the first thing we need is to actually install Firebase. So go ahead and open a new terminal and simply type yarn add Firebase. Okay, perfect. Now that we have Firebase, the next step is to create a service folder. So on the source folder, let's go ahead and create a new one and call it services. And the services folder is going to be the one responsible of all of our services. And what is a service? Well, it's kind of an abstraction on the way we want to communicate with our backend. So on the front end, we are going to have some specific needs. And because today we are going to use Firebase, tomorrow we might be using Supabase or our own backend approach. And this will change the way we fetch the data and save the data from our backend. So it's good to have some kind of abstraction. And this way, even if we change our backend, the front-end part doesn't change. So the first service we are going to create is actually the Firebase one. So firebase.ts. Sorry, not TS, TSX, like so. Now, because this is going to be code that's going to run all over the place, we want to tell SolidJS to handle the auto-dispose of these functions. And the way SolidJS does that is if we go back into our index.tsx, we can see that we have this render function that basically wraps the whole application inside of it. And inside the render function itself, we have the create root function. And this is basically a function on SolidJS side that ensures that all of the memory and computations are freed up. But because we are going to create code outside of our render function, then we are going to create our own create root. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and create a function and call it create Firebase. Now, instead of exporting the create Firebase, what we want to export as a default is the create root from SolidJS. So go ahead and import it, and then just pass in the create Firebase, like so. Okay, perfect. So now we can have a global scope of Firebase in our application. And inside we are going to have 4 variables. So the first one, it's going to be the auth for the authentication. It's going to be of type auth. And we can get this type from the Firebase auth package. It's going to have the Firestore, the storage, and the function. So all of our Firebase services. Go ahead and import each of the types. So Firestore, storage, and functions. This one from the Firestore package, this one from the storage, and this one from the functions. Now on the Firebase website, if we go on to our project, by going on to the project settings, we can see down below your apps. And as of now, we don't have any apps, so we have to create one. And it's going to be of type web. So click on the web and simply call it the same as we did as the project. So Netflix, clone, Netflix, like so. And then just register. Okay, perfect. And as you can see, we already have here the Firebase config. So go ahead and copy. And don't worry about this. This is not a secret. This is public information. So you can save this inside the code itself. So go ahead and paste it here, like so. And as you can see, it says here to initialize the app from the configuration, but we are not going to do that because we might already have an app initialized and we don't want to have multiple. So in order to do that, here at the bottom, let me just give some space. We are going to use the get apps function, and we can import this from the Firebase app module, like so. Now, what we want to say is if there is a current if there is no current app, and we can see that by the length of the current apps, if it is equal or minor than 0, then we want to initialize our application with the initialize app from Firebase, like so. Now we simply want to set our variables for each of the services, like so. And we are going to do that at the bottom by calling the get from each of our services. So go ahead and import it. Every one of them is going to receive the app as input, like so. And now we say otherwise, if there is already a initialized application, then set all of the other services, not from the app we are initializing here, but from the app that's currently saved in the current apps. Okay, perfect. So now the only thing we need to actually create this root is to return the values we want to use on our SolidJS application. So return the auth, Firestore, storage, and the functions. Now, this will already work in our live scenario right over here, but we want to test everything on our emulators first and then test it on the live version. So in order to do that, what we can do is, first of all, get a isEmulator variable. And what this does is simply import all of the Vite environment variables. And the way we do this is by doing import.meta.env. and then the name of the variable you want to import. And bear in mind that the environment variables for Vite, in order for them to work, they have to start with Vite underscore and then the name of the variable you want. So in our case, we want the emulator variable, and we say that if it is equal to true, otherwise false. So if it is equal to true, then set the isEmulator to true, otherwise false. Now, by going into our package.json over here, what we can say is if we type in yarn start, then the Vite emulator, it's going to be false, and then we want to execute Vite. If we type in yarn dev, then we want to be on the development side. We want to run the emulator, so go ahead and do Vite emulator true, like so. So depending on the script we run, we are going to set up the emulators or not. And to do this, it's actually pretty simple. The only thing you need to do is after we associated each of the services with the correspondent functions, then we simply want to check, first of all, if it is emulator, and if it isn't, we do nothing. But if it is, we are going to call in the connect auth emulator, Firestore, storage, and functions. And we are going to pass in each of the services. And this is going to be for the authentication. It's going to be different from the other ones. As you can see, we have to explicitly set the whole endpoint we want to use. And these are simply the ports which we already defined when configuring the Firebase project. But if in any case you don't know which ports the current project is set in, we can actually check them out on the firebase.json. So if we scroll out to the bottom, you can see we have this emulators attribute, and it has the port for each of our services. So just make sure that this is the same port as you set up here. Okay, perfect. And that's it. So we can now basically connect to our emulators from our SolidJS frontend project. Now, to actually start our emulators, what we can do is open a new terminal and then simply type Firebase emulators start, like so. Or if you are like me and you don't want to type all of this, simply go on to our package.json and add a new script, call it start emulator, like so. And this is simply going to call the command we did earlier. So Firebase emulators start. Now, why do I do this? Because if in the future we want to use any kind of flags, then we simply need to add it here. And to start everything, simply type in yarn and then the name of the script. So start emulator. Okay, guys, so earlier I did tell you that we are going to be using the hosting, but we are in fact going to be using the hosting, but not on the emulator. So you can go ahead and simply delete this from the firebase.json file. So if we again type in yarn start emulator, we got our emulators up and running. And if you scroll just a little bit up, okay, you can see that we have this view emulator UI at the following address. So if we click on it, you can see that it opens the UI for our emulators. And in here, let me just open this a little bit. And in here, we have all of our services. So the authentication, the Firestore, the storage, and we also have the logs for the functions. Okay, perfect. And that's it. So we now have the Firebase setup. Now to test the connection from the front end to the actual emulators, let's go ahead and stop our SolidJS. And now instead of typing yarn start, because that's going to connect to the live version, we are going to write yarn dev to connect to the emulators. Now refresh the page. And now just to test everything, let's go ahead and our app TSX at the top, let's just go ahead and import our Firebase service. So import it from, again, the service packages we just created, Firebase. And then for now, let's simply destruct the auth variable. Okay, and as you can see, because we imported this and used it, it created the root that we just defined. And as you can see here on the front end, we now have this message saying running in emulator mode, do not use with production credentials. So we have successfully connected to our emulators. Next step, sign-in page and user authentication. Okay, so now for the sign-in page, we are going to need, first of all, 2 new services, and they are going to be one for the user itself and another one for the authentication. So let's go ahead and create it. So back in our services, create a new file and call it user.tsx, and another one for the authentication, like so. Okay, and as we did with the Firebase service, we are going to do the same with the authentication one. So go ahead and create a new SolidJS route from our create function that we are going to define. So our authentication service is going to need two main components. So the first one is a signal to let the client know that the authentication is finished, because you will see later on Firebase, when we want to authenticate the user, there's a certain delay before we retrieve the confirmation on the authentication. And we want our components to know that so that they can actually retrieve the user values once the authentication is finished. So let's go ahead and create a new signal. And it's going to be a Boolean signal. For now, it's going to be false. And let's call it just authentication finished. Now we are going to use two of our Firebase services, which is going to be the Auth and the Firestore. So let's go ahead and first import our Firebase service. And from it, let's get the Auth and Firestore, like so. Okay, so now for the functions, the first one we are going to need is the signup function. And this will be a asynchronous function that simply receives an email and a password, and then does the sign up process on Firebase. For now, let's just return a promise with a reject saying not implemented, because we are not going to do this now, but later. Now let's go ahead and create another one for the sign in. So just copy and paste the sign up and say sign in for now. And again, it's going to receive also an email and a password. And then finally a sign out function. So go ahead and copy this, change this to sign out, and it's not going to need any kind of input, like so. Finally, let's go ahead and export all of our functions and our auth finish signal. Okay, so before we implement this service, let's go ahead and create our user service. So again, same structure as before, create the SolidJS route with our create user function. So the first thing we need is actually the signal for the user. So let's go ahead and create one. And it's going to be of user type, which will be a type we are going to define right now. And in order to have everything organized, let's go ahead and on the source folder, create a new one and call it types. Now inside the types, create a new file and call it user.ts, like so. So this is where we are going to define all of the types related to the user. And the first one we are going to create is actually the user membership. So it's going to be a enum, and it basically contains the current membership of the user. So if it is basic, standard, premium, or if it doesn't have any kind of membership. We then have the user Firebase type, and this will basically be all of the values that are going to be stored in the Firestore regarding the user. So we are going to store basically the photo of the user, its Stripe customer ID, so we then can fetch from Stripe every information regarding this user. Then we have here the product ID, subscription ID, and subscription status, which will be three variables responsible for handling all of the membership of the user. And these three variables are necessary for Stripe to know which is the current state of the membership of the user. Then we have the membership, so the current membership of the user. This will be related to all of these three variables, but it's going to be on our side so that the UI can know what to render or not, depending on the user membership. Finally, each user will have three main arrays for the movies and the series. So this is going to be, first of all, an array of the like movies, so the movies that the user clicked on like, then the movies that are going to be saved on the list of the user, on the my list, and finally all of the movies that the user viewed. And the same is going to be done for the series. Now this is going to be an array of strings, which will basically be an array of all the IDs of the movies and the series for each of these categories. And finally, our user type, it's going to be all of the above, so all of these attributes right here, and a ID, email, display name, photo URL, and is admin. Why this? Because we are not going to save these attributes on the Firestore, but they are going to be saved on the authentication service of Firebase instead. But because on the UI we want to get access to all of this information, we then create this user type, which will contain all of these attributes, which we are going to take from Firestore and then we are going to take from the authentication service all of these values and then just join everything together so we have all the necessary information for our UI. Finally, we need a way to convert all of this data from Firestore to our user type. And while we can fetch directly from the Firestore, and in this case, it probably will have the correct types, it's a good practice to always use some type of a converter. This is because sometimes there's a mismatch between the data types from the Firestore and the actual types we are going to use on the client side. And normally what we do is to create some type of a converter that handles all of this logic for us. So on the bottom, let's go ahead and create one. So this is going to be a constant. It's going to be an object, and it will need two functions. It's the to Firestore and from Firestore. And what this does then is every time we do a call onto Firestore, we then pass in this converter, and Firebase will automatically convert all of the data types necessary to the Firestore database and from the Firestore database. Now, to the Firestore database, we know that we are going to pass in our user type, and in our case, just simply pass in all of the user. But if you want to be more specific or you have some kind of security concerns, then this is where you basically select what you want to store to Firestore. So for example, if you don't want to save the email or the ID of the user, something like that, then you simply return a new object with the attributes that you want to save on the Firestore. But for our case, let's just save everything. Now from Firestore, we are going to receive two. Now from Firestore, we are going to receive two variables, the snapshot and the options. And this is going to be of type document snapshot. So go ahead and import it from Firebase Firestore, and the document data also from the Firestore, like so. Okay, perfect. And the data, we can get it from the snapshot by calling in the data function and passing in all of the options. Once we have the data, if it exists, because there's the possibility of not existing, then we simply return all of the values, as you can see here, not from the user type, because we don't want to return the user type. We actually want to return the user Firebase or undefined if it doesn't exist. Therefore, the only variables we are going to pass in are the ones we define here on the user Firebase type. Okay, perfect. So now that we have our user type, let's go ahead and import it like so. The Firebase services we are going to need are going to be the authentication, the Firestore, and later we will see we are going to use also the functions service. So go ahead and import this like so. And we are going to have multiple functions to handle the user management, but for now we are simply going to set the authentication. So the only thing we need for now is to actually return the user and the set user for the signal, like so. Okay, perfect. So going back into our authentication service, we can now import our user service. So let's go ahead and import user service, and it's going to be from services user, like so. Now from the user service, the only thing we need is the set user. So user service, and this is because every time the authentication process is finished, we are going to update our user signal. So every UI component that's dependent on that signal, it's going to get updated. Now, before we do whatever we want with these functions, one thing I find it useful is to know whether or not the email is a correct type of email. And there are multiple ways to do that, but we are going to go with this simple approach. So we are going to create a new function right on the top, and we are going to call it validate email, which simply receives an email and then just put it onto lowercase, and then we are going to do a match for the email rejects. And if you don't know, first of all, what a regex is, it's simply a way to filter strings with a specific pattern defined by you. And the way we define this pattern is by using this regex language. Now, I'm not going to go into details here, but if you want to know the regex for the email, a simple Google search will do so. Okay, so the first thing we need on our signup function is, first of all, check the validity of the email. So if it's not a valid email, then simply reject saying invalid email and then return the function. Now, if it is valid, then we want to create a new user with the email and password. And we can do so by using the create user with email and password, as you can see from the Firebase authentication package. Now, what we need to pass in is, first of all, the authentication service that we have in our application, and then the email and the password. So this will basically create a new user on the authentication service for us. And then if everything went well, then simply resolve this promise. Resolve this promise like so. If something goes wrong, so if we get an error from this function, we want to deal with just one type of error. And this is if the user tries to somehow create a new user, but the user is already created in our Firebase. So if we get the following code error, so our email already in use, then we know that the user already signed up for our Firebase. So simply reject with some kind of code that we later can use to let the user know that, okay, wait, we already have that user. Otherwise, if we don't have that kind of error, simply console the error and reject saying something went wrong. Now for the sign-in process, it's going to be basically the same. So first of all, let's validate the email like so. And then instead of calling the create user with email and password, what we are going to do is call the sign in with email and password. Again, from the same package, Firebase auth, like so. We pass in our authentication, email, and password. So if everything goes well, simply resolve. And if there is some kind of error, we actually want to know two types of error. So if there is no user, so a user tried to sign in, but there is no user, or if the password was wrong. In either case, what we want to do is reject saying invalid email or password. And again, if it's not the error, then simply log it and say something went wrong, like so. Okay, now for the sign out, it's really simple. We have in our authentication a function saying sign out, like so. The only thing we need to do then is say if the user successfully signed out, simply resolve it saying sign out. Otherwise, reject saying something went wrong. Okay, perfect. But as I said earlier, we are going to use the set user to update all of the user information every time it does login. But as you can see here, right now we don't have that anywhere. And this is because we are going to do a event handler. So every time the state of the user authentication changes, we will update the signal accordingly. And to do that, the authentication service has this function. So right here on the bottom, off, which is called on/off state changed. On/off state change, like so. And this will be called every time the state of the authentication changes, and it will give us a user. And then what we can do is update our user signal with this user object. Now, this user object, it's not going to be the same type as our user, so we have to now convert every value into our user type. First of all, let's update our off finish signal by saying it's false. So if we currently have a new state, then it's not finished the authentication, so set it to false. And the first condition we get is if there is no user. So if there is no user, what happened is probably the sign out function was called, therefore the user logged out. So let's go ahead and say if there is no user, then simply set our user signal to null, and then set our authentication finished to true to let the UI know that we did in fact finished our authentication. Now, if there is a user, so the user either sign in or sign up, first of all, we want to know if the user is a admin user. And in order to do that, what we can do is get the token values from the user by calling in the getID token results. Inside our token values, we can get a .claims.role variable, and this will tell us if the role of the user is of type admin or not. And if it is, then we can say for sure that this user is a admin. Later, I will show you how to update this variable and how you can define which user gets this role claim. Now, we need to fetch all of the user information from our Firestore. And in order to do that, what we can do is, first of all, create a reference for the user, so user ref. And we are going to use the doc function from Firestore. And what this does is, first of all, we have to pass in our Firestore, and we want to get the information from the users and the specific user, so user.uid, like so. Now remember that every time we get the information from Firestore, it's going to be of a certain type. And in our case, probably it will be okay, but we want to always make sure that it gets from the correct type that we need. So in order to do that, we created a converter, and now to use it, we simply type in on the doc with converter, and then pass in our user converter we created on our types, like so. So if we didn't do that, let's go ahead and remove this. We can see that our user reference, it's going to be a reference for a document data, but we don't know what type of data that's going to be. But if we use with our converter, then we can see that it is going to be a reference not of a document data type, but of our type that we defined. So now TypeScript knows which kind of type this is, and we can effectively get all of the attributes necessary. Now to actually fetch the data, let's go ahead and use the getDoc from Firestore, and then simply pass in the reference of the data we want to get. This will be of type snapshot, so let's go ahead and to get the data, call in the .data from the snapshot. Now, in theory, there should always be a user on our Firestore, so our user data will always return the data necessary, but there are some of cases that we don't have our user stored on Firestore. So if that happens, if we don't have our user data, then simply, first of all, log an error saying that there appears to be no user on Firestore, and then simply return a new user with a default set of values. So for all of the authentication variables, simply define the defaults we get from the user, set the user membership to none, and then the rest just leave it blank or empty, like so. Otherwise, if we have a user, then simply get all of the values. Again, this one's from the authentication variables, and then this one's from the Firestore, which we can get from our user data. Finally, just set the auth finish to true. Okay, perfect. So now we have our authentication service completed. The only thing we're going to do now is set up all of the sign-in page and use our newly created service. So going back into our sign-in page, which will be on the public folder right here, let's create everything we need. So the first thing we're going to need is actually a navigate from the use navigate, like so. We can already import our authentication service and our user service. From them, we are going to use the auth finish and sign in function, and from the user, the actual user signal. For the signals of the page, it's going to be 3 of them. So it's going to be the email, the password, and if it is loading or not, like so. And what we already can do is create an effect so we can handle the page routing depending on the user type. So for example, if the authentication is finished and we do have a user and the user membership is different than none, meaning that this user in fact has a membership, then what we want to do is simply navigate them to the homepage, because if we go to the sign in and the user is already signed in and has access to the application, then simply route him to the home application. Now, if we do have a logged in user, but that user doesn't have any kind of membership, what we are going to do is navigate him onto the sign up page, passing in the email of the user. And later when we do the sign up page, you will see why we do this way. Now let's go ahead and create a new function. It's going to be called handle on submit. So every time the user wants to submit the login information, and we are going to set the is loading to true, like so. And now we are going to actually call our authentication services using the toasts from SolidToast. This is so that the user can get some visual feedback on the current state of the authentication. So what we can do from this toast is call a promise function and pass in our asynchronous function. So in our case, it's going to be the sign-in, passing in the email signal and the password signal. Now this will receive a object, and we want the first one to be a loading, saying sign in, like so. Then a success function, and finally a error function. So what this does is, while the function we are calling, which is the sign in, is loading, then it simply renders on the toast signing in. Then in case the function stops and it's valid, what we want to do is first of all set the loading to false, we want to return a span saying sign in, so the toast renders a sign in message. And because a user has successfully signed in, then we want to navigate them to the home page. If there is an error, then simply return the span with the error. We can get it from this function over here and set the loading to false, like so. Okay, perfect. And now for our page, let's go ahead and create an empty div, like so. And there are going to be two use cases. So first of all, if the authentication is not finished, let's go ahead and show a new loading page. And this can be imported from our loading page, like so. And then another show when the authentication is finished and there's no user. Because again, we don't want to render the sign-in page if there is a user. We simply want to redirect the user to the home page. And let's go ahead and create our page wrapper, like so. So it's going to be fixed, the size of the screen, and then just add a little bit of background, a padding, and center everything onto the center. And make sure that's in front of everything. Now, what we need is actually a background image for our sign-in page, and you can use whatever you want, but I'm going to use an image I already have here in my machine. So new folder, on the assets, it's going to be images, and then just pass in our image. So it's going to be this default image. So at the top of our sign-in page, let's go ahead and import our image like so. Again, from the assets image folder, and then simply put in a image inside our div with the background image as a source, and it's going to be fixed so it stays fixed on the screen. So if we go now on to our sign in, like so, we can see that we have this default image covering all of the screen. Perfect. Now I don't want this image to be as bright as it is, so we are going to set some kind of blurred div on top of our image. So let's go ahead and do that. So it's going to be a simple div, again, fixed with the size of the screen, a grayish background, and then add the backdrop blur medium size. So this is the class responsible to actually blur our background. So as you can see, we now have this kind of grayish background with the whole image behind blurred. Okay, so next thing we need is our logo, and it's going to be a link from SolidJS. So it's going to be fixed on the top, and then the logo, it's simply going to be a header with the appropriate classes. So as you can see, we now have our logo here. If we click, it gets redirected to the homepage. Now for the actual sign-in form, let's go ahead and create another div. And it's going to have a black background with a little bit of opacity, so 80. It's going to have a maximum width, so we don't get a large form. And it's going to be rounded with a little bit of padding and a Z index. So let's start by adding a header, and it's simply going to say sign in. So as you can see, we already have our form and the sign in header. Now let's go ahead and add a input for the email, first of all. So it's going to be of type email. The value, it's going to be the email from the signal. Add a placeholder, and then the class, it's not actually going to be dynamic. So let me just go ahead and delete this like so. So the class, you can see it's simply with a little bit of a styling on the text, on the background, add a little bit of padding, a ring. So we have a kind of border on the input, then simply remove the outlines and add a proper leading and text size depending on the screen size. Now, every time the user clicks on the input, then simply get the value and set the email signal with the appropriate value. For the password, it's going to be the same. So let's go ahead and delete this. The class is going to be the same as it is on the inputs. It's going to be of type password, pass in the signal, a placeholder, and the same on the on input. Finally, just add a button for the submit process. So it's going to be a red button. And if the current page is loading, so it's submitting the user information, then just disable the button. And every time it clicks, then calling the handle on submit function we've just created. Okay, perfect. And as you can see, we now have our form. We can input here and here, like so. And then we can click on the sign in. Now, this is not going to work because our toast needs a provider and we haven't set it yet. So let's go ahead and do it. And on the app, toaster.tsx, where we have our navbar. Let's go ahead and import our toaster from SolidToast, like so. And just simply say that we want the position of our toast to always be on the top center. So now if we try to type something, we can effectively call in the toast.promise. And as you can see, we get this invalid email message from our toast. Perfect. If we try with a valid email, for example, then as you can see, we get this invalid email or password because as of now, we don't have any user stored in our Firebase. But we can already test this. So if we go on to our emulator on the authentication, let's go ahead and add a new user and let's call it random user for now. And the email, it's going to be user.example.com. The password, it's going to be secret. And then let's go ahead and save. Okay, perfect. So now we do have a user. So if we go back onto our application, type in user.example.com and then the password, it's going to be secret, like so. Click on sign in. And as you can see, the user gets signed in and redirected onto the main page. So now that we have our authentication set up, we can actually update our user navigation. So let's go ahead and go on to our components, button user, and let's go ahead and import our user and authentication service, like so. From them, let's get the user signal and the sign out function. Okay, so now if we scroll onto the bottom, onto the logout button right over here, you can see that we already have our on-click event, and inside simply call in the sign out function. Then if it is successful, then simply navigate the user onto the sign in page, like so. And now let's update all of the user information from the user signal. So on the top, instead of being the default username, let's go ahead and use the user display name and the user email, like so. Now, we don't always want to render our user icon. In fact, if the user has a photo, then we actually want to render this image with the photo URL. So in order to do that, let's just wrap everything here inside a SolidJS show component. So when the user has a photo URL and the length of the URL is greater than 0, then there is in fact a string with the URL, render the image of that URL, otherwise fall back into the user icon. And we can also do the same on the top where we have the user icon outside the menu. So go ahead and also do a show like so. And then on the admin button, so the link for the create content, we told that we want only to render this if the user is a admin or not. So go ahead and create a new show and say that we want to show this link only if the user is a admin. Now, to be able to test all the calls on the Firestore and the storage, let's go ahead and in our rules, so firestore.rules file, for now, simply change everything to true, and then later we will deal with all of the rules we need to protect our content. So do the same for the storage, set it to true. And now in our application, if we go to the user navigation, we can see that we get the random, I misspelled this. We get the display name and we get the email from our authentication service, which is the one that we have right over here. So as you can see, it's the same identifier. And if we go on to the edit user, we can see that it is in fact the same email. Okay, that's perfect. So we now can sign in with our users, and the next step is to be able to add new content. Okay, so in order to create new content, first of all, let's go ahead and create two new services. So one, it's going to be for the movies, so call it movies, and another one for the series, like so. And this will be responsible for handling all of the necessary creating, deleting, and editing the movies and the series content. So like we did with the other services, let's create the SolidJS root, like so, and do the same for the series. Let's just change the name over here. Okay, perfect. Now our services are going to use the Firestore service, so let's go ahead and import it and get the Firestore from the Firebase, like so. Let's do the same for the series. Okay, perfect. So this will have multiple functions to handle all of the content, but for now, we're just focused on creating new content. So let's go ahead and create a new function. And like the others, it's going to be a promise, and it's going to receive the name of the movie we want to create. And then simply return the create new movie function, like so. Now go ahead and copy, paste it onto the series, and just change the name to series. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead onto our admin page on the new to add new content. And let's go ahead and start building this. So it's going to use the navigate also from the router. It's going to use the services we just created, so import them. And from each, just get the create function, like so. Now we are going to create a new signal for the current selected content type, and we don't have this yet, so let's go ahead and create it. So on our types folder right here, let's create a new file and call it content.tf. So first things first, we are going to need the actual content type. It's going to be a enum with the series in movies, like so. So if we want, we can already import this. So, but since we're here, we can already finish all of the types that we are going to need for each of the content. So besides the content type, what we need is, first of all, the age rate. So this is going to be the age rate of each of either the movie or the series. And again, this is going to also be a enum with all of the correspondent age rate. Then it's going to have a video resolutions. It's also a enum. Now we're going to create a new type. It's going to be called media content. And this type will be the one responsible for handling all of the same attributes that both the series and the movies share with each other. So even if it is a movie or a series, it will for sure have these attributes. And what are they? So first of all, the ID, then a boolean to check if the content is published or not, the name, description, and release date, the type of content, the age rate, and then the video resolution. Then it's going to have a number of likes. So it's the number of likes that all of the users had onto this content. It's going to have an URL and a path for the cover image, the thumbnail image, the logo, and then for the video trailer. Because again, if it is a movie or if it is a series, it's always going to have a trailer. But if it is a movie, it's going to have just one specific video. And if it is a series, it's going to have multiple videos for each of the episodes. Now, what is the URL and what is the path? So the URL is the actual link to get and fetch the image from our storage on Firebase. And then the path is the relative path of the storage on which this image is saved. So this one will be responsible to actually fetch the image and show to the user. And this will be the one responsible to edit, delete, or add new content onto the storage so we can know where it is stored. Finally, we are going to add an array of strings, which will be the ID of the cast, the genres, and then finally a published at date to know when this content was published. Now, for the movie content type, it's going to be all of the above, plus a video URL and a path, and also a duration for the video. Now, as I said earlier, these seasons are going to have multiple videos, so they are going to have a video on each episode. So the series type, it's actually going to be all of the above. Again, the media content type, plus a seasons array with an object with the episodes, which will be of type season episode, which we will create right now. So what do we need for each episode? Well, first of all, we need the position in the array, because if we want to change the order, then we simply change this position. It's going to have the name of the episode, the description, a thumbnail for the specific episode, and then like we have on the movies content, we also have here the video URL, the path, and the duration of the video. Okay, perfect. So now that we have all of our types, one thing that I said earlier is that we always create a converter to make sure that the types are correct when saving and getting the data from Firestore. And this will be one of the cases that if we don't do that, then we will have incorrect data types because we have a date object over here. So whenever you store a date object on Firestore, when you fetch it, you will see that it gets a different format. And so we will have to manually convert that type of format onto the date object again for JavaScript. So what we can do is create a new type, first of all, and we are going to call it the new series content and then a new movie content. And what this will be is very simply the same as the series content, but we are going to omit the ID, the release date, and the published at. Why are we going to do this? Well, because first of all, we don't want to store the ID on the Firestore, right? So we get the ID from the actual document on Firestore and not from what's stored inside the document. So we don't want to save this ID. And then the release date in the published at, because we don't want to actually save it as a date. We want to save it as a field value, and you can import this from Firestore. And this is the correct type that we must save our dates and get them from Firestore. And to further show this, we can go ahead and create our converter first for the movies. So let's go ahead and do that. And again, don't forget it's going to have a to Firestore function and a from Firestore function. Import the document snapshot and document data like so. So when saving to Firestore, simply save the whole movie. But when getting from Firestore, first of all, the ID is not going to be, as I said, from the actual data that's stored on the Firestore. It's going to be from the document, or in this case, the snapshot.id. And then all of the other values, simply get it from the data and leave a placeholder in case that it's not saved on Firestore. Now, why did we add the release date and publish at as a field value? Because now we have to convert it to the correct date. And in order to do that, when we fetch the publish at and release date from the Firestore, it's actually going to give us a seconds of that date, but it's going to be in milliseconds, so we don't want that. So we are simply going to multiply it by 1,000. Create a new date from that seconds, and then we have the correct date type for our attributes. Okay, perfect. So now do the same for our series converter, like so. And we have all the types needed for our content. So going back into our page, let's go ahead and create a new signal. It's going to be the content name. And then like the other pages, let's go ahead and set a isLoading signal. Let's create a handle on submit function. And before we implement this function, let's go ahead and already create the page. So go ahead and delete this, create a new div, like so. It's going to put the children all in the center, like so, with using flex in the item center and justified center. So the first thing we need is a paragraph, and it simply says what type of content do you wish to add. So by going into our application, let's go ahead and go on to our admin new page. So I don't want the whole page to be white. I want it to have a default color. And in order to do that, let's go ahead and in our index.css on the body, simply add a background of the following color. Okay, much better. So now we can see our paragraph over here. So next thing we need is the buttons to select the type of content that the user wants to create. So go ahead and first of all, create a wrapper for that. The first button, it's going to be the movies button. Go ahead and first import from Tailwind merge because this is going to be a dynamic class. We simply style the button with a red background, a little bit of opacity, and some effects and changes on the text. What we then do is say that if the currently selected content type is of type movies, then simply add a ring onto our button to let the user know that this is the currently selected button. If we click on the button, then we simply set the selected content type onto the movies content type. Give it a movie, and then simply add an icon of your choice. In this case, I'm going to go with a camera icon, and as you can see here, there it is. So we have the icon over here and then the movie tag with the red background on the button. Now the user either wants to select this or it wants to select another one. So let's go ahead and create a paragraph like so. And then the series button, it's going to be exactly the same as the movies button, but simply change here to series on the click also, change the text, and then the icon, simply select an icon of your choice. In my case, I'm going to go with a TV. Okay, perfect. So now we can select the type of content we want to create, like so. The next thing we need is actually the name of the content we want to create. So go ahead and create a paragraph saying what will be the name. And to add some effect, simply say that if it is not undefined, then set the opacity to 100 and the translate Y onto 0, because otherwise it's going to be invisible and it's going to have a Y translates on to 12. So every time the user clicks on a selected content, we get the effect of appearing from the bottom. And sorry, this paragraph, it's actually going to be outside this wrapper. This is going to be the buttons wrapper. So, and as you can see, if we now select one of the contents, then the text appears saying what will be the name. Let's go ahead and create a new paragraph just to let the user know that we can change this later when creating the content. Now finally add a input, and this will be the input for the content name. So the value is going to be from the signal. It's going to have a placeholder. The class, it's going to be dynamic the same way it is on the paragraph. So it has the hovering effect. So it has the appear effect. And then on input, simply set the new content name signal. Finally, add a button to call in the handle on submit. And don't forget that if it is loading, then it will be disabled. And like the previous paragraphs and input, it's going to have the appear effect. So now if we select a content, we can see that we get all of the paragraphs inputs and button appearing from the top. To make sure that we get that step effect, the only thing you need to do is actually add a delay on the animation between these components. So the last one will have the greatest delay and the first ones will have the lowest delay. To finish our page, let's go ahead and finish our handle on submit. And first of all, what we are going to say is if there is no selected content type, then we don't want to handle the submit. If so, first let's set the is loading to true. And now we want to call either the create new series functions or the create new movie function to create our content. But we want to do that dynamically, so let's go ahead and create a new constant. It's going to be called create function, and depending on the selected content type, it's going to be either the create new movie or the create new series. And as we did on the previous page, it's going to be from a toast. So let's go ahead and toast.promise, import the toast from SolidToast. There we go. And then simply change the corresponding text. So on the loading, it's going to be create content. The success, it's going to, first of all, set the loading to false. And then if everything went well, then we are going to receive the ID of the newly created content. And what we want to do now is simply redirect the user to the edit page of that content. So it's going to be the admin page / then if it is series, it's going to be series. Otherwise, it's going to be movies / the ID of the content. Don't forget to return a span saying content created so the user can know on the toast that the content was created. And if there is an error, then again, simply set the loading to false and show on the toast the error of the function. Okay, perfect. So now if we try to do something, we can see that it's going to be stuck because we haven't finished implementing our create content function. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's start with the movies. So go ahead in our service, create new movie inside the promise. First of all, let's create a new movie object. So go ahead and create it. It's going to be of type new movie content that we just created on our types, like so. Set everything to default except the following variables. So the publish date and the release date. As I said earlier, it's not going to be of date type. It's going to be of field value. And this is because we don't want to save the dates for both of them from the date of the local machine. So depending on where this function is being called, the dates can be different from what the actual date is on the server. And we don't want that. We want the dates to be the date of the server when they are saved on Firestore. So what we can do is at the top, create a new variable, call it server time, and it's going to be from this function that we can import it from Firestore. And what this does is simply tell Firestore every time we do save this new variable onto Firestore, then the following attributes are going to be the time that's currently being used on the server. Now go ahead and import the content type. It's going to be movies. The age rate for now, let's leave it to all, and the video resolution to the lowest one. Okay, perfect. So now that we have our default new movie, and again, don't forget that the name it's going to get from our function, which the user inputs on the page. Then the only thing we need is to actually save this onto Firestore. So let's go ahead and first of all, create a try-catch block. So in case anything goes wrong, and then inside simply use first of all, the add doc function, which will be from Firestore for the following collection, which will be our Firestore reference and then the movies collection. What do we want to store? Well, our new movie, like so. If everything went okay, then this should return the reference for the newly created movie. And from here, we can actually resolve the ID of this reference. So then in our page, as you can see, we can get the content ID to redirect the user onto the correct ID page. Okay, perfect. Now to handle our errors. First of all, let's go ahead and create this as a any type. And if the error has the following code, so permission denied, then simply reject saying permission denied. And this will later be useful when we are going to handle all of the Firestore rules and the routes protection for the content. Otherwise, simply log on the error and say something went wrong, like so. Okay, perfect. Now on to our series. It's going to be exactly the same thing, but with a new series content variable. The server timestamp, it's going to be the same. Here, the content type, it's going to be series, and then the default age rate and video resolution. Don't forget to import the add document and the collection function. Now, instead of being the movies collection, it's going to be the series one, and we are going to store our new series object. Like the movie, we are going to resolve with the ID and then simply handle the code the same way we did. Okay, perfect. So now if you try to create a new content, let's say, for example, a movie, call it test movie, like so. Sorry, test movie. Click on create content, and then we get a content created. And as you can see, we got redirected to the admin/movies/the ID of the movie. And if we go on to our Firestore, you can see that we now have a movies collection with the correspondent new movie document. We can go ahead and also test for the series. So admin new, create a new series, call it test series, and click on create content. Okay, perfect. Now, as you can see, we got redirected to this series with the ID, and on our Firestore, we now have our series collection with the newly created document. Perfect. Now that we can create our content, the only thing we need to do is to finish the edit page like so, and be able to add all of the information needed, like the name, description, images, video, etc. So now in order to start editing our content, the first thing we are going to do is go on to the admin page. And for now, let's start with the movies. Go ahead and open it. And inside, we are going to need, first of all, two main things, which are the parameters. And I'll explain you in a bit what this is. Go ahead and import the navigation from the router. And we already know how the navigation works. Now, the parameters over here are basically the URL parameters that we can get from the router. So when we are on the edit page of the content, we actually can extrapolate from the URL the ID of the content. In this case, the movie ID. Now we are going to need two new services that we are going to create, but let's first of all import them. So we are going to import the movie service, and we are going to create now a cast and genres service. So let's go ahead and create a new file, call it cast.tsx, and call it genres.tsx. Create the roots, same as before. We are going to need the Firestore service, so let's go ahead and import this. And from the Firebase service, let's get the Firestore, like so. Now, the first thing we need is to get all of the casts that are stored on the Firestore. So let's go ahead and create a new function for that. And it's going to be called getAllCasts. Let's go ahead and import all of this. And what it basically does is creates a collection on the cast collection. It gets the documents and stores them in a snapshot. And then for each of the documents inside the snapshot, if the document exists, then let's just filter them and then map all of the documents to return only the IDs. So our cast over here will be an array of strings containing all of the IDs of all of the casts. Now, bear in mind that the IDs in this case, the cast collection, are going to be the actual value of the cast. They are not going to be a random UID. They are going to be the exact value of each of the casts. Let's go ahead and already create a add cast function. So name it add cast. It's going to receive as props the name of the cast that we want to add, as well as for what type of content it's going to be saved in. So if we want to add that cast onto a movie or onto a series. So let's go ahead and import this, import the documents, and import the right batch. So first of all, we are going to create a reference for our cast, and it's going to be the cast collection / and then the name of the cast we want to add. Then finally, we are going to create another reference, and this will be a stub collection inside the cast collection, which will have, again, the name of the cast, and then / either it's on the movies, on the series, and then the ID of the movie and the series. So in this case, if we want, for example, to add a cast, let's say Johnny Depp, then on a certain movie, then we will have cast / Johnny Depp / movies / the movie ID. Now to save them, instead of doing an individual save on each of the references, what we are going to do is create a Firestore batch. And this is so that we know for sure that the rights on our Firestore are going to be atomic. So in this case, we want to save on the cast reference and the content reference the empty object. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, then we don't want to save anything. That's why we create a batch. So basically, inside the batch, we set all of the commands we want to execute and then finally commit. This is so that if we want, for example, to save, let's say, this one and then this one, but because of some kind of error, delay, or something like that, then the second one doesn't get executed, right? So the first one gets executed, but not the second one. Then we would have a mismatch in our database, and we don't want that. We want to say that either all of these commands get committed or neither of them gets committed. Now, why are we storing an empty object? Well, we don't want to actually store any kind of values in our cast. We just want the names, and we want to know to which content the actual cast belongs to, right? So what we do by this is create a empty object, and what's interesting for us is not the object itself that's being stored, but the actual link or URL or path that we are saving that empty object. So for example, if there is an empty object with the following name on the following collection on the following content ID, then we know for sure that there is a cast for that content, right? We don't need to save any kind of object values. We just need the path on the relationships for the cast and the content. Now simply handle the errors as we handled the other ones. And then finally a function to delete the cast from a content. So again, delete cast, we want to delete a specific cast, so pass in the name and from which content we want to delete from. How do we want to do this? So the same way we did with the add cast, we are going to create the path for the cast itself and for the item and for the content item for that cast. Create the references by passing in the path inside the document function. We can already delete the document, so the content item reference, which will be the cast / the name of the cast, and then if it is movies or series, / the content ID. So we can already delete that relationship, and now we need to delete the previous relationship only if there is no more of that cast in any of the movies or series. Because we don't want to save a cast onto our Firestore if it doesn't have any relationship with any of the content. So in order to do that, what we can do is create the references for each of the collections and then simply query all of the content types that exist for that cast. We limit this to 1 because we just want to check that if there is at least one content associated to that cast, then we don't want to delete it. But if we do in fact have no documents on our query, then that means that the cast does not have any relationship with any other content anymore. So we can go ahead and delete the document for that reference. Again, don't forget to handle the errors as we did previously. Finally, simply return all of our newly created functions. Sorry, not here, but here. And I also add the delete cast inside the add cast, so sorry about that. Go ahead and create it outside, like so, and perfect. Now, one thing I just noticed is that I created this on the genres file, so let's go ahead and copy all of this and paste it onto the cast one, which is the correct one. And now for the genres, we simply want to do exactly the same thing, but instead of in cast, it's going to be genre. So let's go ahead and search for everything that says cast. Let's match the case and change this to genres, like so. So let's replace all, and then for the uppercase cast, change for uppercase genres. Replace all. Okay, perfect. So now we have the genres and the cast services ready to use. And now in our movie edit page, let's go ahead and import all of the functions we need. So we need to get all of the cast and genres from the services. And we also need to get the get movie, update movie, and delete movie from the movies service, which we don't have currently. So let's go ahead and do it. So we already have here the create new movie, right? So now we just need to create, first of all, the get movie. So it's going to get a movie ID as a string, and then it will simply return the movie content type, which we created. How can we do this? So again, create a reference for Firestore, which it's going to be from the movies collection / the movie ID. Don't forget to pass in our movies converter, then simply get the snapshot of the document, get the data, and either it has data, and if so, then simply resolve it. Otherwise, reject it, saying there is no movie. Now to update the movie, we are actually going to need to create a few more things, but for now, let's leave it like so. So again, it's going to return a promise. And what it basically needs is, first of all, the movie ID that we want to update, and then the value that we want to update. And how can we do this? So instead of passing in the whole type of the movie content, which again, it's going to be the video URL, path, and duration, as well as everything that's stored in the media content, we just need to update a few of these values, if not just one. So in order to do that, what we can do is involve this movies content with the TypeScript partial, and this will basically let us pass in any type of attribute that's inside our movies content type. It doesn't have to be all, but if it is something that it's not present on the movies content, then TypeScript will complain. So we know for sure that whatever we pass in, it's something that's inside the movies content type. Now, before we start making this function, one thing we are going to need is to actually create a storage service. And this is so because we can already add, edit, or delete images and videos from our content. So let's go and create a new service and call it storage.tsx. Again, create root, like always, and let's create, first of all, an interface for the type of file that we need to upload. So we are going to call it upload file props, and basically it has two types that it can store. Either it's an image or a video. It will contain the file itself, which will be of type blob, and then the group ID, which corresponds to the ID of the group that we are saving. So in this case, if it is either a movies or a series. And finally, a item ID, which will be the ID of the content itself that this image or video belongs to. So let's go ahead and import our Firebase service. And from it, let's get the storage. Now let's create an upload file function, like so. It will receive the upload file props as we defined over here. And when it's done uploading, then it simply returns the path onto which the file was stored. So how can we do this? First of all, let's create a random file identification by calling in the window.randomuid. Then the path for this file, it's going to be the type of the file, / the group ID, / the item ID, / the ID of the file. So let's go ahead and create the reference by passing in the storage and the storage path. Now Firebase has this lovely function called upload bytes, which we can import it. And we just simply need to pass in the reference on which we want to save our file, and then pass in the file itself. Finally, if everything went okay, then simply resolve with the path of the storage path. Otherwise, log the error and reject. Now, the next thing we want this service to be able to do is to actually fetch the download URL for our file. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and again create another function, and let's just call it get file download URL. So it's going to receive the path of the storage, and this can be null because there are times that maybe the path it's not storage on the content So we just pass in null, and if there is no storage path, then simply resolve to a empty URL. Otherwise, let's create the reference from that storage path, and then let's call the get download URL again from the Firebase storage module, pass in the reference, and then we can get the URL to download our files. So simply resolve with the URL and log the error and reject it. For the delete file, it's going to be exactly the same thing. The only difference now is after we get the URL of the storage reference, then we are going to call the delete object function from, again, Firebase storage module. We simply get the download URL to make sure that there is, in fact, some kind of file stored in that path. If it is, then simply delete it. And if everything goes okay, resolve. Otherwise, log the error and reject. So back in our movie service, let's go and import the storage service at the top, like so. Sorry, one thing I missed on the storage service is to actually return all of the functions. So return, upload file, get file download URL, and delete file, like so. So now in our movie service, on the update movie function, we can now get the download URL and the delete file function. Okay, so let's do this by steps. The first thing we want to do is simply surround all of our future calls in the try catch block, so like so. And the first thing we want to do is to get the movie. So go ahead and create a reference for the movie, get the movie itself, and extract the data. If there is no data, then there is no movie. So simply reject it, saying there is no movie. Okay, perfect. So now if the code gets here, then that means that there is that movie. So the first thing we can do is to actually update the cover image from the storage. And the way we do that is by saying that if there is a cover image path in our props.values, which again, remember, it's a partial, meaning that there is the chance that there's not this attribute on the values. But if there is, then that means that we are receiving something on this and we want to change that. So we only need to make sure that this new path we are trying to edit is different from the one stored on the movie. And if so, first of all, let's check if the movie already had a cover image path stored in it, because if we just created that, there is no saved path. But if there is, and that path has a length greater than 0, then let's go ahead and call our delete file from the storage service we get over here. So this will basically delete the movie that was previously stored in the storage. And now we are going to get the image URL by, again, calling the storage function get file download URL for the new cover image path. And then let's simply update our movie document to save the new URL of the cover image. Okay, and one thing you might notice is that we are not actually saving any file over here. And this is going to be the responsibility of the forms. So the image forms are going to upload the document onto the storage path, and then it will give us the path onto which the image was stored. With that path, what we are doing here is simply saying that, okay, we do have a new path, so let's go ahead and update the URL for that image that's saved already on the storage. Now from here, the logic is exactly the same, so let's go ahead and add it. But now it's going to be for the thumbnail image. Let's do the same for the logo image, like so. Again, the same for the trailer video, and then the same for the actual video of the movie, like so. So as you can see, it's exactly the same logic in all of them. Okay, perfect. And now for the cast, it's really simple. So first of all, let's check if we do have a cast on the values, meaning that we want to change the cast. And if that array, don't forget this is an array of string. If it is different from the one that's currently stored in our movie, then there is in fact an update to be done. Now inside the function, let's get the add cast and delete cast from the cast service. So let's just go ahead and import it from the top, like so. And now what we can do is, first of all, let's just delete all of the casts that's previously stored in our movie. So we can do that by doing a map on the current cast that's saved on the movie. And for every cast that we have, then simply call in the delete casts from the service. wrap all of this into a promise all. So we make sure that we do all of these calls asynchronously and at the same time, so we don't have to wait for one another. Now simply do the same logic, but now from the cast from the prop.values, which will be the new cast we want to update, and call in the add cast function from our cast service. Okay, perfect. Now for the genres, it's going to be exactly the same thing as the cast. Only now it's going to be using the genre service and the add genre and delete genre. So let's go ahead and import this at the top. Sorry, and on our genres service, this is going to be singular, not plural. So let's go ahead and update it. And also over here. Okay, perfect. One last thing we need to check before changing all of the values is if we want to publish this content. So if we have on the props.values a is published to true, that means that we want to change this video to be published. But before we do that, we actually want to make sure that it has all that is necessary to be published. And so we are simply checking here if we have the video URL on our movie. And if not, then we are going to reject it. It needs to have a logo image, a thumbnail image, cover. It needs to have at least one genre and one cast member. It needs to have a release date, a duration for the movie greater than 0. It needs to have a video resolution, an age rating, a description, and finally a name. If all of this checks out, then let's go ahead and update the document with all of the previous values, which will contain the is published to true, but we are going to change the published at the server timestamp to update the published at variable. Finally, at the end, we simply want to update our document with the current changes on the values. So if it is a name, description, whatever, it's going to be all updated right here. Finally, don't forget, handle the errors, like so. Finally, we just need to delete the movie, so go ahead and create a function for that. And of course, if we are going to delete the movie, then we need to delete all of the files in it, the cast and the genres. So first things first, get the movie. If the movie has a cover image path, then let's go ahead and delete that cover image. The same for the thumbnail, the logo, the trailer, and the video. Now let's go ahead and delete all of the casts. So again, let's do a mapping for all of the casts and call in the delete cast function. Don't forget to surround this with the promise.all. Do the same for the genres, and only then finally delete the movie document. Now let's just update here the return with the update movie function and delete movie, like so. Sorry, I forgot about the get movies, so let's just put it right over here, like so. And now, yes, in our movie admin page, we have all of the services we need. Okay, now the signal, it's just going to be one, whether it is loading or not. So go ahead and import this. Now to actually get the movie content, we are going to create a new resource. And a resource in SolidJS is more or less a signal, but in a way that we can actually mutate and refetch the data by passing in some kind of an ID and then a get function. So what this basically does is every time the movie ID now changes, it's going to actually call in the get movie function from our movies service and store all of the values inside this movie. Let's do the same to get all of the cast members and all of the genres, like so. Notice here that we are not passing in an ID because we are going to get all of the cast and the genres. Okay, so now our page is going to need 3 main functions. So the first one is every time the user wants to publish the content. The second one is every time he wants to change some kind of value. So we want to edit the content. And finally, every time the user wants to delete the content itself. So the first one, let's go ahead and create a new function. Let's call it handle on publish. And like always, it's going to set the loading to true. And we are going to use a toast promise. So the user always has a visual feedback of what's happening. So we are going to pass in the update movie function with the movie ID we get from the parameter and pass in the value of is published to the negation of the currently saved value on the movie. So now we are going to print in the update movie string every time it is loading. And if everything went okay, then what we want to do is actually call in this refetch function, which we can get it from the resource. And what this does is, in a nutshell, it's going to trigger again the get movie function with the movie ID and then store the values onto the movie. This will in turn update the signal of the movie, and it will update everywhere where we are referencing the signal. Okay, perfect. So finally, just set the loading to false and add in a movie updated span. Now to handle the update, it's almost the same structure. The value we are going to receive is going to be, again, a partial for the movie's content type. And toast promise, again, passing in our update movie function from our service. Don't forget that it's going to need the movie ID and the value we want to change. Again, once it's done and everything went well, then we are going to refetch the data so it updates with the newly updated data on the UI. Now let's do the same for the delete content. And much as the previous ones, we are just going to call in the delete movie. That's the only difference. And now if we in fact deleted the movie, then we no longer need this page. So what we are going to do is navigate the user onto the movies page. Okay, perfect. Now for our page, let's go ahead and start with our wrapper. Inside, we first need the header for our movies information, and I'll show you that in a bit. So let's give it a header saying edit movie, so the user knows that it's currently editing a movie, as we see over here, like so. And now let's add a wrapper for the action button. So what are the action buttons? The first one, it's going to be the publish button. So let's go ahead and import the Tailwind merge for the dynamic classes. And it simply changes the color of the button depending whether if the movie is published or not. And it changes the text again depending on if the movie is published or not. It's disabled if it is loading, and on click we are going to call in the handle on publish function. Finally, the next button, it's going to be the delete button. So it's not going to have any text, it's going to have an icon which we are now going to create. So remember that we already created this icons file, and it's here that we are going to store all of our icons. Remember that you can always copy and paste this from Solid Icons or from any other website you do prefer. We simply pass in for each of the icons the class prop, so we can change if we want the class of the icon. So I'm just going to go ahead and add all of the icons we are going to need, but you don't need to know this, and on the way you will see which kind of icons you will need, and then if you want you can simply go ahead and paste it from your favorite website. Okay, perfect. So back onto our delete button. This is going to have a trash icon, like so, but we still have a problem. So for me, it doesn't make sense that every time the user clicks on the delete button, that it immediately deletes the content. I think that the user should have some kind of feedback on whether he wants really to delete the content or not. So some kind of a confirmation button. So what we can do is actually create ourselves that component. So we are going to call it confirm modal, like so, and we are going to pass in the button inside our modal. So what this basically is going to do is, first of all, render the button that we want to trigger the modal, and then it's going to pop up a warning sign with a yes or no question. And if the user clicks on confirm, then it's going to call in the handle on delete function. Now, I'm not going to create this component with you guys because it's actually pretty straightforward, but I'm just going to add it right over here and explain in a bit how it works. So basically what this does is, first of all, it creates a div with the children that we are going to pass in, and don't forget this is going to be the button that's going to trigger the opening and the closing of the modal. So that's why we pass in the handle open over here. The handle open, the only thing it's going to do is change the set open to true or false, depending if we are closing or opening the modal. And we simply get a start open with a delay in regards to the set is open, so that we can have a little bit of an animation. Then the modal itself, it's going to be simply a wrapper that fills the whole screen and it is fixed. And then the actual model itself, which it's simply going to be a header saying, are you sure? And then a paragraph saying this action cannot be undone. We then have two buttons, the cancel and continue. If the user clicks on the cancel, it simply closes the modal and nothing happens. Otherwise, it's going to call the handle on confirm from the parent component. If you have any question regarding these components, you can always download the code from my website. Okay, perfect. So now we can import this like so. And if we check now, we see that we have our publish component. We see that we have our publish button over here. If we go ahead and click, you see that it gets the it needs to have a video because we set the onPublish to have at least those variables that we defined earlier. If we click now on the trash can, it's going to pop up a modal saying, are you sure? This action cannot be undone. And either you click on the cancel to close, or you can actually click outside to close it. If you click on continue, then you can see that the movie gets deleted and the user is redirected to the movies. Okay, perfect. Now we have everything ready. And the next step is to actually create all of the forms necessary to change the values of the contents. Now, before we start creating our forms, first thing we are going to create is two new components. So one, it's going to be a simple button. And another one, it's going to be the input, which will be very similar to all of the forms that we are going to use. So go ahead and create a buttons file inside our components folder. And inside, it's going to be a very simple button with a little bit of styling, a on-click event, disabled, and then render whatever we pass in onto the children of the button. The input itself, it's also going to be very simple. So go ahead and create an input file. And it's going to be a simple input with a value that's going to get from the parent component. The on input, which will change the on change from the parent, a disabled type placeholder, and then simply a class to style the input, like so. Okay, perfect. In our first form, it's going to be the name of the content. So let's go ahead and call this admin form name.tsx. Like so. It's going to be a function, and it's going to receive as a props the admin name form props, which we are going to create right now. And the props is going to be essentially four things. So first, it's the label of the form. It's going to be a string. Then it's going to have an initial data. And in this case, it's only going to be the name because, again, this is the form for the name. It's going to have a onSubmit function that will return the values as the same type as it is from the initial data. So it's going to be an object with the name, which is a string. And then it's going to simply have a isLoading Boolean. Now for the signals, it's going to have two of them. The first one, it's a Boolean to know if the user is currently editing this form or not. And the second one, it's going to be the current name that the user is defining. We pass in the initial data with the name so that the signal has initially the value we get from the parent. One thing we can already do is define a function, call it toggle edit, which will simply change the current value of the editing to the negative and set the name to what we got from the parent. So every time the user chooses to edit the form, it will simply reset the value to what we had previously on the parent. Now, finally, the last function is going to be the handle on submit, and it simply calls in the on submit from the parent, passing in an object name with the signal for the name. Okay, perfect. So now let's simply return a div. It's going to be with a border for now. Let's go ahead and already import this in our page so we can see what we are dealing with. So below our header wrapper over here, like so, we are going to create a new wrapper, and we want all the forms to have the same width. So what we can do is actually turn this wrapper into a grid, like so. Now let's go ahead and render our newly created component, import it. And as you can see, we simply pass in, first of all, the label, which is going to be name, the initial data, which will be the name we get from the movie. Otherwise, it's going to default to an empty string. We pass in the isLoad, so we know that the page is currently loading, and therefore the user cannot press or interact with any of the forms. Finally, we have an onSubmit that simply calls in our handle updates function with the value of the name. So now, as you can see, we already have the border here for our form. Now inside the border, let's go ahead and create a new wrapper, and this is going to be the header of the form. So like so. And firstly, it's going to have the label for the form itself. So as you can see, we now have the label of the name form. Then finally on the header, it's going to have a button. So go ahead and import from our created button like so, and it's going to have a show with a pencil icon. So basically it's going to be a button that every time that it is clicked, then it's going to toggle the edit on and off. And depending on what that value is, which we can get it from over here, then it's going to show either a cancel. So if it is editing that we want to show the cancel on the button, otherwise it's going to show edit and a pencil icon on the button. So as you can see, we now have the button here. If we click on it, then it opens the form for editing. Otherwise, we click on cancel and it closes. Okay, perfect. Now below the header, the first thing we want to show is if it is not editing, we either pass in the name we get from the initial data, or if there is no name, then simply pass in a placeholder saying no name. So as you can see, we now have the actual name of the movie we've just created, which is test movie. Now, if it is editing, then what we want to render is the inputs we just created. So go ahead and import it. And the value, it's going to be the name we get from the signal. If it's currently loading, then it's going to be disabled. Pass in a placeholder, which in this case, it's going to be a string template saying awesome, and then the label we get from the parent. Every time there's a change, we get the value, so we simply need to set the name to this new value. Below the input, it's going to have a save button, and the only thing it does is every time the user clicks, it calls the handle on submit function with which we created over here. We don't need this, so we can actually delete this. Perfect. And now, if we go here and click on edit, we can see that we get the input to change the value and the button to save the new value. So if we now change this to, for example, let's say test movie 2, click on save, we can see that we get the notification that the movie was updated. If we now cancel, we now have the new value. So if we refresh the page, you can see that it gets the new value, which will be on the Firestore. You can also double check by going to the Firestore emulator and on the movies, click on the movie. And if you scroll down, you can see that we now have a different name saved. Okay, so now before we continue, let's just change a class of our grid wrapper, because as of now, it's currently centering everything and we want it to be with the width full, so it occupies the whole screen. Okay, perfect, much better. Now let's go ahead and create the new form, and it's going to be the description. So go ahead and create the file. And the only difference from this form to the name form is that instead of having the input over here, it's going to have a text area, which we will create right now. So go ahead and create the file first, text area.tsx, and like the input, it's going to receive a class, disabled, placeholder, value, and an onChange event. This is so we simply have a fixed class between our components, as you can see. And now back in our video page, let's go ahead and import this. And like the input, the only thing we are going to pass in, it's the value, which in this case, it's going to be the description. And then every time there's a change, then let's simply update the description signal. So as you can see, the rest is completely the same. Let's go ahead and add this to our movies page, like so. Import this, save it, and we now can change the description of the video. So for example, let's say this movie is about something. Go ahead and save it, and the movie has been updated. So if we now refresh it, we can see that the values are stored in Firestore. Okay, perfect. So now for the next component, it's going to be the form for the radio group items. And again, this is going to be very similar to the other ones. The only differences here are, first of all, the initial data. It's not going to be a string. It's rather going to be an array of strings, which will be all of the available options that the user can select on the radio group. And then the value of the currently selected item on the radio group. Again, the onSubmit, it's simply going to pass in the value that the user selected. We are going to save the current value to the one we get from our parent. The rest here is exactly the same. And then over here, it's where it changes. So instead of having either an input or a text area, what we are going to do is actually create a for loop for each of the available items that the user can click. And they are simply going to be a button with the item itself, so the text, with a little bit of a dynamic classing whether the current value is the item or not, so the user has a visual feedback on which item is currently selected. And then on clicks, simply set the current value to the item that the user clicked. Like the others, add a save button at the bottom, which will call the handle on submit function to submit all of our values. Back in our movies page, let's go ahead and import the component. So admin radio group form, like so. And this one, it's going to be for the age rating. So let's go ahead and add a label saying age rating. And now for the initial data, we know that we have this type we've just created, right? And this is going to be a enum with all of these values. And what we want is to actually use these values as the items that the user can click. So one way to do that is to actually call in the object.values function and pass in the types. Then simply spread all of the values into a new array, and we get all of the available items that the user can click. Finally, the value, it's going to be the age rate that's stored on the movie, or otherwise, if it is not saved, then it simply defaults to the all age rate. Once the user clicks on save, then it's going to call the handle updates with the value we get for the age rate. Okay, perfect. Now the next one, we don't need to create a new component. We already have one, which is again the radio group. But this time it's not going to be for the age rate, it's going to be for the video resolution. So like we did on the previous one, let's go ahead and get the enum values from the type and then simply pass in as array of strings and the value of the video resolution. So now, as you can see, we have this radio group form. If we click on edit, we can select a different one. Let's go ahead and save this, update it, perfect. And then the same thing for the video resolution. Okay, perfect. Now the next component, it's going to be the time form. So let's go ahead and create one. And again, like the other forms, it's going to be very similar. So we have the same structure here. We get the time as a number. We save it on mounts onto the default time we get from the parent components. And on handle submit, then we are going to submit the time in a number format. Now, instead of having the other components, like the input in the description, this one, it's going to use a time picker, which will receive the time signal as a number, and then it's going to receive a setter for the set time. And the time picker will be the one responsible for handling all of the logic of our time in seconds. If we want to convert this time from seconds to something more readable, like for example here, we want to show the time in hours, minutes, in seconds if it is not editing, then what we can do is actually convert these seconds to time values using the function we get from the same time picker. Now, we could do this from scratch, but this would take a lot of time, and this is not the focus of this video. The focus of this video is to build a Netflix clone. So if you want to know how to do it or how to get the code, then simply go onto my website and search for the time picker form. If you don't want to see the video, then simply download the code and then simply paste it right here on the components. Okay, perfect. So now let's go on to the movies page, and below, let's go ahead and import our time form. Again, very similar structure to the previous ones. If you now check here, you can see that we have this select time picker, and we can select the hours, minutes, and seconds, in this case for the duration of the video. So click on select, save, and we have our video duration in hours, minutes, and seconds. Perfect. The next one we need is the date form. Go ahead and create it. And like the time picker, it's going to be exactly the same, except that it's going to receive a date object. We then store our signal as a date picker value, and this is something we are going to get from the date picker component. But basically what you need to pass in is a selected date with the actual date that we get from the parent. On handle on submit, we have to check, first of all, if there is a selected date, and if it is, then we simply return it to the parent. So as the other components, we have the header here. It's exactly the same thing. We have the paragraph when the user is not editing with the formatted date, which is a function we created right over here, which simply converts the date object into a string, as you can see over here. Finally, we have the date picker itself, which is going to receive the date signal and the set date signal. Now, again, if you want to see how this is done, then you can always go into my date picker video, or if you prefer, you can simply download the code and then add on to this project. I'm just not going to do that from scratch over here because then I will just add more or less 1 hour of content, and I feel that this is not the focus of this video. So what I'm going to do is download the code from my website and then simply paste it on the components like so. Okay, perfect. So now let's go back into our movies page and let's import the date form. Perfect. And don't forget that this is going to be for the release date of the movie. So now if we go here, we can see that we get this January 2024. If we click, we get the date picker open, and then we can select, for example, another month or another year, and then click on the day that we want to set as a release date. Go ahead and click save, and the movie has been updated. Perfect. Now to handle the tags for example, the genres and the cast of the movie, then we are going to create a tags form. And like the date picker and the time picker, it's a very time-consuming component. So instead, you can search for tags form picker video that I have on my website. Then either implement it from scratch or simply download the code and paste it here on the components. And then on the movies page, simply import the components like so. And we are going to do first for the cast, and the options, it's going to be the all cast signal we've created on the top. So if you remember right over here, you can see that we have this get all cast from the cast service, and then we are creating a resource with the all cast signal to get all of the cast available in our Firestore. Then we simply pass in as in options for the text form and update the values accordingly. Now do the same for the genres, like so. And as you can see, we now have the text form over here. So as of now, we don't have any stored values. So we might as well as add one. For example, let's say a cast 1 and cast 2, like so. Click on save. So this is now saved on the Firestore. And if you go ahead and delete this, click again, we can see that we now have this cast 2 suggestion. And this is because all of the tags that are stored on Firestore are going to appear here as a suggestion. If we click on it, we can get again our tag and then save it to save the tags of the movie. Let's do the same for the genres. Let's say dark and happy. Doesn't make sense, but that's fine with me. And yeah, so we have the cast and we have the genres. Now, the next two forms that we need are the most important ones, which will be the images and the videos. So let's go ahead and create a new file for that and call it admin form image. This one is a little bit different, so let's go ahead and check it out. And first of all, each image and video, it's going to have an URL and a storage path. So we want to get that as a props from the parent component. But then every time we submit a new image, the only thing we want to return to the parent component is the path of this newly created image. Also, we want to know which group are we going to save to, if it is for the movies or for the series. So the signals are more or less the same. We now don't have any signal for the actual image because, again, we are just going to upload the image and then return the path of the stored image. So we don't need any other signal. It's going to have a toggle edit. Then the handle on submit, it's going to submit the image storage path as we've discussed. And now the first difference is on the header, which is also going to be a button for the toggle edit. But now we have another option, which is if the user is editing, then it's going to render cancel. Otherwise, if we have an image URL, then we are going to render a pencil icon saying edit image. Otherwise, let's render a plus icon and a add an image, because there is no image saved as of now. So we want to tell the user it is to add an image and not to edit an image. So when the user is not editing, there are two options. Either we do have the image URL, and if so, then simply pass in an image with the correct source for the image URL. Otherwise, it's going to fall back into an image icon. Now, when the user is editing, what we are going to show is a file upload component, and we will be going to do this right now because this is important, because it is here that we are going to take care of the logic of uploading the files onto the storage of Firebase. So we need to do this from scratch, and then simply pass in the group, the type, which in this case, it's going to be an image, but I'll show you in a bit what we can do more, the ID of the item, and then an on change, which will basically call the handle on submit if we have a storage path. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our file upload. Let's go here and create a file upload.tsx, like so. So this is going to be a function, like so. Now the props are going to be as such. So it's going to have, first of all, the on change event, which every time there is an upload, it's going to give the parent component the storage path. And if we are dealing with videos, then we also get the duration as a number from the video itself. Then we are going to need the item ID, the group, if it is for the movies or the series, and then what are we storing, if it is a video or it is an image. The only service we are going to need is the storage service, like so. And from the storage service, we are going to use the upload file function. Now for the component itself, let's return a div. And this seems a little bit complex, but this is basically just for styling purposes. There's not much logic over here. The only logic we need is on the input right over here. And this input, it's going to be the one responsible for selecting the files we want to upload and then actually uploading them. So what we need to take in consideration, first of all, is the type of the input. It's going to be of type file, and then the accept. Because again, if we are dealing with images, then we only want to accept PNG and JPEG. You can add more if you prefer. And if we're dealing with video, we only want to be able to select MP4 files. Or again, if you prefer other kind of files, then you add it right over here. Now, every time the user selects a file, we are going to trigger the onChange file, which we'll be creating right over here. So function, like so. And this is going to be asynchronous, and it's going to receive an event. Now, first of all, let's get the target for the event, and it's going to be an input element. Let's get all of the files from the targets, like so. And because we only need one file, let's go ahead and simply get the first file. Now, what we need to do is create a switch case, like so, for the file type. So if the file type is going to be MP4, then we know it is a video. And before we upload the file, we want to get the duration of the video. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and create a new video element. Let's preload the metadata. And then the source of the video, it's going to be an URL from the file, like so. Now, what we need to do is on metadata load. So on the video, we can change the onloaded metadata function, and it's going to be a asynchronous function. So once the video is loaded, we can revoke the URL. We don't need it anymore, but what we want and need is actually the duration we can get from the video. So now that we have the duration, we can simply, first of all, upload the file itself. So we are going to call the upload file from our Firebase storage and pass in the file and the group and the item ID. Don't forget that once the upload is done, then we are going to receive the storage path from the response. So now what we can do is actually call in the onChange from the parent, pass in the path of the response, and also pass in the duration of the video. Okay, perfect. Now for images, it's going to be way simpler. So if it is a JPEG or a PNG, what we want to do is simply upload the file. And again, we get the path from the response, which we'll then pass in onto our parent component. In case it's none of these formats, then simply console an error say invalid file format. Okay, perfect. So now back into our admin form image, we can see that everything is working. And going back into our movies page, we can now add a admin image form for the cover image, like so. So we pass in the image URL and image path we get from the movie. We also pass in the item ID, which in this case, it's going to be the movie ID we get from the URL. And on submit, it's going to receive the path of the image. So we simply call in the handle updates with the cover image path. Now we just need to do the same for the thumbnail and the logo. Perfect. So if we try to update this now by choosing a random image, we can now go on to our Firestore, and if you check the movie, we can see we have a cover image path with the path of our storage and the URL to actually download the image. If we see this path, you will see that it's going to be the same structure as we get on our storage. So by going on to the storage, we now have this image folder, movies. This is the ID of the movie, and then the ID of the image that's currently stored in storage. Now for the last form we need, it's going to be the movie one, and it's going to be exactly the same as it is from the image, but instead it's going to receive the video URL and the video storage path. And if we scroll down, the only difference here is on the file upload. So instead of passing in the type of image, we are just going to pass in the type of video. And that's it. The rest is exactly the same. Again, back into our video page, let's go ahead and create a new admin video form. And this one, it's going to be for the trailer video. So pass in the trailer video URL, the video path, the group, it's going to be movies. The item ID, again, it's going to be the movie ID. And when handling on the submit, let's call in the handle updates with the trailer video path. Finally, we just need for the actual video itself, like so. So instead of having the trailer video path, we are going to update the video path. Okay, perfect. So now if we check over here, we can see that we can add a new video. Go ahead and click on it. And as you can see, we have here our video already saved on the storage. So I said that's the same as the image form, but it actually isn't. One thing I forgot is instead of rendering here the image, then we are going to actually render a video element with the video URL. And in case there's no video URL, instead of having the image icon, we are going to pass in the video icon. But the rest is the same, I promise. Okay, perfect. So now in both the videos and the images, you can actually add or edit a video, and editing a video is simply uploading a new file like so. And what this does is basically delete the previous file from the storage and then update all of the values from the movie on Firestore and the video saved on the storage. Okay, so now for the series, it's going to be more or less the same as it is from the movie. So let's go ahead and already start implementing it by, first of all, let's import our services, and we are going to need the series, the cast, and the genres service. Now, like the movies, we are going to need the use navigate and the use parameters to get the ID from the URL and to redirect the user to another page. From the services, we are going to need the following functions, like so. And of course, we still don't have that. So let's go ahead and implement it by going into our series service. So as I said, the service, it's going to be more or less the same as the movies. So the next function we need is to actually get a specific series. So go ahead and import the series content type, the doc from Firestore, and the series converter we've just created on our types, and also the get doc, like so. So like the movies, this is only going to reference the series collection and get a specific series from its ID. Now to actually update the series, again, very similar to the movies one. So we are going to need the storage service like the movies. So let's go ahead and import it from the top like so. And again, the first thing we want to do is to actually get the series and then just update all of the images of the series. So first things first, we're going to check the cover image from the storage, then the thumbnail, the logo, and this is not the video, it's the trailer, like so. We are going to also handle the cast and the genres like we did on the movie. So let's go ahead and import this at the top. And again, we're just comparing the values to what is already stored on the series. And if it is different, then there is an update. So let's go ahead and update all of the values. Do this for the cast and do this for the genres. Again, like the movies, we are going to update the publish only if it matches all of the necessary attributes. So it needs to have a logo image, a thumbnail, a cover. It needs to have at least one genre and one cast member, a release date, video resolution, age rating, description, and name. Then, like the movies, just update the document with all of the values that we get from the parent component. Now, the only difference between this and the movies is the actual episodes, and we are going to do that from scratch right above the update published date. So each of the episodes of a series, it's going to be stored in the seasons attribute of the series, and each of them is going to contain at least an image and a video. So that means we have to handle the storage paths and URLs every time we want to add a new episode or we want to delete or change previous videos and images from an existing episode. So in order to check if we do have some values to change for the seasons, what we can do is to actually compare a stringified version of the seasons object of our series. This way, if it is different, then we know that something is going to be either deleted, updated, or added to the seasons object. So now let's go ahead and loop all of our seasons, get the season object for each of them. And like we did the comparison right here to check all of the seasons, we are now going to do the same, but for that specific season, like so. So if the current season we are getting from the new values is different from what it's currently stored in the series, then we want to update that specific season. So now let's do a for loop for each of the episodes of that season. And first things first is get the new episode, so the one we are getting from the props.values, and the old episode that's currently stored in our series database. There is a chance that there might not be an old episode stored, and if not, then simply continue the loop to the next episode. If there is an old episode stored, then again, let's go ahead and compare both of them. And if they are different, then we want to update all of the values. Otherwise, just continue the loop onto the next episode. So like I said, we have two things to update, the image and the video. So first, the image. Let's go ahead and compare the thumbnail image path from the new episode to the old episode. And inside we want to do two things. So first of all, we want to check if there is already a saved image on that episode. And if so, let's go ahead and delete it. Otherwise, independently of having an image stored or not, then we want to actually update with the new uploaded image. So let's go ahead and check if there is an old episode thumbnail path, and if that path is greater than 0, then that means that there was already a saved image on our episode. So let's just go ahead and delete it. Now let's go ahead and create the URL for our new image, and then just simply change the values. So at the bottom, when we call in the update doc, passing in the values, we get the updated URL for our new thumbnail for that episode. Okay, perfect. Now do the exact same thing, but for the video. So below the thumbnail image condition, let's go ahead and do the same. But this time it's going to be for the video path. Don't forget to change the video URL from the values so we then later can update on Firestore. Okay, perfect. And that's it for the update series. The only one we're missing is to actually delete a series. And again, like the movie, let's get the current series, delete the old cover image if it exists, thumbnail, logo, and the trailer video path. Also delete all of the cast and genres, and finally delete the series. Now the only thing we're missing is to delete from the storage the videos and images stored in each of the episodes. It's the only difference from the movies service. So let's go ahead and do this. Okay, so what we have to do is iterate, first of all, for all of the seasons in the series, and then for all of the episodes inside each season. And like we did above with the images and videos, we can do the same over here. So if there is a thumbnail image path and it is greater than 0, then just go ahead and delete the thumbnail from the episode. Do the same for the videos. So episode video path and just delete it. Okay, perfect. And that's it. Now just don't forget to export all of our functions. So on our servers, let's return the get series, like so, update series, and delete series. Perfect. So now back into our edit series page. We now have all of the functions that we need. Now let's go ahead and create our resources. And it's going to be, first of all, the actual series itself. So again, it's going to call in the get series function from our service. And we will later need to refetch the data if we change anything from our series. We need to also get the casts and all of the genres available. Last signal is to check whether or not we are sending values to Firestore with the isLoading signal. Okay, perfect. Now for the handlers, again, it's going to be the same as the movie. So we are going to have a handle on publish. Don't forget, we are going to pass in our function inside the toast.promise function. So in this case, it's going to be the update series, and we are going to pass in the ID from the series and the value of is published to the negation of what's currently stored in the series. Once the update is finished, don't forget to refetch the data and set the loading to false, even if there is an error. Now for the handle updates, and it's going to be, don't forget, a partial from the series content, meaning that we can pass in any kind of attribute inside the series content interface, but it doesn't have to be all of the values. So call in our update series function from our service and pass in the value you want to update as well as the ID of the series. Don't forget to refetch and set the loading to false. Finally, we have the handle on delete, like so. And we are just calling the delete series, passing in the ID of the series. Okay, perfect. Now for the layout, it's going to be the same as it is from the movie. So create a div wrapper, like so, and create the header of our page. So don't forget, it's again the same as it is for the movies. The only thing that changes are the names. So the header, it's going to say edit series, of course. And then we are going to show the message saying this series is published if the series is published is equal to true. Then we are going to have the button to publish and unpublish, which will call in the handle on publish and a confirm modal that we've created with the trash icon to delete our series. Don't forget that only if the user confirms, then we want to call in the handle on delete handler. Okay, so as you can see, we have here the edit series and the publish button and the delete button. Perfect. Now for the forms, again, it's going to be a grid, and these are the forms we are going to use. So first of all, it's going to be the name, go ahead and import it, the description, the radio group for the age rating. So import this, and don't forget to import the content age rate, like so. Another radio group for the video resolution. And you could argue that you could do this not for the series, but for each of the episodes. And this is up to you. If you do prefer to do so, you can do. But in this case, we are just going to set the video resolution for the entire series. So if it is, for example, 720p, then that means that all of the episodes inside that series is going to be of that format. Now we need a date form for the release date. So a tags form for the cast. And again, if you prefer to do this on the episode, because there are different episodes with different cast, then go ahead and do it. But I'm doing this for the entire series. Another tags form for the genres. An image form for the cover image. So, go ahead and import this. One more for the thumbnail. And a last one for the logo. And finally, a video form for the trailer of our series. Okay, perfect. Okay, so as you can see, we now have all of the forms needed for the series. The only thing we're missing, and I think you can know what it is, it's to actually change each of the episodes for this series. And for that, we are going to create a specific form only for the series. So let's go ahead and do that on our component. Create a new file, and it's going to be called admin form episode.tsx. let's already create our interface, and it's going to be very similar to all of the form interfaces. So we are going to have a label for the form, the item ID in this case to fetch some data, the item ID that represents the ID of the current series for these episodes, and then the initial data, it's going to be the seasons with the episodes with the type of season episode we've created, like so. Then it's going to have an on submit with the new episodes values updated, and it is loading to check whether or not we can change these values. So create the actual component, like so, and let's already return the wrapper for our component. So it's like the other forms, it's going to have a border. Let's go ahead and already render the header for our form. So again, pass in the labels, and then we are going to use a button to toggle the edit. So let's go ahead and import also the show. And if it is editing, then simply show cancel. Otherwise, let's show the pencil icon with the edit text. So let's go ahead and create these signals. The first one, it's going to be the is editing, and a toggle edit function to simply change the current value on the signal. Let's go ahead and already import this from the page so we can get a view of what we are doing. So let's go ahead and import this right over here. And don't forget to pass in for the item ID, the ID of the series, and then just pass in the seasons for the initial data. Okay, so now as you can see, we have this episodes form right over here with the edit button. Perfect. Back in our form, below the header, we want to show two things. So first of all, if we are not editing, and then something if we are editing. Now, if we are not editing, then we want to show the list of all of our episodes. So go ahead and create a new show. And basically what this does is simply a default method in case we don't have any episodes saved on our series. So if not, then simply render a paragraph saying no episodes. Now, because our seasons object is nested with another set of objects, then we might lose the reactivity if we try to access their values with SolidJS. So in order to keep the reactivity, what we can do is at the top, instead of creating a signal, we are going to create a store for our seasons. And we can import this from SolidJS/store and pass in the seasons object we get from the parent. So now we have an object here that has all of the reactivity in all of its child objects. Okay, so if we do have seasons, then let's go ahead and create a wrapper for each of the seasons, first of all, and then create a for loop for each of the seasons. Go ahead and import this from SolidJS, and for each season, we're going to get the season and also the season index. So the first thing we want to render from a season, it's actually the season index, and for that, we're going to create a header with a text saying season and then the season index +1. So if it is season 0, then we want to render season 1 on our wrapper. Now for each of the seasons, we also want to render each of the episodes. So let's go ahead and create a new wrapper. And this wrapper simply is going to have a border and a gap between the elements. So again, another for loop, but this time for each of the episodes in each of the seasons. Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and create our wrapper for each of the episodes and another wrapper for the actual clicking on the episode. So it's going to have some classes, as you can see over here, and then it's going to have a on-click handler to know which episode was clicked. Let's go ahead and already create this. So at the top, let's create a new function and call it handle on-click episode. It will receive the index of the season and the index of the episode. Then what we want to do is simply navigate the user to the correct path for this episode. So don't forget to call in the use navigate from the SolidJS router, like so. Okay, perfect. And again, in our episodes wrapper right here, let's first of all create a show. So like we did previously, this is only going to show the image if there is in fact a thumbnail image URL. Otherwise, if there isn't, then simply render a image icon. Finally, next to the image, we want to render the episode name and the episode description. So now we will have a list of all of the episodes. First of all, with the image of the episode, or if there is no image, an image icon. And then to the right, the name and the description of each of the episodes. Okay, perfect. So as you can see, it now says no episodes because, well, we don't have any episodes right here. And before we can actually show anything, we need to edit all of the episodes for this series. So let's go ahead and create now all the components needed for when the user is editing our episodes. So this is going to be exactly the same thing for when the user is not editing, but without the fallback for the no episode. So let's go ahead and select the wrapper for everything, as you can see here, and then just copy and paste it right inside this show. Now, the only difference is, first of all, below the for loop of each episode, so not each season, but each episode, we want to render a new input. So go ahead and import the input that we've created. And this will have not only an input, but a button. And this will be the component responsible for inserting a new episode name. And then when we click on the add episode button, then we are going to create that new episode and set it on our series object. So let's go ahead and create the signal for this at the top. Let me just close this. And there you go. You can create it right over here for the episode name. And then the handler to add a new episode. First of all, if there is no name, let's go ahead and inform the user that you need to give the episode a name. Otherwise, let's update all of our seasons with the new episode values. This new episode values, it's going to be a default object that we are going to create. So on the top, let's go ahead and create this object. It's going to be of type season episode and just default everything either to 0 if it is a number or to an empty string if it is a string property. Finally, once we update our seasons object, then simply call in the handle onSubmit. That's going to be simply calling the onSubmit function from the parent. Don't forget to pass in the newly updated seasons. So again, to add an episode, first of all, let's check if there is a name for that episode. And if so, let's update the seasons store. And the way we do this on SolidJS is to actually affect all of the reactivity of all the nested properties and objects. Then we have to call in the produce method from SolidJS store. Then we simply push in onto the episodes, the new episode's value with the correspondent name we've just created. If we were to do this without a produce, then SolidJS wouldn't be able to tell if this was a variable to update the reactivity or not. So passing in the produce, we are basically saying, now that we've changed this, update all of its children. Okay, perfect. Now down below, we can now add new episodes, but we also want to add new seasons. So go ahead and below the last for loop, let's add a button to add a season. Okay, perfect. And now to handle the head season, it's pretty simple. So simply update the seasons with the previous seasons values and then just add a new object with an empty array for the episodes. And then don't forget to call the handle onSubmit. Okay, perfect. So now if you click on the edit, you can see that we have this add season button. So let's go ahead and do this. It will update the series with a new season 1. Now, if we want to add a new episode, let's call it episode 1. Just click on the add episode. Again, it updated the series with the new episode. Let's go ahead and do another one like so. And then add another season with another episode. Okay, perfect. So as of now, it doesn't have any image or description. So it simply shows the image icon and the name of the episode. If we now click on a episode, we will get redirected to the page of that episode. So let's go ahead and already change this page. And this is going to be very similar to what we've been doing until now. So I'm just going to paste this and explain to you what we are doing. Okay, so as we did before, we have, first of all, a header. And in this case, we are going to add a down icon. We are just going to rotate it so we have a arrow to the left. And then a text saying go back to series. So this is only going to be a link to navigate the user back onto the series page. So let's go ahead and already import this, the parameters to get the series ID and the use navigate to navigate the user. It's going to have the name form for the episode. It's going to have the description form, the time form for the video duration, logo image, And finally, not the trailer video, but the actual video of the episode, like so. Okay, so now to update this series, let's go ahead and get it from our series service. Don't forget to import it, like so. Now let's get the information from the series with the create resource, like we did previously. For the signals, we are going to have a is loading, like always, and another one for the actual episode we are currently editing. Now, in order to update this episode, every time the user is on the page, then what we want to do is, first of all, this is going to be called the create resource. So we are going to fetch the series every time there is a page load. And then what we want to do is create an effect so that every time the series signal changes and there is in fact a value, we want to set the current episode signal to the correspondent episode we get from that series object. And we can do that by passing in the season index and the episode index we get from the parameters. So as you can see, it's going to be these values over here, which the first one corresponds to the season index and the last one to the episode index. Now to handle the updates, it's going to be, again, the same thing we've been doing so far, but now we are not going to update a specific episode. We are going to update the whole series with the new episode. So we are going to receive from the updates the new value we want to change for the episodes, but we need to pass in a new seasons with that current change. So what we can do is map all of the seasons we get from our series signal. And then if the season index is equal to the one we are currently working with, then let's go ahead and do, again, a new mapping for this time for the episodes of that season. And let's check again if we are currently on the right index of the episode. If so, then what we want to do is return all of the values inside that same episode plus the new value we want to change and we get from this partial season episode. Otherwise, if it is not the episode we want to change, then simply return that episode. And once we have the new episodes array, then simply return a new object with that new episodes array. Okay, perfect. So now we have our new seasons updated and we just simply want to pass in onto the update series function from our service. So now if we go over here and try to change anything, like for example, this is episode 1, like so, save it, it gets updated. We can already change the logo. And sorry, this is not the logo, this is actually the thumbnail. So let's go ahead and fix that right here, thumbnail. So let's go ahead and change our thumbnail, upload a file, and I'm just going to upload a random image. So I made a mistake, and on our episodes form, we actually are passing in the seasons to our store. The problem is that this is called when there is a page load, and as we know on the page load, the seasons will be a empty array, so it's going to have the delay to fetch the data. And what we want to do is to actually update this store when there is a change on this initial data.seasons. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and create effect and then simply set the seasons to the changed value on the initial data. So every time there is a change on this value from the initial data, this create effect is going to get triggered and simply call in the set seasons function from the signal with the updated information. So now if we scroll down, there you go, we can see all of the episodes. And the first one already has a description and an image, and we can see that over here. If we click on it, then we get redirected to the episode page. Okay, so we can now add new content, edit. The only thing we're missing is to actually view the content. And we want to view on the homepage, and this will be the series and the movies combined. And we want to see only the series and the movies on the movies page. And in order to do this, what we are going to create is a layout. Now, a layout is basically some repeated code that is going to be replicated in multiple pages. So much like the components are, so when you create a component, you can reutilize in wherever you want on your project. A layout, it's more or less the same, but the difference is more in the actual size of the layout. So a page will be basically the code representing the actual page that the user is in, and the layout will be some kind of a section of the page containing either another layout or multiple components. So we can say that the layout is somewhere in between a component and a page. So let's go ahead and create a new folder and call it layout. Now, the layout we want to create is actually the lists layout, which will be the one responsible for rendering all of our lists that we have in our multiple pages. So let's go ahead and create a new file and call it lists. Okay, so the interface for this layout will basically be, first of all, a all content, and this will be simply an array of the type media content. And don't forget that both the series and the movies can be of this type media content. So this will either be one of those two or both combined. And then simply receive from the user an array of all of the IDs that the user has for its list, the viewed content, and the liked content. So let's go ahead and create our component and call it list layout, like so. And for now, let's simply return a div. Now, before we continue our layout, we can actually start by importing it on the correct pages. And this will be on the client side. And first of all, on the movies. So let's go ahead and import this. So you can basically just delete our current div and put our lists layout. So import this. And what we are going to pass in is, well, in this case, it's only the movies, which will be something we are going to fetch on this page. And then for all of the IDs, we are simply going to get it from the user, the list movies, viewed movies, and liked movies. So let's go ahead and import our services. We are going to need the movie service, the user, and the authentication service. Each of these services, we are going to need the following functions. So the first one, it's going to be the get all movies, which we don't have, so we have to implement it. Then the actual user and the auth finish to know if the authentication is finished or not. So let's go on to our movie service right here. And on the top, below the get movie function, let's go ahead and create a get all movies function. So how does this work? So first of all, again, it's going to be a asynchronous call. So return a promise, and it's going to return an array of the movie's content. Now we are going to use the user service to fetch some information from the user. So go ahead and import this from the top, like so. And first of all, what we want to do is say that if there is no user, or if there is a user but its membership is none, then that means that the user does not have access onto the movies. So we simply resolve with an empty array and return this function. Now, bear in mind that this is simply a safeguard on the front end, but later when we take care of the Firestore rules, then we are going to specifically tell that it has to be a user and it has to have a membership in order to retrieve the movies from the backend. Because as of now, this is only protecting the front end, but it's not protecting from someone doing a backend call onto our Firestore. But more on that later. So now what we want is the reference for the collection of the movies. Don't forget to pass in our converter. And now we want to create 3 queries. So go ahead and import a query from the Firebase Firestore module and import the end function and the where function, like so. So the first query, it's going to be for the basic movies type, and we have to pass in our movies reference, so our collection. And then we want to aggregate 2 wheres for our query, which will be, well, the first one, we just want all of the movies on which the is published is equal to true, so we don't want to query the unpublished movies. And we also just want to retrieve all of the videos on which the video resolution is equal to 720. So this will be the reference for all of the basic user movies. Now let's do the same but for the standard movies, and it's going to be exactly the same except on the video resolution, which instead of being a equal, it's going to be a in operator, and then inside an array of the 720 and the 1080 resolution. So if the video has a resolution inside of this options, then we want to retrieve it. Finally, the premium movie is the same as the standard one, but with the 4K option. Now, which query are we going to call onto our Firestore? So first of all, if the user membership is equal to premium, then we want our query reference to be the premium movies reference. Otherwise, if the membership is a standard one, then we want to retrieve the standard movies, and otherwise we are going to retrieve the basic movies reference. Now, to fetch the actual data from Firestore, we are still going to do one more check, and this is if the user is an administrator or not. So if it is an administrator, then we are going to fetch all of the movies, so the ones that are published and unpublished. Otherwise, we are going to fetch the query depending on the membership of the user. So once we have the query snapshot, simply save all of the document data, which will be the movie, onto a new array and then just resolve the movies. Don't forget to return this function on our service. So over here, let's go ahead and paste this. Okay, so now we have the get all movies. What we need to do now is to actually call the function. So let's go ahead and create a resource with the get all movies function. Now, one thing that's going to happen is every time we call this get all movies function on page load, then it's always going to return an empty array. And this is because the user will not be authenticated on page load. It takes some time for the authentication service to actually authenticate the user. So what we are going to do is create a new effect and say that if the authentication is finished, so if the authentication service has finished the authentication process, then either the user will continue to be null, and now we can say for sure that there is no user logged in, or it will have a user and we can have the user information and then just simply refetch, which will recall the get all movies function with the correct user. Okay, perfect. And that's it. So now let's do the same for the series page. So go ahead and paste our layout like so. Import the services and fetch the functions from each service. So create the resource for the series and then the create effect to know if the authentication is finished. Now we don't have this function, so let's go ahead and build it. And like the movies get all movies function, this is going to be exactly the same. So import everything. And as you can see, this is exactly the same type of queries. And the only thing that changes is to get the information from the series collection. Again, don't forget to return this right here at the bottom. And we have our series page finished. Now for our home page, so on the index.tsx, the main client page, let's first of all import all of our services. And this time it's going to need the series and the movie service because we are going to fetch all of the movies and all of the series. So create the resources for each, like so, the create effect to refetch the data, and then the layout with a concatenation of an array of all of our series and movies. Don't forget to do the same for the list series and list movies from the user, and the view content and the liked content. Okay, perfect. So now back onto our list layout. Let's go ahead and create a wrapper for our lists. So it's simply going to have some padding depending on the screen size and some margins and a background color. And for now, let's just simply add on the top a new container. And I will explain later what this is, but just give it a size of the screen width and give it a aspect video so it has a equal ratio height of a video. But for now, let's just ignore this. Now let's go ahead and create a new signal, and this will be the signal for the media content for all of the unpublished content. And why do we want this? Well, we want to be able for the administrator to actually see which content is unpublished so he can then later edit. And we are going to do the same for the published content. So set published content like so. Don't forget that this is going to be an array of the type media content, meaning that it can be either a movie or a series. Now, I know that I've showed you on the demonstration a lot of different lists, like for example, if a user has seen a specific kind of content, then suggest another type of content, or if there are new releases, or which kind of content is similar to a specific tag or something like that. But unfortunately, if I do this right now, then I won't finish this video ever because it's quite extensive. So what you can do is actually download the code from my website, and you'll have our list layout over here with the full lists available. But for now, for the video purposes, and so that we don't take much time, we are going to only render the published and the unpublished content. So let's create a effect like so. And let's say that if the props.allContent changes and if the length is greater than 0, then we do have some kind of content coming from the parent component, which again, don't forget, it's the specific page, either the movies, the series, or the homepage. So now what we can do is, first of all, let's copy all of the content from the props and then get the unpublished content, which will be simply a filter of all of the content on which the isPublished is equal to false. So let's go ahead and update our signal like so, and now do the same for the published content. So go ahead, copy and paste this, change this to published. This is going to be true, and this is going to be the set published content like so. Okay, perfect. So now every time we fetch the data from the page, we can automatically update the signal with the corresponding values. So now what we are going to do is render inside the second wrapper a card list component on which we are going to create right now. So we are going to do one for the unpublished content and another one for the published content. So simply pass in the label and the content, which will be the signal of the content we want to render. So let's go ahead and create our components. On our components, create a new file and call it cards list, like so. And this will be the component responsible for rendering all of our cards of all of the content. Not only that, but it will be able to handle the scrolling effect onto the left and the right of the content. So we've already seen that our interface, it's going to be a label and an array of media content, like so. And let's go ahead and create our components. Now we only want to show this if there is in fact some content. Otherwise, we don't want to show anything. And let's go ahead and create a div for the wrapper. So the first thing we need is the label, which will be a h1, and then another wrapper, this time for the cards itself. Now, because we are going to have a container scrolling from left to right, what we need to do is basically create a kind of a track, let's call it. And this will be this div. The parent div will kind of be the track, which will be the whole size of the whole items. But then we want a smaller wrapper on which we can then deviate from the left and right depending on that parent. So again, let's go ahead and create a new wrapper. And now what we want to render is basically 2 for loops. So as I said, the list itself, it's going to contain the contents we want to render, but it's going to be fixed onto a specific number depending on the screen size. If there are more items than the list contains on the screen, then we want to render another list outside of the window. So when the user clicks on the button to scroll to the right, then we simply change the offset from one list onto another. So basically, we are going to pick up the whole content list and subdivide it into several sublists on which fit on the screen. So the first for loop, it's going to be for this lists, which it's a signal we are going to create. Go ahead and close this. Inside, let's go ahead and create another wrapper for the sublists, like so. And then inside the wrapper, another for loop for every item of the sublist. Then for now, simply return a div. Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and create our list signal. And again, it's going to be an array of media content, like so. And so we know what we are actually rendering. Let's go ahead and for now render on each of the items the name of the content. Now let's go ahead and create a new signal, and it's going to be the number of items that we want to render onto the screen depending on the screen size. So what we can do is calling the onMount function from SolidJS, and this will be called when the component gets mounted. And what we want to do is actually set this number of items specifically onto each of the inner width sizes of the screen. So if it is very small, we just want to render one item, otherwise 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now let's go ahead and create a new effect, like so. And what this does is basically divide all of our content list into the sub lists that we've talked about. So first of all, we are going to get the number of items that it's possible to render on the screen. And then we are just going to loop through all of the content by the number of items we want to render on the screen. Then we are just simply going to slice it and save it for the correct lists and sublists. So let's slice the items by the current index and the offset that we want to render onto the screen. And if it is of the same length, then simply save it as a new list. Otherwise, if there is some kind of item left, so for example, if we are left with 2 content items, but the screen size is 5, then we simply fill in the rest of the 3 remaining content with a empty object. Okay, so by going again onto our lists layout, let's go ahead and import our cards list. And we actually forgot to return the show element right over here. So let's go ahead and do this. And to actually see our series and movies, we have to go for now using the URL onto the admin new page, like so. And I'm just going to create a few movies and series so that we can then see all of the content on the homepage. Okay, so as you can see, I've simply created a test movie with the following name, description, with some few cast members, genres, and then just a random cover image, a thumbnail image, logo, a trailer, and an actual video for the user to see on the movie player. So now let's go ahead and click on publish. And if we go onto our homepage, we still can't see anything because as of now, we have a user with no membership. So for now, let's just change our movie service so we can actually fetch everything. And we are going to pass in right over here where we say get docs. Let's comment this and let's simply get all of our movies. Later, we will come back and fix this. Another change we need to do is for now, let's go ahead and comment this because the user, it's not going to have any kind of membership. So let's go ahead and save this. And as you can see, we now have our published content over here at the bottom. And this will have a space in between the top because don't forget that we actually created a wrapper with the aspect video ratio. So it's going to fill the whole screen. If you inspect this, we can see that we have the first element and only then we have the cards list. Okay, so going back onto our cards list component, let's go ahead and change this to, first of all, the correct wrapper. So it's going to be a div with a flex one, so we can actually extend each of the items as much as possible in regards to the width of the screen. Now, if there is an ID, then we want to render a content card component that, again, we are going to create. But for now, let's go ahead and comment this and simply leave a fallback in case there is no ID, which represents all of the items that are left and do not fit on the size of our screen. So what we are going to do is simply render a empty div with the same size as it should be if there was an item. Actually, let's go ahead and already create the content card component, at least the interface. So let's go ahead and create a new file and call it card content.tsx. Okay, for now, let's simply create the interface, and it's going to be, first of all, the item itself, which it's going to be a media content item. Or if we are dealing with a series, then it's also going to have the seasons object. So let's go ahead and say that it's going to be a media content type and the seasons, like so. And then a onImageLoad function that will return the width of the image. And this is so that we can then do some effects on the card. But for now, let's just leave it like so, and I'll explain later what's its purpose. Don't forget to create the components, like so. And for now, let's just simply return a div with the content item.name, like so. So back in our cards list, let's go and import our content cards. And then we can already create this set image width signal. So back on the top, let's go ahead and create this image width signal, which at first it's simply going to be 0. Okay, so let's start by creating our content card component. And we'll do this step by step. So first of all, we're going to create a empty element like so, and put this inside that element. Now the main class, it's going to be a flex one, like so. Let's go ahead and put this in front of the return, delete this. And the first thing we want to show on each of the cards is actually the thumbnail. So let's go ahead and create a show element. Just like we did earlier, we are going to show the image of the thumbnail itself if it exists. Otherwise, let's just simply default back onto an icon. Now we want to know the size of the image, so then we can do the effect on when clicking on the card, it opens and it expands onto the screen for the user. So in order to do that, on the top, let's go ahead and create a reference for the image. It's going to be of type HTML image element. And let's create a handle on image load. And this will need a signal for the image width, like so. So first of all, let's create a signal with a 0 value. And once the image is loaded, represented here by the onLoad, we are going to call the handle on image load, which simply gets the size of the bounding rectangle from the reference of the image. It then sets the image width of the signal with the right value minus the left value. If there is an onImageLoad function from the parent, then we simply pass in the width to the parent. Don't forget to actually reference the image, and the source will be the thumbnail from our content. And sorry, this show is going to be inside the wrapper, so let's go ahead and delete this and copy over here the image. Okay, perfect. And as you can see, we already have the movie image right over here, and if we hover it, you can see that it has the hover effect represented here on this group hover effects we have on the image itself. And if you right click, you can see that we have all of the items that are there, for example, our movie, and the items that are not there but should be. And if we go on to our parent, we can see that we have the first sublist of items that we need to render onto a list. Okay, so now let's create all of the commands for each of the card, which will be the play, add to list, like, or show more information buttons. So go ahead and import Tailwind merge, and we are going to change the class of the wrapper depending on whether the more information of the card is open or not. So let's go ahead and create the signal, leave it to false at first, like so. And then inside of our wrapper, let's first of all render all of the icons. So the first one is to play the content. The second one to add or remove a content from the list. So if the user adds the content on the list, then we are going to render a minus to remove it. Otherwise, we are going to render a plus to add it to the list. We are going to do the same for the like. So if the user doesn't like, then render a like fill icon. Otherwise, render just a like with the outline. Finally, the chevron down icon to show more information. And when the user clicks on this, then it simply sets the open to true to open the more information modal. So let's go ahead and create the two new signals for the user likes and the user content on list. Now what we have to do is actually create an effect. So every time the content item is changed, then we want to know which type of content that is. And if it is a movie, then we are going to set the likes for the like movies from the user and not the series. If it is otherwise, then of course we are going to get from the series of the user. So let's go ahead and actually get the user from the user service and import the service at the top, like so. Now, every time the user clicks on the play button, then we want to redirect the user to the correct media player page. And that will be either if the movie is a movie, then it's going to go on to the movies, and we simply pass in the ID of the movie. Otherwise, if there is a series, then we simply go on to the first episode from that series. Go ahead and create the use navigate at the top, like so. Now, when the user clicks on the list, let's go ahead and create the function for that at the top. And what this does is basically call a add movie to the list if the content item type is of type movie. Otherwise, it's going to call in the add series to the list. And these will be two functions that we are going to create now on our movies and series services respectively. So don't forget again to use with the toast. And before we actually implement these functions, let's just go ahead and finish our handle on click like. So it's going to be very similar to the add onto the list, but instead of calling in the add series to list function from our service, we are going to call in the like movie again from our service, and we are going to create that right now. So back onto our movie service, let's go ahead and at the bottom, create a new function, and let's call it like movie, like so. So it's going to receive the movie ID on which we want to like or dislike, and the value on whether we want the user to like or dislike. So in order to like or dislike a movie, the first two things we need is the reference for the user and the movie itself. Okay, so the first thing we want to see is if the value is equal to true, then we want the user to like this video. And the first thing we are going to check is if the user already liked it. So if the movie ID is included on the liked movies from the user data, then we simply reject saying we've already liked that movie. Otherwise, let's update the correspondent documents. And the first one, it's going to be the user one. And we simply want to change the liked movies array to have all of the previous liked movies stored in the user data, plus the new movie ID we want to like. And then we simply update the movie likes with a increment function we can get from the Firebase Firestore. Finally, update our user signal from the user service, and then simply resolve. To unlike the movie, it's going to be the same. So first of all, we are going to check if the user has not liked the movie, and if so, then simply return it with a reject. Otherwise, let's go ahead and update our user with a filter on the liked movies to exclude the current movie ID. Then increment the likes of the movie to -1, and again update the user signal we get from the user service. Now, before we get on to the adding the movies to the list, we can already create another function on which we are going to use later, which is the view movie function. And this is going to be very similar to the like movies. So first of all, we are going to get the user reference and the user data. And then we simply say that if the viewed movies of the user includes the current movie ID, then we don't want to do anything, so simply resolve it and return. Otherwise, let's go ahead and update our user document to include this new movie ID in its viewed movies array. Update the user signal and resolve. So this function is going to be called every time the user clicks on a movie to watch, and it will, as you can see, automatically save the viewed movie onto the viewed movies array of the user. Now, to add a movie onto the user's list, let's go ahead and create a new function. And it's going to be very similar onto the like movie. So again, we are going to get the user and the movie reference, get the user data. If we want to add the movie onto the list, then first of all, we are going to check if it is already saved. And if so, then simply reject with a message. Otherwise, let's go ahead and update our list movies array from our user and update the signal from the service. To remove, we do the opposite. So if it doesn't include, then we have nothing to remove. Otherwise, let's go ahead and filter all of the list movies. Update the user signal and then just resolve. Finally, don't forget to return all of these newly created functions, like so. Now, for the series, it's going to be exactly the same, so I'm not going to explain it again. The logic, it's going to be exactly the same. The only thing you have to do is change the name of the variables accordingly. Okay, so going back into our card content component, we can go ahead and already import the movies and series services and get the functions we need from each of the service. So the like movies, add movies to list, like series, and add series to list. Okay, perfect. So now, as you can see, if we hover it, we get the play, add to list, like button, and the more information button. But for now, it's not going to work because we still don't have the user information stored in our Firestore, but we will do that later. Now, the next thing we need on our card content component is to show the age rate of the content item. And then if we are dealing with a series, we want to render the season's length. So we know how many seasons that this series has. Otherwise, we are going to render the duration of the movie. So as you can see, we now have the age rate, which in this case, it's going to be all, and the hours and the minutes of this movie. Now, finally, simply render a list with all of the genres that the content has. So as you can see, we now have genre 1 and genre 2 rendered onto the card options. Okay, so before we continue, let's just go ahead and fix a few things, namely the multiple render we see over here. So we only have one movie and this is rendering 3 of them. So the problem is in our cards list component, and basically because we only have one video, then we are always going to go on to this option over here, which as you can see, sets the list signal to what was previously saved with the new items. And because this is going to be called multiple times, then it's always going to add a new video onto the list. So to fix this, simply at the beginning, set the lists to a empty array, like so. Okay, perfect. As you can see, we now only have one movie. And the other thing I want to actually fix is this huge gap we have from the top to the list. So by going on to our lists layout, I've told you to actually build this div to kind of have a space in between. And this is so we can render the featured content. So every time we go to a new page, whether it's the series, the movies, or the homepage, we want to show, first of all, the featured content. And only then we want to render the list. So what we can do is actually create a new show element and only show when there is a featured content. So go ahead and copy this and paste it inside, like so. Now our featured content, it's going to be a signal. So on the top, let's go ahead and create a new signal. And it's going to be of type media content or null. So if we don't have any kind of featured content, then simply don't render the aspect video div. But now we have another problem. So as you can see, the list is on top of the screen and we also don't want that. So what we can do is on the show, add a fallback, and this will simply be a new div with some kind of fixed height. So let's give it a little more. Okay, perfect. And now as you can see, if we don't have a featured content, then we render the list with a div with a little bit of height so it can have an offset from the top. Okay, perfect. And since we are here, I think we can already create our featured content. So in order to do that, if we scroll a little bit up onto our create effect, you can see that it's here that we are creating our unpublished lists and our published list. Now, what we want to do is actually set our featured content signal to be a random item from the published content. So we do a math floor of a random number between 0 and the size of our published content array. So as you can see now, we already have the huge gap we had earlier. This is because we now have a featured content, which in this case, it's going to be the only movie we currently have. Now let's go ahead and actually create our component. And for that, inside our wrapper, let's create another wrapper like so. And the first thing we want is the image of the logo. So this will be the wrapper responsible to handle the title, description, and the logo image of our featured content, and you will see that in a bit. So let's go ahead and already put our header, which will be the description. And as you can see, we now get the logo up here and the description of our movie. Now what we want to do is to render beneath our header the action buttons for the featured content. So go ahead and create a wrapper, and inside we are going to put 2 buttons, one for the play button to go ahead and redirect the user to the media player for the featured content, and another button to show more information regarding that content. Now let's go ahead and create a new signal to show whether or not we want to open the card modal that we are going to create later to show more information regarding the featured content. So at the top, create a new signal. It's going to be a Boolean signal to know whether or not the featured content modal is open or not. Let's also create the handle on click play handler. So right over here, let's go ahead and delete this and create our handle on click play, which it's going to need the navigate. So let's go ahead and import it right here, like so, use navigate, and then import our content type from the types. So the URL, it's going to be dependent on whether it's a movie or a series, and the ID of our featured content, and then just navigate the user to that URL. Okay, so the next thing we need is below our actions wrapper, we are going to add the cover image of our featured content, and it's going to be a absolute because we want to center it on the whole featured content size. So, okay, perfect. So now, as you can see, we have the cover image of the featured content. Now, the content might have or not a trailer, and if it does have, then what we want to do is also render a absolute div, but in this case of a video of the trailer. So again, we are going to show only if we have the trailer, and if so, it's going to be a video HTML tag with an autoplay, and it's going to be muted. We're going to pass in as the source the trailer URL, and it's going to have also a absolute class, and it's going to have a opacity in case the video has ended or not, because we want to actually render first the video, and when the video ends, then we want to show the cover image. And we can actually achieve that by using the onEnded event, and this will trigger every time the video ends. So let's go ahead and create a function, and it's really simple. So the only thing it's going to do is set our set video ended signal to true. Now we just need to create that signal. So at the top, let's go ahead and create a Boolean signal for that. Okay, perfect. So now the first thing we are going to see is going to be the movie. And when the movie ends, then it's going to set the opacity to 0, making the cover image visible. So let's go ahead and see this. Let's refresh it. As you can see, we first have our trailer video. And then when the video ends, it fades out onto the cover image. Perfect. Okay, so another error over here. The image and the video are not going to be inside our wrapper for the logo, description, and button and action button. So it's going to be outside. So go ahead and put it outside like so. And now not only we get the video and the cover image, but we also get the logo, the description, and the action buttons. Okay, perfect. Now, one thing you might notice is the separation from the video and the rest of the content. And we don't want it to be so harsh. We want it to be with a little bit of gradient. So let's go ahead and do that. So in order to do that, simply paste it below our show trailer, the following div. So it's going to be a absolute with a background gradient to the top from the color of our background. Okay, so now as you can see, we have this fade gradient from the featured content to the rest of the page. Perfect. So another thing I don't like is up here, as you can see, we have the movie or the image behind our navbar. And in this case, it works perfectly. But if we have something more white, for example, then it probably will not make the links visible. So let's go ahead and do the same thing as we did on the bottom, but in this case on the top. So up here, let's go ahead and create a new div, also with a gradient background. But in this case, it's going to be on the top and it's going to go onto the right. Okay, perfect. As you can see, we now have this little gradient over here that independently of whether the image or the video, it's going to be clearer or darker, then we always have this dark gradient to make the logo and the links pop more from the screen. Perfect. Okay, so we have the feature content, we have the lists with each of the content. Now what we need is the modal to open the more information of each content. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's create a new component and let's call it cards content modal, like so. Now this component, it's going to work in the following way. So it needs to know the position of where it wants to render first, and it will appear immediately on where we want to render. So for example, if we were to open a modal for this component specifically, then we want the first position of the modal to be the position of this element with the same width and height that we want to render first. Only then, after a few milliseconds, then it's going to expand from that position and that size to the full screen and then present all of the information. So what we are going to need for the interface is, first of all, the content itself, so we can render the information from the content. Don't forget that we need to add the seasons in case this is a series content. And now, as you can see, we need the initial position on the X and Y axis and the width of the image. We don't need the height because we are going to assume that everything is going to have the video aspect. Finally, we just need a event handler to handle every time the user wants to close the modal. Okay, so let's go ahead and build our components. And let's start by creating the wrapper reference for the modal. So it's going to be an HTML div element. We are going to use the navigate. We are going to use the following services. So it's going to be the user, the movies, and the series service. And from them, we are going to use the following functions. Now let's go ahead and first of all, return our elements. And one thing we are going to do is, first of all, we want this to be rendered on top of everything of our web page. Now we could do a Z index, but this is not enough. Because if we render this modal inside and it's going to be inside of another component, then it's not going to be in front of everything. Because remember, the Z index only works in regards to its siblings and the parent position. So if it is absolute, relative, or otherwise. Another thing we could do is actually render all of these components and then append it onto the document. So we could, for example, on mount, create a new element on the document and then simply append all of the HTML onto that element. So in this way, we would have this content card modal rendered on the top of our HTML tree. But the third approach is what we are going to use. And SolidJS has this very cool element called the portal. So let's go ahead and use it. And what this does is basically what I've just described, but we don't have to add all of the logic to do so. So it will automatically render this on top of the HTML tree. So this way we can know for sure that this is going to be rendered in front of everything. Okay, perfect. So let's start with our wrapper, and it's going to be fixed in the size of the screen. So we want to fill the whole screen with this. Then let's create the second wrapper, and this will be the wrapper for the content itself, not the whole screen. So first of all, we need the reference. This is going to be the wrapper reference we've just created, like so. And before we do anything else, let's just, for now, render already this modal, and we can do so on our list layout. So at the bottom, let's go ahead and create a new show, and we are just going to show this modal. First of all, if the featured content is open and if it exists. So let's go ahead and import this, and we are going to pass in the featured content, and the initial position of the X and the Y are just simply going to be off screen. So we can actually get the animation of the modal from the screen at top to the whole page itself. It's not going to have a initial image width, so just set it to 0, and then on close, just set the featured content open to false. Okay, so let's start by setting the background of our modal, and it's going to be really simple. So first of all, it's going to be a conditional rendering because we want to know if the component is mounted or not. So we can change the classes depending on whether it's mounted or not. So let's go ahead and create our signal is mounted like so. And in case it is not mounted, that it's going to be with a 0 opacity, otherwise it's going to be 100. Let's go ahead and already create the handle close function. And we are going to change this a little bit, but for now it's simply going to call the props.onClose function, like so. Now don't forget that on mount, we want to set the is mounted to true, like so. Okay, perfect. So now if we click on the more information, we can see that we get the blurred background. And then if we click on it, then it's going to close. Perfect. Okay, so now inside our wrapper, let's go ahead and create a new wrapper, and it's going to be relative. So every absolute item inside, it's going to be relative to this. And the first thing we want to do is show. So show when we have a thumbnail image URL. So we want to render the image of the URL. So let's go ahead and create the image. The source, it's going to be the thumbnail, like so. And the class for now, it's going to be the following. Now, because this is going to have a complex animation, the first step after being mounted is to know whether or not it's fully open. So let's go ahead and create a new signal and call it is fully open and just set it to false for now. And this will only be true when the animation from the item itself then fills the whole screen. Only then we can say that, okay, the more information modal is fully open. So what we can already do is inside the onMount, first of all, let's go ahead and delete this. We want to set a timeout for the isMounted because again, we are going to take in consideration some effects before being mounted, and then simply add a new timeout for the set is fully open to true with roughly about 0.6 seconds. So this will be the time for the animation to take place from being mounted to being completely open. What we can already do also is on the handle close is, first of all, we don't want to close everything as of now. First of all, we want to say that the isMounted is false, so it can then reverse the animations before actually closing. And then later on, we are going to set the timeout and say that the fully open is false, and only then we want to close the whole component. Okay, perfect. So now what we can do is on the image, add a new dynamic class with the following. So if it is mounted, that it's going to be with a little bit of duration and a rounded. And then if it is fully open, then it's going to remove the rounded, like so. Now, another thing we need is to actually know the width of the image so we can then set it accordingly. So let's go ahead and create a new signal, and it's going to be the initial image width we get from the parent. And what we can now do is actually change the styling of our thumbnail image. So let's go ahead and do that. And what we are basically saying is, first of all, we are going to change the max width of the image depending if it is fully open. So first of all, if it is mounted, it's going to be on a fixed size. Then it's going to default onto the image width. Also, we are going to do a transform animation because, again, we are going to render from the actual image size to the whole screen. And to do that, first of all, if it is mounted, then it simply sets the translation to 0, so the initial position. And then when it's fully open, then we want to go on to the initial position and scale everything a little bit. So now let's go ahead and also change the classes of our wrapper, like so. And now if we click on the more information, remember that the initial position we set for this modal is going to be off the screen, off the top. So it's coming from the top of the screen to the center of the screen. So let's go ahead and click this. And as you can see, it did the animation from the top to almost the center of the screen. So now in order to make it center, we need to have the deviation from the x-axis. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and create a new signal, and it's going to be like so. Call it deviation x. And the way we are going to know this deviation is on mount. So let's go ahead and create a new timeout. It's going to be after the mounting phase, but before the fully open phase. And we add this delay so we can actually get the offset we want from the screen when it's completely open. So if we did it earlier, then it could fetch the values while it was still opening, and then we would get incorrect values. So what we want to do is actually get the position of our wrapper once it's fully open, and then just simply get the center of that element, the center of the screen, and then just do the offset on the x-axis, like so. Don't forget to do the same when closing, but this time it's going to be the first thing we want to do. So we want to set the deviation to x so that the element, when it's fully open, it gets offset and then starts to close. Now to handle this offset, it's going to be on the wrapper ref. So let's go ahead and do a new styling. And we are just going to say that if there is a deviation, then just translate with that deviation on the x-axis. Otherwise, just do nothing, like so. So now if we click on it, you can see that it comes from the top and then starts to deviate almost again to the center. So it's still missing a few things, but we're almost there. But before we fix that, one thing I want to do is, there is the case that we don't have this image. So we want to render a fallback, like so. And the fallback, it's going to be a image icon. And then it will have the classes and the styling we have again in our image. So it's going to have the same effects that the image has, but this time it's going to be an icon rather than an image. Now to finish this off, below our image, we are going to do the same thing, but for our video. So we are going to show the trailer video, and like we did on the featured content, it's going to be autoplay and muted, and it's going to change its classes depending on whether or not it's mounted in if the video ended. So again, if the video ends, then what we want to do is actually make the video disappear so that we can show the thumbnail image. These styles are going to be exactly the same as the image, so we have the same effect as we have on the image. Let's just go ahead and create this signal to know whether or not the video ended. So at the top, video ended, and set video ended, like so. Okay, so now if we click on it, we first get the video, and then like the featured content, once the video ends, then it's going to default onto the thumbnail image. Perfect. Now the next phase after it's covering the screen is to actually open the drawer with the whole information and also render the title, the logo, and a few of the action buttons. So let's go ahead and first of all create a new signal to know whether or not the drawer is open. And again, we want to trigger this signal based on the animation. So we want to open the drawer when it is fully open. So we can go ahead and do that over here. Also, we want to do the same when closing, and it's going to be the first thing we want to do. So first of all, we want to close the drawer, and then we want to deviate, and then we want to make everything disappear. Now, the first thing we can do is do the same gradient we did with the featured content, and it's going to be below our show. And again, it's going to be exactly the same thing, but now it's going to either appear or disappear depending on whether the drawer is open or not. So if we click now, you can see that it opens, and then we get this fade effect to open the drawer. Perfect. Now, before we implement our drawer, let's go ahead and do our action buttons. And this is going to be pretty much the same as it is on the featured content. So it's going to have, first of all, the logo image. It's then going to have the play icon, the plus and minus icon to add or remove this content from the users list, and whether to like or not the content. So let's go ahead and first create our signals, and we can start with the user likes content and user adds content on list. And this is going to be really simple, so let's just create a new effect. And if we do have a user and the content item, then simply get the like movies or the list movies to know whether or not the user likes or has the content on its array. So don't forget to do that conditionally, whether we are dealing with the movie or with a series. Now let's go ahead and already implement our handlers. So the first one, it's going to be when the user clicks play. And again, it's going to be very simple. We are just going to navigate the user to the correct URL of the video player. Then to handle the like, we are going to call in our either like movie or like series from the series and movies services, respectively, depending on the content type. Pass in the ID of the content and then the negative value of what the user wants to do. So if it wants to add, then it's going to be true. Otherwise, it's going to be false. And then just toast everything so the user has some visual feedback. And finally, let's do the same, but to add and remove from the list. So it's going to be the same as it is to like the content or not, but it's going to have the add movie to list or the add series to list. Okay, perfect. So now if you open, you can see that once it is fully open, then it's going to start the fading effect and showing our logo and our action buttons. Perfect. Now inside our image URL wrapper, let's go ahead and create a close button. So it's going to be only in SVG, again with the styling accordingly if it is open or not. And once the user clicks, it's just going to close the modal. So as you can see, we now have this close button. If we click on it, then it's going to do the exact same thing if we click outside of the modal. What we can also do is on the top, do the same thing, but in this case, it's going to be the edit button. So if the user is an administrator, then let's go ahead and render a pencil icon. And when the user clicks, it's going to go onto the respective edit page of the content. Okay, so now in order to fix this deviation, what we need to do is change the duration both for the image. So it's going to be 300. And you can see that it's going to be the same time as we calculate the deviation X over here. So we know for sure that it's now going to have the right center and the screen center. And also change the duration to 300 for our video, like so. So now if we open it, you can see that it stays centered to the screen. Now let's go ahead and handle the drawer. So at the bottom, below our close button, let's go ahead and create a new div. And it's going to be relative. And again, it's going to do some animations on open and close on the drawer. And the only thing that's going to do is change the max height, so it does the effect of opening and closing. Now inside our drawer, we are going to need a few things. So let's go ahead and create a grid wrapper. And we are going to add 2 columns. So first one, it's going to be of size 3, and the total, it's going to be of size 5. And the second one, it's going to be of size 2, like so. So the first column is going to render some useful information regarding the content. And it's simply going to be, first of all, the age rate. Then it's going to be the video resolution. Then the release date for the content. And then if we are dealing with a series, then what we want to show is the length of our seasons. Otherwise, if it is a movie, then we want to show the duration of the movie, like so. And finally, outside our wrapper, we are going to render the description of the content. So if we now open, we can see that the drawer opens and we can already see the age rate, the video resolution, release date. In this case, it's a movie, so it's going to be the duration and the description of the movie. Now, one thing that's wrong here is that we need to divide this also by 60. Okay, so there you go, 1 hour and 4 minutes. Perfect. Now for the second column, right over here, first we need to render the cast. So we are going to do a for loop for all of our cast members inside our content. And each cast, it's going to be a link. So import the A element from the SolidJS router. And it's going to reference the search page with the query for the person in that cast. So every time the user clicks on a cast, then it gets redirected to the search page with the query for that cast. Now simply add a dot tag in between every other cast. So now as you can see, we have the cast over here and we have the cast 1, cast 2 with the dot in between. And if we now click on a cast, for example, you can see that we get redirected to the search page with the query for the cast. Okay, so now we only need to do the same for the genres. So let's go ahead and close this wrapper, and below we are going to do the same, but for the genres. Okay, so now we have the cast, we have the genres, and for a movie, that's about it. But if we are dealing with series, that we want to show each of the episodes and the seasons. So I'm just going to create a new series very quickly, and then we are going to show all of the episodes in the card modal. Okay, so let's just quickly update our series service so we can actually get all of the results. So let's go ahead and comment this. And also here, let's go ahead and comment and get all of our series, like so. So as you can see, we now have a series on our series page, and you might have noticed, but this is on the unpublished content. And I did this so that we can now check how we would proceed on to making this publish. So first of all, you can see that there's no featured content because again, there is no published content. Now let's quickly update our card content component so it can display the modal to show the more information. So at the bottom, let's go ahead and show, if it is open, the content card modal. Now we need to get the positions X and Y for this image. So unlike the featured content, we need to know the exact position of our image and then the image width. So let's first of all create the position signal like so, and then create a new create effect that simply checks that if it is open, then let's go ahead and get the image width and height from the image reference. Set the positions accordingly with a little bit of an offset because Don't forget that every time we hover onto an image, it scales a little bit, so we have to take that into account. Otherwise, if it is close, then simply leave the position X and Y to 0. So now if we hover and click on the More Information button, then it opens the modal and shows more information. So let's finish our modal by creating a new show element, like so, and we are just simply going to show if there is a seasons and the length of the seasons is greater than 0. So first of all, we need the header, and it will simply be first a header saying episodes, and then we are going to create a new button to actually select the season we want to show with a drop-down menu. So first of all, import our icons, and then let's create the reference for the button and all of the signals that we need for the effects. So we need a signal to check whether or not the seasons dropdown is open and to check which current season is selected. Don't forget at the top to also create a seasons reference. So right below the wrapper reference, like so. And so as you can see, it's simply going to be a button with the name of the current selected season with a chevron down icon. Then we make a absolute wrapper that opens and closes depending on whether the signal is true or false. And then just render all of the seasons as a available option. So every time the user clicks on a season, it just simply sets the current selected season to the index and closes the dropdown. So as you can see, we now have this season button, and if we click on it, we get a dropdown to select a different season. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and inside our show, but below our header, create a new wrapper to render all of the seasons and the episodes. So we are going to do a for loop for all of the episodes of the current selected season. And then each of our episodes, it's going to be a clickable item that will show only the thumbnail image if it exists. Otherwise, it's going to default to the icon, and then a name and the description of the episode. Now we just need to do the handle on click episodes and pass in the current selected season index and the episode index. And as you can guess, this will simply redirect the user to the media player with the season index and the episode index, like so. So as you can see, we now have 2 episodes from season 1. And if we click on season 2, then we get the episode from season 2. If we click on it, then the user gets redirected to the media player page. Okay guys, so I went ahead and already created new content so we can start testing a few things. And before we continue, I actually want to fix our list component because as of now, as you can see, the whole movies and series are aggregated in the same page, and we don't want that. We want to be able to scroll from one side onto another. So let's go ahead and fix that. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish the component. So as of now, we are only showing all of the content cards for every content, but again, we don't want that. We want to render on the screen only the number of items that's going to be, well, dependent on the size of the screen. And then the rest of the items we want to be outside of the screen with an arrow on the last item so we can then scroll the content from one place to another. So what we are going to need besides the content card is the 2 arrow icons. So the first one, we can put it right below, and it's going to be the right arrow. So again, don't forget that all of the icons you can import it from a Solid Icons website. And now, as you can see, we have a conditional class that simply does the following. So it checks if the current selected list has a last item. And if it does, then we are going to render on that last item that's currently present on the screen, the right arrow. Otherwise, just set the opacity to 0 and the max width to 0 so we don't have a clickable right arrow. Now we need to know what is the current selected list. So let's go ahead and create a signal for that at the top. And for now, let's say 0 because it's going to be the first list. And let's create the handle on click next. So when we click on the right arrow, what we want to do is set the current selected list to the next one if we are still in range. Otherwise, let's just return what was already saved on the signal. We can already go ahead and do the opposite. So on click previous, and it's going to be simply the previous selected list if we are still in range. So now let's go ahead and render the left arrow right below the right one, like so. Okay, perfect. And as you can see, we now have the arrows right over here. The only problem now is to actually put the list in front of the top list. So let's go ahead and do that. So what we are missing is, first of all, the main wrapper for the track itself. We need it to be relative. And now we need the second one to be a absolute. So this is going to be the one that's going to be moving from one side to another. Now, because we already had a flex with the absolute, you can see now that the lists are already in front of one another. So the bottom one is now in front of this item over here. But because it's off screen, then as you can see, we won't be able to see it. Now, we could make this list overflow scroll, but I actually want to make sure that the whole website does have this overflow hidden every time there's a component outside of the screen. So in order to do that, let's go ahead onto our index.css, so the main one, which should be over here, like so. And what we are going to do is actually set the root element, which is going to be the main element for our whole component, with a X overflow of hidden, a Y of auto, and then the width and the height, the size of the screen, like so. So as you can see, now we don't have a scroll on the X-axis. Perfect. So now if we click on the arrow, we can see that there's a change on the selected list signal, but we are still not scrolling the track depending on what is the selected list. So on our, not the track, but the actual list wrapper, let's give it a style, and it's going to be a transform translate depending on the inner width of the window multiplied by the current selected list. So if we do have the current selected list to be 0, then we want to translate 0. But if it is 1, then we want it to translate the size of the inner width plus a offset of the image width. Okay, so now if we click, you can see that it scrolls all of the content to the left. If we click again, then we get the last list on all of our lists. If we click on the back button, and it's going to scroll on to the opposite side. Perfect. Now the next thing we are going to do is the My List page, and unfortunately we still cannot see the My List items because we still are not dealing with the user information on the Firestore. But we will do that once we handle the Stripe payments and the sign up process. But for now, let's just finish the page to see more or less what it is. And it's going to be very simple. So let's open our My List page. And first of all, let's import already the services. So we're going to use the user, movies, and series service. From them, we need to fetch the user, the movies, and the series. Now let's go ahead and create the resources for the movies and the series, like so. We are going to create 2 signals for the list of movies and series that the user contains in its list. So at the beginning, it's going to be an empty array. And what we are now going to do is create a new effect. So what we are basically saying is once we get the movies, so the movie signal is true, and there is in fact some movies stored, and we have the user, and the user has a list movies. Also, don't forget, we need to check if the authentication is finished. So let's go ahead and import this from the auth service. Okay, like so. Let's do the same for the series. And if we do have all of these conditions met, then we simply want to filter all of the movies with the movies that the user contains in its list and save it in our user movies list signal. The same will be done for the series. Now for the actual component, it's going to be really simple. So let's go ahead and delete this. And it's just going to be a wrapper with a header saying my list, and then a grid with all of the content from the list. So let's just do a loop for all of the user movies list and the user series list, and then just render the content card for that content, like so. So now let's finish the search page, and this one we will be able to test it. So let's go ahead and do so. The first thing we want to do is actually use the use location, and this is going to be imported from the SolidJS router. And it is from this variable that we are going to be able to fetch the query from the URL. For the services, we are going to use the movies, series, and authentication service. Let's go ahead and get all of the functions from the services, create the resources, so for the series and the movies, like so. And now let's create 3 signals. So it's going to be the search content. So every time the user types a new query, then we are going to refetch the data. And we are going to save the series and the movies that appear from that search onto our search movies and search series signal. Then we are going to add everything onto our search content signal. So now the first thing we want to do is, once the authentication is finished, then we want to refetch all of the data, like so. We then want to create a new effect, and this will be the one responsible for handling all of the query of the movies. So what we are basically saying here is, if there is movies and the movie's length is greater than 0, and if we have here, as you can see, the location.query.query, and this is the way we can fetch using SolidJS the values from the URL. So we are going to say query dot and then the name of the value we want to get. And because the value we are defining on the URL is named query also, then it's going to be dot query. So if it exists, then we are simply going to filter all of the movies with the ones that have the name, the genres, or the cast, with at least the string that we are going to get from the query. Now, don't forget to make it everything to lowercase, because if not, then if we, for example, search for a movie that's called test, but it has the first T as a capital letter, if the user types test but with no capital letter, I think it makes sense that it should fetch the same movie with the capital letter. So we are just going to do a lowercase on all of our values, and then just say that if it does include the query, then it is a valid movie. So let's go ahead and add it to our filter movies. Finally, just update the set search movies with our filtered movies. Now let's do the same for the series. So it's going to be exactly the same thing, but for the series signal and the series values. Now the last effect we need is to check if we do have either the search movies length greater than 0, or if we have the search series greater than 0. So if so, then we are going to update the search content with all of these search movies and the search series. Okay, perfect. And like we did with the my list, it's going to be exactly the same thing. So we are going to render a for loop with all of the content cards for the content on the search content signal. The only thing different is the header. We are actually going to add a string literal saying searching for, and then the value we get from the query. So the user has some feedback on what it's currently searching. Okay, perfect. So now if we click on the search icon, we are currently on the main page, but if we type something like, for example, H, we can see that we get redirected to the search page. We have the query here on the URL, and we are already fetching all of the movies and series that has some kind of age on the title, genres, or cast. So let's see if this works by, for example, searching for a specific content. Let's go ahead with the zombies. And as you can see, we get the Walking Zombies series from our search content. Perfect. And then we have the searching for zombie, which will be the same value we get here from the URL. Perfect. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our video player. And you can see that if we are on the series and click on the watch button, then the user gets redirected to the series page with the ID of the series, and then the episodes / the index of the season and the index of the episode. If we are on the movies, then it will simply go on to the movies page / and then the ID of the movie. So this will be the 2 pages that will contain the video player. So let's go ahead and on to our movies, and it's going to be the movie ID page. So let's go ahead and open it. Okay, and let's start simple. So the first thing we need is to import our movie service. So let's go ahead and do that. And from the service, let's go ahead and fetch the getMovie function. Now let's create the resource for the movie. And as you can see, we are going to pass in the movie ID, which we are going to get from the parameters of our URL. So let's go ahead and create the use params, again from SolidJS router, like so. And inside our page component, let's just go ahead and do a show. So if we do have a movie, then we want to render the movie. That's it. So as you can see, we pass in the video URL of the movie onto our video tag. We give it a class of a width full and height full, so it occupies the whole screen. And then we add some control. We remove the no download controls, so the user can't download the video from the video tag. We just pass in the tsignore because for some reason TypeScript doesn't like this, but this is actually possible. And then we click on autoplay, so when the user gets redirected to the page, then it starts playing the movie. Let's just go ahead and already class our page. So it's going to be the size of the screen, a fixed element, and it's going to have a black background with the Z onto 900. So we make sure that it is on top of everything. So now if we click play on a movie, let's say this one, for example, and there you go. We already have our movie playing right over here. We do have the pause and play action. We have the full screen, like so. And we have a few more options like the playback speed and picture-in-picture motion, like so. Now the only thing we need is our own action buttons right here on the top. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's start by creating a new signal, and it's going to be called show UI. And this will be the trigger whether or not to show our top bar with the action buttons. Now our bar, it's going to be a fixed element. It's going to be inside the page. So let's go ahead and do that. And the only thing we do is if the show UI is true, then we are going to make it appear from the top. Otherwise, it's going to hide above the top and with the opacity of 0. This is going to be a gradient background. So we do have that gradient effect on the bar, much like we have on our navigation bar. So inside, the first thing that it's going to have is a link. So a SolidJS router link with the down icon. Now it's not going to be down because we are going to rotate it 90 degrees and we are going to reference onto the main page. So this is going to be the button to go back onto the main page. Finally, let's add on to the right of our action bar a wrapper with the 2 new action buttons. So it's going to be the button to add this movie to the list and a button to like the movie. Let's go ahead and first import all of our icons, like so. Let's create 2 new signals to know whether or not the user already liked this movie or if it has the movie on its content list. Now, every time the user watches the movie, we want to be able to save that. So we want to save the view movie, we want to save the like movie, and we want to save the list movie. So let's go ahead and get this from our movie service, like so. And the first thing we can do is actually create an effect. And we are simply saying that if there is a movie, so the user went onto this page, and if there is a movie, then we can say for sure that the user viewed the movie because again, we have the autoplay. So we know that the user viewed the movie. So let's go ahead and simply call the view movie on our movie service. And we are not going to call this with a toast because we don't want the user to have visual feedback that he watched the movie. This is simply to either get some kind of analytics on the user, or in our case, to actually render the lists depending on what the user viewed. Now let's go ahead and update our user has content on list and user likes content signals. So let's go ahead and create a new effect. We need to get the information from the user. So let's go ahead and get that from the user service. Don't forget to import it, like so. And so we are simply saying that if there is a movie and a user, then we want to get the like movies from the user and then just add on the signal if there is in fact this movie ID saved in the user's list. Let's go ahead and also create our handlers. And this time we want to give the user some feedback. So we are going to use the solid toast. But in a nutshell, what we are going to do is for the like, call the like movie from our service, passing in the ID of the movie and the opposite value of what it's currently stored in our signal. Then if everything went well, let's go ahead and do a toast.success. Otherwise, let's just print out the error. Now let's do the same for adding the movie to the list, like so. So it's the same thing, but in this case, we are going to call the add movie to the list. And the only thing we're missing right now is to actually make the top bar appear whether or not the user moved his mouse. So how can we do that? Well, the first thing we want to do is actually at the top, create a onMount and onCleanup event. So every time the component is mounted, then we want to add onto our document the mouse move event listener. And this handle on mouse move is going to be the following. So first of all, we are going to create a timeout, and it's going to be of type Node.js timeout. And the function itself is going to do the following. So every time the user moves its mouse, it's going to automatically set the show UI to true. So it makes sense. Every time there's a mouse movement, we want to already show the UI. And if there is a timeout ID, let's just go ahead and clear it and create a new timeout with 3 seconds delay. And this will simply set the show UI to false. So every time the user moves its mouse, it's going to clear the timeout and show the UI. If 3 seconds pass and there is no update, so there is no mouse movement, then we simply want to set the show UI to false. Okay, so now in the movie, if we move our mouse, we can see that we get on top our action bars with the action buttons. If we wait 3 seconds, then you can see that it disappears and we still continue to watch our movie. Perfect. Now we can actually test this again because we haven't dealt with the user on our Firestore, but we will look onto this when we handle all of the Stripe payments and the sign-up process. Okay, so now to handle the user sign-up and the Stripe payments process, let's begin by building the sign-up page. So by going into our public folder on the sign-up, let's go ahead and open this. And let's start with the main wrapper, which in this case, it's going to simply be a div with the size of the screen with a background. Now inside, we are going to pass in our background image. So let's go ahead and import this from our asset at the top, like so. And finally, just add a blurred background, like so. So if we go now onto the sign up page, you can see we have the background and it's all blurred. Perfect. Now let's already add the logo, and the logo will be a link to redirect the user to the main page, like so. So as you can see, we now have the logo right here. If we click on it, then we get redirected to the main page. Now our sign-up process will consist basically in 3 steps. And to handle that, let's go ahead and create a new signal. And the signal will be not a string type, but rather the specific type step 1, step 2, and step 3 string, logically starting from the beginning from step 1. Now, if we are currently in step 1, so with a show step 1, we want to render the step 1 section, which we will build right now. So at the top, let's go ahead and create a new function. It's going to be step 1 section, and it's going to receive the step 1 section props. And in this step, what the user is going to give us is its email and the password. So for the props, we are going to need the email as a string, the password, and then a onChange password event and a onClick next, so we know we can go to the next step. Now, the step 1 section, it's going to be really simple. Let's just return. And this will basically be a main wrapper, again, with a black background with a little bit of opacity. And inside, it's going to say, in the paragraph, step 1 of 3, a header saying welcome back. And then this is saying joining Netflix. Sorry, this should be Netflip, like so. And then say enter your password and you will be watching in no time. Then let's go ahead and give it a label for the email and render the email of the user, because remember that we are not going to input here the email. The user already did that on the landing page, and when it's going to be redirected to the sign up page, then we are going to simply render that email, and we are going to fetch that from the URL of the path, but we'll do that in a bit. Now, the only input we are going to have is the password that the user wants to define for its account. Then it simply calls the props onChange password, so we can pass in the password to the parent element, so the page. Finally, just add a button to go on to the next step by calling in the onClick next from the parent. So now going back into our sign up page, let's go ahead and first of all, let's create a signal for the password. So it's going to be a string. Remember that we are going to get the email from the path of the URL. So in order to do that with SolidJS, let's go ahead and import the use search parameters from the SolidJS router. Now let's just double check here because the email might be undefined. So let's default it to no email, like so. Now to handle the onFinish step 1, what we are going to do is create the function for that. And it's going to use the toast promise. And it's going to call our signup from our authentication service. So let's go ahead and import that. So it's going to come from the authentication service. And at the top, let's go ahead and import our service, like so. Now, again, the email might be undefined. So the only thing we do is say if there is no email, then simply return it. So if there is no email, like so. Perfect. So this will simply call in our signup function by passing in the email we get from the URL of the path and passing in the password that's currently stored in our signal. Once that's done, if everything went well, then just set the current step to step 2. Otherwise, if we get an error, then we have 2 possibilities. So the first one is the email is already in use. So the user already started the signup process. And if that's the case, then simply render onto the client saying that the account already exists and go on to step 2. Otherwise, just print the error. So as you can see, right now we have the step 1, which will be the input of the password. And if there is no email, like it is the case, but we will do that in a bit, then it's going to present us with the no email text. Then the user simply inputs its password and clicks on the next button to go to step 2. Okay, so now let's go ahead and render our section 2. So let's go ahead and build it on the top. So right over here. And this is the section responsible for the user membership that the user is going to select. So it's going to need, well, first of all, the selected membership, which again, it's going to be the type of the user membership. Then the event handler to pass in onto our parent, the user membership that the user chose. And finally, a on-click next event. Now, like the previous section, it's going to have the same main div, like so. And it's going to have a header and a paragraph saying step 2 out of 3, and then choose the plan that's right for you. Now, it's going to have a new wrapper and the 3 possible available plans. So again, the main wrapper, it's simply going to be something with a little bit of space in between the items, and each of the available user memberships is going to be a section element. So for each of the sections, we are simply going to do a rounded with a little bit of padding and the cursor pointer. And then depending whether or not this is the current selected membership, then we are just going to change the ring outside of the element. So the user has a visual feedback on which selected membership is currently active. Then it's going to have a on-click event, which simply calls in the on-change membership from our parent with the correspondent membership. So this one, it's going to be the basic one. So it's going to have a header saying basic, then the price for month, and then a unordered list with all of the list items that will be the perks of that plan. So for the basic one, it's going to be a good video quality. And then the next item, it's going to be a 7p resolution. The next membership, again, the element, it's going to be exactly the same. The only thing that changes is to check whether or not this is going to be the standard one, and then pass in the standard one to the parent. Change also the values of the text. So this is going to be standard, the price per month, and then the perks of the membership. So better video quality, and then 1080 resolution. Finally, do the same, but for the premium one. So again, change the price, change the perks to say best video quality and 4K and HDR, like so. Finally, don't forget to simply add a button to go on to the next section. So now for the signals, let's go ahead and create the signal to the current selected membership, which at the beginning, it's simply going to be a standard one. Okay, perfect. So we pass in the selected membership. Every time the user changes, we are going to update the selected membership signal. And then when clicked on click next, then it's going to go on to step 3. So in order for us to see visually, let's just go ahead and change our current step to step 2, like so. And as you can see, we have here the choose the plan that's right for you with all of the available plans. So if we click on one, we can see that it now gets selected. So it changes the background and the ring outside. And then we have the next button to go on to step 3, which will be the payment. So for this step 3, let's go ahead and create it already. And this is simply going to be the same as the other ones in terms of the paragraph and the header. But now it's going to render a payment component that we are going to create. But for now, let's go ahead and comment this and render on the page right here. Now, before we can actually create this payment component, we need to set up Stripe. So let's do that. Okay, so in order to handle all of our Stripe payments, the first thing we need to do is go on to stripe.com and then just log in onto your Stripe account. If you don't have a Stripe account, then simply sign up. Now you will be presented onto your dashboard, and the first thing you want to do is actually click here on the companies and then just add a new account. So this will be the account for your current projects. Let's go ahead and just say Netflix clone, like so, and choose your country of operation. Okay, so the first thing you will see is the dashboard for your project, and what we want to do is actually go on to the developers tab. So as you can see, we are now using test mode. So it's represented here by the test data and by here the click on the test mode. So this will always be in test mode unless you activate your account. And to activate your account, you actually have to go through the Stripe process of confirming all of the details that they need. But for our purposes, we are just going to handle with a test data. So let's go ahead and continue. So what do we need? So first of all, we are going to need our API keys. So if you go here onto the API keys tab, go ahead and click it. Then you can see that we have a publishable key and a secret key, and we are going to save them in a new file we are going to create. So when we created our Firebase project, you can see that we got this functions folder outside our source folder, and this is going to be all of the code related to Firebase functions. So in case you don't know what Firebase functions is in a nutshell a way to run some functions on the cloud using Firebase services. So let's go ahead and open our folder, and inside what we are going to do is actually create a new file and call it .env. So this file will be the one responsible to store all of our environment variables. So in our case, it's going to be the Stripe API keys. Now, if you want to make sure that your project stays safe, what you can actually do is go on to .gitignore, and at the bottom, just add the .env file. What this will do is every time you now do a git commit onto your repository, then it's not going to save the .env file. So this way, you know for sure that this file will always stay on your machine and it's not going to go anywhere on the web. Okay, perfect. So let's define the variables we are going to need. So first of all, it's going to be the Stripe secret key, and it's going to be a string. Then we need the Stripe public key, like so. And then we are going to need the secret for the webhooks. And I will explain in a bit what that is. So now back into our Stripe, let's go ahead and copy the publishable key. So this is the public key. So go ahead and just paste it right here. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and reveal our test key and copy this and paste it here on the secret key, like so. Okay, so now we have the secret key and the public key. So as of now, if we wanted, we could already start making some calls onto Stripe. But before we do that, let's actually get the webhook secret. So if we go here onto the developers, onto the webhooks tab, you are greeted here with what they call the Stripe events. And a webhook, in a nutshell, is a function that it's going to listen for some events that Stripe is going to send us. So you will have on our Firebase function this function, which will receive always a Stripe event and then process that event with the logic of our business. Now, we could add a live endpoint, and if you go on to production, then this is what we want to do. But for now, we are going to test in a local environment. So let's go ahead and click this. And as you can see here, you have a quick tutorial on how to set up this. Let's go ahead and do this together. So the first thing you want to do is download the CLI. And this is going to be pretty simple. So I'm not going to do this. I already have installed in my machine, but you go ahead and read this documentation and install Stripe onto your local machine. Once you have that, you simply want to type in the terminal Stripe login. Again, I'm not going to do that because I've already done that. And just type in your credentials. So now your machine is authenticated into Stripe. Now, what we want to do is actually forward all of Stripe events onto our local machine. And in order to do that, we are going to call in this function. So let's go ahead and copy. And now you have two ways to do this. So first of all, you can directly call onto the terminal. So just go ahead and paste the command. But because we are going to actually run this every time we want to test something, let's go ahead and on our package.json, let's build a new script. And let's call it start Stripe, like so. And just paste in the command to forward everything to our local machine. So now if you type in yarn start Stripe, okay, perfect. And as you can see, we are now being redirected with all of the values onto our local machine. Now, as you can see, it says here, your webhook signing secret is the following. So let's go ahead and copy this. And let's go back onto our environment file. And let's paste it on the webhook secret, like so. Perfect. Now, on to our function. So let's go ahead and inside the functions folder, let's open the source folder. And let's open the index.ts file. Disregard all of this. Just go ahead and delete everything. And let's go ahead and import the following function. So we are going to import everything as functions from the Firebase functions and everything as admin from the Firebase admin module. Now, the first thing we want to do is to actually initialize our application. So let's go ahead and call in the admin.initializeApp and then pass in the Firebase configuration we get from the functions. Now, let's create a new folder, and this is going to be the one responsible for all of our routes. And we're simply going to have two of them. So the first one, it's going to be the users route, so users. And the other one, it's going to be for the payments, like so. Now let's go ahead and also create a new file. And this is going to be called utils.ts. So it's going to have a few functions that will help us. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is actually have a function that can authenticate the token we get from the client. So every time there's a call made onto our functions, we want to make sure that it is coming from someone with the correct token. So let's go ahead and create that. And it's going to be called getAuthorizationToken. And it will simply receive the request for the call, which will be of type functions.https.request. And from our request, let's get the JWT token from the headers.authorization. And if you don't know what a JSON web token is, I have a beautiful video on YouTube explaining what it is, how it works, and what it is for. So first of all, if there is no authorization token, then simply throw in an error saying there is no authorization token. If there is, then let's separate the tokens by doing a .split with the bearer token. So the token has to have bearer and the actual token itself. So if the length of the tokens is different than 2, then something is not right. So let's just go ahead and throw a new error. Finally, if everything checks out, let's just return the token itself. Another function we will need is going to be the check user verified. So this will receive the token as a string, which will be the one we get from this get authorization token. And it's going to return a decoded ID token from Firebase. We are going to need the admin, so let's go ahead and import it. And the only thing it does is it calls on the verify ID token from the token itself. This is a function available on the auth package of Firebase, and it will return the decoded ID token with a few values of the token itself. So first of all, if there isn't any token, let's just go ahead and throw a new error. Otherwise, let's just return all of the decoded ID token values. Okay, perfect. So back in our users route, we are going to create a function trigger. So what this is, in a nutshell, as you can see, we say export const on user create, and this is going to be a .user.onCreate. So what this means is every time there is a new user, then this function will be triggered automatically. So every time the user signs up onto our web page, then this function is going to be triggered, and we want to do a few things with it. So the first thing we want to do is actually create a new customer on Stripe with the email of the new user. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and create a new Stripe. This is going to use the Stripe module, which we still don't have, so we have to install it. And to install it, simply open a new terminal and then go on to the functions folder. Now inside the functions, let's go ahead and install what we install any other Node.js module, so yarn add and then Stripe. Now, just to make sure that we are on the same page and there is no errors, instead of installing the latest version, let's install the version we are currently using onto our project, which is the 12.3.0. Okay, perfect. So now we have Stripe installed on our functions, and we can go ahead and create the new Stripe object with the Stripe secret key. So we are going to get that from the process.env, which is the current value stored in our .env file. Lastly, just specify the API version, which is going to be this one in concrete. Okay, so now when the user is created, what we want to do, as I said, is to create a new customer on Stripe by passing in the email. Then we want to create a new user onto our Firebase store, and we are going to pass in the Stripe customer ID with the customer.id. Then we are going to set the membership to none, and everything else, it's going to be an empty array. So finally, let's just create the document by calling in the admin.firestore.document and then the name of the collection, which will be users, / the user ID, and then .create and pass in our newly created user. So this will save all of the user information onto our Firestore. Perfect. So now onto our payments. Let's go ahead and open this, and we are going to need the Stripe and the functions in the admin. So let's go ahead and import them. Don't forget to create the Stripe object like so by passing in the Stripe secret key. Now remember that I said that it's going to need a webhook handler, and we can create that by doing a functions.http.onRequest and call it Stripe webhooks. So this is the function that's going to receive the events from Stripe and then do something depending on what kind of event. Now, one thing to take note is that if we are going to do this on the local environment, then there's no problem and we can do it like so. But if we are going to do in production, you might encounter some CORS errors. And this is because we are not setting the CORS for this function in specific. So in order to do that, what we can do is create a new CORS object from the CORS module by setting the origin to true. Now, be careful with this because this is a breach in security. Normally, what we want to do is set here on the origin the URLs that are allowed to call our function. So by setting the origin to true, we are basically saying that anyone in the internet can call our function, and we don't actually want that, but for the purposes of this video, I'm going to set this to true. But if you're going to do onto production, then here you would simply give it an array with all of the allowed origins. So for example, the URL of your website, or in this case, the Stripe. So the Stripe has access to calling this function and whatnot. But for now, let's leave it to true. Now let's go ahead and wrap this up inside our CORS function, like so. And the first thing we want to do is to actually validate the call from Stripe. So we are going to create this function and we are going to simply pass in the request we get for this call. So let's go ahead and create this function. And in a nutshell, what this does is it's going to get the request and then it's simply going to output the Stripe secret and the Stripe signature. Now, what we want to do is, first of all, let's get the secret from our environment variable. So it's going to be the webhook secret. If there is no secret, then let's throw an error. Otherwise, let's get the signature from the request by calling in the .headers and then Stripe signature. Again, if there is no signature, then we are going to throw a new error. Finally, let's just return the Stripe secret and the Stripe signature. Okay, perfect. Now, to get the event values from our Stripe call, what we can do is call in from Stripe the .webhooks.construct event. And what we need to pass in is the raw body of the request, because Stripe will construct the event from the raw body. And then we have to pass in the signature and the secret to make sure that this request is valid. If everything went okay, then we are going to receive the event. Otherwise, it's going to throw an error. So what we can do is actually wrap all of this in a try-catch block. So like so, let's go ahead and copy this and put it inside our try-catch block. If there is an error, then simply log the error and respond with a status of 500 and then the error message. So now we can process every event we get from Stripe, and to know which one we are dealing with, we can do a switch case, like so. Now, depending on your use case, you can have multiple events, but in our case, we are just going to deal with the following ones. So if the events that we get from Stripe is the type customer.subscription.created, updated, and deleted, then we are going to do the same for every single one of them. Otherwise, if it is not one of those three, then we are going to simply log saying that this is a different Stripe event that we are currently going to deal with, and we are going to respond with an error. Finally, if we are dealing with this kind of events, then first of all, let's get the subscription from the event.data.object, and then simply call our handle subscription function, which we are going to create right now. Now go ahead and just ignore this because the subscription type is not the same as it should be, but I can assure you that using this API version that these values are going to be present on your subscription. So let's go ahead and create our function at the top, and it's going to be called handle subscription. So what we need for this function is first of all the customer ID, the subscription ID, which will be the ID of the subscription itself. So if it is on the basic plan, the advanced, or whatever. And then the product ID will be the ID of the product that we are going to create in Stripe in a minute. Finally, the status of our subscription. So the first thing we want to check is, first of all, if there is a user in our Firestore, and we can check where the Stripe customer ID, which we saved previously, is equal to the .customer ID we get from Stripe. If it doesn't exist, then just simply throw a new error. Otherwise, let's get the snapshot for the user. So let's do another switch case for the status of the subscription. And this is how we are going to handle the status of each of the subscriptions of each user. So we have a few. First of all, it's incomplete. So the user initiated a subscription, but has still not paid yet. So this is pending. And what we need to do is on the users collection of our Firestore for that specific user, let's update the values with the following. So the membership is going to be none because again, it has an incomplete subscription, and then just pass in the subscription ID, product ID, and subscription status. If the type is of incomplete expired, so 23 hours passed since the subscription was created, but payment was, and this is wrong, was not made. So if 23 hours passed since the creation of the subscription and no payment was made, then it's going to call in the incomplete expired. And what we want to do here is the same thing we did over here. So save the user with a new value, but this time we don't want to pass in the subscription ID nor the product ID because again, we don't have a subscription anymore. Finally, if it is active, so the user paid for the subscription, then we are simply going to update it with, again, all of the values. And then the membership is going to be the membership depending on the product ID. And we will get there in a minute. Now, if it is past due, we want to save the same type as we did on the active because we don't want to yet remove the subscription from the user. So the user, as of now, is owing money to Stripe, but it has a expire period. So the user has a period to still make the payment to continue its active subscriptions. So if we are on this case, then we are going to simply do the same as the active. So the user stays with their membership. Now, if the subscription has been canceled or the latest invoice hasn't been paid, so if the time expires, then we are going to get the canceled or the unpaid one. And for that, we are again going to set the membership to none and delete the subscription ID and product ID values. Now to get the memberships from the product ID, what we are going to do is at the top, let's go ahead and create this new function. And it only compares if the product ID is equal to a constant that we are going to define. And if so, then we are going to return the basic, standard, or premium depending on the product ID. So let's go ahead and create these variables. As of now, they are going to be an empty string. So go ahead and build them like so. And to actually get these IDs, let's go ahead onto Stripe and create them. So once you're on your dashboard, the first thing we want to do is go here onto More, and we are going to go on to the product catalog. Now let's go ahead and add a new product, and let's call the first one the basic plan, like so. Give it a description if you prefer, and then the price of the plan. I'm just going to give a random number, but you can go ahead and input the correct number. It's going to be recurring, not a one-time payment, and it's going to be billed monthly. So now go ahead and click Save and Add More, and this is going to be the standard plan, like so. Again, I'm going to just input random values over here. It's again going to be recurring and monthly. So save and add more. And finally, the premium plan. Again, random values over here, like so. And finally, save project. Okay, perfect. So now if you go onto your product catalog, you can see that we now have 3 different products: the basic plan, the standard plan, and the premium plan. So now what we want to do is click on a plan. Let's go with the basic plan. And as you can see at the top right here, we have the ID of the product. So let's go ahead and copy this and paste this onto the correct variable. Let's do the same for the other one. So the standard plan, paste it here. And finally, the premium plan. So let's paste it right over here. Perfect. So now from the product ID, we can infer what kind of membership that we want to set the user to. Okay, perfect. So now we can handle all of our Stripe events, but we still need to create the subscription. So let's go ahead and create a new function right above our Stripe webhooks. And this function is going to be called create subscription. And again, it's going to be a HTTP request, and it's going to be wrapped on our course. Now, the first thing we want to do is check the authorization token we get from the request. So go ahead and import this from util. We are going to decode our token. And now let's get our product from the request. So first of all, we need to get the product ID from the request. And for this, we are again going to create a new function. So let's go ahead and create this function at the top. And it's going to be called get product ID. And this is a request that we are going to do from our client side. And we are going to simply pass in onto our body data the membership, which again, it's going to be either basic, standard, or premium. And what this function does is simply return the product ID associated with the membership. Okay, so now that we have our product ID, let's go ahead and fetch the product from Stripe. So by calling in the stripe.products.retrieve and then pass in the product ID. If the product doesn't have any default price, then let's go ahead and throw a new error. Otherwise, we need to fetch the price ID. And if you go here onto Stripe, you can see that you have the product ID, and in this case, it's going to be the premium plan. But the premium plan can have multiple prices. So in this case, it's only going to be one price, which is $30 a month. But you can have, for example, let's say $60 a year. And this is a second price. So this means that we have the same product with 2 different prices. And as of now, it only has one, but we need to fetch the ID of that price. And as you can see right over here, we have the pricing table. And again, in this case, we only have one price, but we can have multiple prices per product. And as you can see, we have here the ID of the price, which is what we want to fetch right now. So in order to do that, let's get it from the default price, and the default price of our product. It's either going to be a string, which will contain the ID of our price, or it can be, if it is not, for example, a subscription, a value itself. So what we can do is say if it is a string, then simply return the default price. Otherwise, let's default the value onto a string format. Now, the next step is to get the Stripe ID from the user. So we are going to fetch the user from our Firestore, from the users collection, by passing in the UID we get from the decoded token. So inside the token, we are going to have the user ID information. So now let's fetch the data from the user. And if there is no user, then simply throw an error. Otherwise, let's get the Stripe ID. We save on Firestore, and the subscription status, again, we saved on Firestore. Now, first things first, if we have a current status of active or past due, then that means that the user currently has a subscription active. So we don't want to create a new subscription for this user. So let's just go ahead and throw a new error. Otherwise, we are going to create the subscription on Stripe. So we are going to call in the stripe.subscriptions.create, and this will be the values that Stripe needs. So the first one is going to be the customer, which again, it's going to be the user Stripe ID we get from Firestore. And then the items is going to be, in our case, a simple array with the price ID of the product we want to create a subscription, which, don't forget, it's the price ID we fetched earlier. And then these are going to be default values, so just leave it like so. Finally, when the subscription is created, let's respond with the status of 200 with the following data. So it's going to return a client secret, and this secret is the latest invoice we are going to get from our subscription. And if there is a latest invoice, then we are going to get the payment intent. And inside the payment intent, then we are going to have the client secret. And this is a variable that Stripe will generate for this subscription, for this client at this current time. And what we want to do now is to return the secret onto our front end. So then from the front end, we can verify that the user did in fact make the payment and the subscription was created. Okay, perfect. So now we have everything we need. Let's just go ahead and export everything, because the way functions work is by calling in this index.ts, and if we don't have our functions here, then they are not going to be uploaded. So the way we do it is simply export the function we want Firebase to create in the cloud. So in our case, we are going to use the onUserCreate from the users route, and then the Stripe webhooks and create subscription from our payments routes, like so. Now to build it, let's go ahead and onto our functions and simply type in a yarn build. Okay, perfect. So as you can see, we now have this lib folder with all of our build functions. So now the only thing we need to do is actually shut down our emulator like so, and then just call in again the yarn start emulator so it can have the newly created functions. And as you can see right over here, it says function loaded the functions definitions. And then we have the onUserCreate, the Stripe webhooks, and the create subscriptions, which are the functions we are exporting from here. So perfect. Okay, so now that we have our functions up and running, let's go ahead and start making our payment component. So on the source folder, inside the components, let's go ahead and create a new file called payment. Actually, sorry, let's call this payment, not payment. Okay, so what do we need for this component? Just two things, the email and the membership selected. So let's go ahead and create our component like so. And for now, let's just return a div. Now back into our signup page, let's go ahead and uncomment and import our payment component like so. Default the email to an empty array. And let's just change the step here to step 3 so we can see what we are dealing with. Okay, so as of now, it's only saying set up your credit or debit card. And we are going to need to install now Stripe onto the front end. So let's go ahead and open a new terminal and type in yarn add and then stripe/stripe.js. And just to make sure that, again, we are using the same package, let's go ahead and install the 2.2.0 version. Okay, perfect. So now inside the payment component, let's go ahead and first of all, let's create a new signal. And this signal, it's going to be the actual Stripe module. So we can go ahead and import this from the stripe/stripe.js. Now let's leave it to null for now because we are going to initialize Stripe with a few configurations. But before we do that, let's go ahead and create a new signal, and this will be of type Stripe elements, which will be a specific type with all of the Stripe components for the credit card information. We are going to need the client secret, so let's go ahead and create a signal for that. And finally, a is loading signal. Now let's go ahead and import our Firebase service, and we are going to call one of the functions we've just created. So the create subscription function. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and extrapolate the functions from our Firebase service. Now, before we handle all of the logic, let's go ahead and delete this. And we are going to render a show element from SolidJS. And we are just going to show this payment component if we have Stripe initialized, if we have a client secret, and if we have a valid email. Otherwise, if we don't, then let's just fall back onto a loading Stripe checkout div with a animate pulse. So as you can see, as of now, we have this pulse animation saying loading Stripe checkout. So let's go ahead and actually load Stripe. And for that, let's create a new onMount event. And inside, first of all, let's say that if we don't have any email or membership, then let's simply return this. Otherwise, let's go ahead and load Stripe. And in order to do that, we are going to call the load Stripe function we get from the Stripe module. And we are going to pass in the public key for our Stripe. Finally, if everything went okay, then let's simply set the Stripe that we get from the result and save it onto the signal. Now, we don't have this yet, so let's go ahead and make it. And to do so, on the root folder of our project, let's go ahead and, like we did onto the functions, let's create a new file and call it .m. Now, inside, we are going to create this new environment variable, and it has to start with void underscore in order for void to be able to parse it. So just need to initialize it to void underscore and then the name of the variable you want to use. Now let's go ahead and fetch this from our functions.env, and it's going to be the public key. So go ahead and paste this, and now we should be able to load Stripe. Now, before we can load the Stripe elements for the credit card information, we first need to have a client secret so that Stripe knows that we are now creating a new card for that specific user. So in order to do that, once the user mounts this component, then we are going to create, at the moment, a new subscription using our create subscription function. And we can do that by creating a new variable and using the HTTPS callable we get from the Firebase functions. Then just pass in the functions service we get from the Firebase service and the name of the function we want to call. This has to be the same name as the method we've defined on our functions folder at the top. Finally, we have the options here, but we are not going to use any options, so let's just leave it at blank. Now we need to actually call the function, so it's simply calling in the create subscription object, the create subscription variable we just created, and passing in the parameters we want to pass in onto our function, which, remember, it's just going to be the membership. So once the function finished, if everything went okay, then we are going to receive the client secret from Stripe. So let's go ahead and set our client secret signal to the result we get from the data with the client secret. Okay, perfect. So now that we have the secret and we have Stripe initialized, the next thing we have to do is to actually load the components onto the DOM. And to do that, let's go ahead and on our HTML, let's create a new div and give it an ID of your choice. I'm going to go with Stripe checkout form element. And let's now create a new effect, like so. So we want this effect to trigger every time there is a change on the Stripe, the client secret, and the props.email. And we just want to execute this if we do have the Stripe initialized, the client secret, and an email. And if so, then the first thing we need is to define the appearance of our Stripe elements. And we can do that by creating a new object and import the appearance from the Stripe module. Then we want this to be with a same theme as our application. So we are going to go with the night theme, make the labels floating, and give it a primary color of white. Now we don't need any option, and let's go ahead and get our elements. So we can do that by calling in our Stripe that's already initialized, dot elements, and then passing the client secret and the appearance. Sorry, this is going to be inside the if, like so. Perfect. And once we have the elements, let's go ahead and save it in our Stripe elements signal. Now we need to create our payment element, so we can do so by calling in the elements.create, then the payment, and pass in the options, which in our case are going to be none. Finally, the last thing we need to do is to actually mount this element onto our div. So right here, we put the ID of the div we've created right over here. And what this will do is basically mount the payment elements from Stripe onto our div. Now let's just create an input with the value of the email so the user has some kind of visual feedback, and a button to handle the submit payment. Now the handle on submit function, it's going to have, first of all, it's only going to be able to run if we have the Stripe and the Stripe element. And if we do so, then we are going to call in from Stripe the .confirm payment by passing in the elements and a return URL to redirect the user to a certain page once the payment is finished. We can go ahead and build this function at the top, like so, and it's going to be very simple. So we are going to get the current protocol from our window, the hostname, and the port. So the callback, it's going to be the protocol // and then the hostname. So if it is a HTTPS, it's going to be HTTPS // and then the hostname. And then if we do have a port, because again, if we are dealing with the local environment, then we will have a port, then simply append the URL with a colon and then the port. Finally, at the end, just append the / checkout because we want to redirect the user to our checkout page. Okay, perfect. So now let's go ahead and build our landing page so that when the user wants to sign up, it gets redirected to the sign up process. And our landing page, it's going to be very simple. So first of all, we are going to need the signal for the email, like so. Then let's give it a wrapper the size of the screen, like so. Now let's add our classical background image. So we have to import this from our asset, like so. Don't forget to blur our background, add our logo at the top, add a new link for the sign in, and it's going to be at the top but on the right. So as you can see now, our landing page will be like so. We have the logo here and we have the sign in button at the top. Next, let's create a new wrapper for all of our headers and paragraphs. So the headers are going to be the following. So the first one saying unlimited access to movies, series, and more. See anywhere, cancel everywhere you want. And then do you want to start watching? Enter your email to create or reactivate your account. So as you can see, it's the hero section right over here. Lastly, we just need another wrapper, and inside it's going to have a input for the email and a button which will be a link to the sign up page. Now, as you can see here, the reference for the link, it's going to be, well, /signup / and then the query for the email on which we pass in the signal we get from the email. And this signal is being changed, don't forget, by the input we set up over here. Perfect. So now if we go ahead and try, let's go ahead and just create a new user. Let's call it user2 at example.com. Begin. Now, as you can see, we have the email over here, and at the top, we also have our email. Now let's give it a random password. Click next. You can see that the account was created. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and select a plan. Let's go with premium. Next. Now it created a new subscription in Stripe, and it created the elements for that subscription. So if we go back onto our Stripe, go to customers, you can see that we now have a new customer created. And if we click on the customer, we can see that we do have a subscription created for the customer, but as of now, it is incomplete. So let's go ahead and fill it with the credit card information. And for the test Stripe, we can actually go ahead and choose the following card. So it's just going to be 4242. Then the validity, it doesn't matter. And this number doesn't matter also. Now let's go ahead and click Start Paid Membership. And as you can see, the user gets redirected to our checkout page with some information appended onto the URL. So let's go ahead and see what this is. So don't close this page, and with the page still open, let's go ahead and build our checkout page. And it's going to be really simple. So it's just going to be a wrapper on the entire page with a few show conditions. So we are going to create a new signal, and the signal will represent the current status of the payment, which can be either succeeded, processing, it requires a payment method, or it's going to be an error. Don't forget to set it initially to the processing. And the only thing that the page does is, depending on the status, it's going to render a header onto the screen. So as of now, it's processing because that's the signal we set at the beginning. And now what we need to do is call Stripe in order to check if the payment has succeeded or not. So the same way we did onto our payment component, let's go ahead and create a new signal for the Stripe, like so. And on mount, let's go ahead and load our Stripe. So on mount and load Stripe. Now, in order to fetch the information about the payments, we are going to need these values we get here on the URL. So let's go ahead and create a use search parameters, like so. And let's build a new create effect. Now, when do we want to execute this? Well, when we have Stripe initialized and we have the following variable in our URL. If we were to log this, you can see that we get the client secret from the URL at the top. Now, what do we want to do with this? Well, we want to call in from Stripe the retrieve payment intent. And we need to pass in the client secret so that Stripe knows which client we need to know the current status of the payment. And Stripe will return us the status of the payment. So let's go ahead and do a switch case. And we can get the current status from the payment intent.status. And it can be either succeeded, still processing, and requires payment method. So if it is succeeded, then simply set the status to succeeded, and then let's sign out the user and navigate him to the sign in page 2 seconds after everything was succeeded. For the processing, let's just update the signal so we can wait. And if it says requires payment method, let's redirect the user to the sign up page. Otherwise, if there was an error, let's default this onto the error. Don't forget that in order to navigate the user, we need to use the use navigate from the Solid router. And we also need to sign out the user. So let's go ahead and import our service, our authentication service. And from it, let's get the sign out function. Okay, perfect. So if we go now onto the checkout, we can see that it succeeded and it's going to redirect the user onto the sign in page. So if we now input the user and the passwords, click sign in, you can see that the user is now signed in and it has a valid membership. And you can see that by going again onto Stripe, and you can see that the user now has a premium plan active. And if we go on to our Firestore users, we can see that the user now has a membership premium. Okay, so before we continue, I've actually discovered a problem. So we didn't actually change the membership of the user in our Firestore because we have this error over here. So as you can see, this is the logs we get from the redirect events from Stripe. And we got this event here, customer.subscription.created, which should be interpreted by our functions. But we got an error saying dial TCP connection refused. And this is because we are actually telling Stripe to go and check in a port that's not currently being used by us. So what we need to do is go back onto our package.json and on the start Stripe command, let's go ahead and change this to the port of our functions emulator. And if you're not sure what that port is, then you can also open here the Firebase.json. And at the bottom, we have the emulators, functions, and then the port number for the functions emulator. So just copy that and paste it right over here. So we can tell Stripe that you have to look on to this port. And another thing we need is actually to change this /webhook because that's not the path of our functions emulator. And we can actually get that if we go here onto our emulator UI. If we go onto the logs, we can see that when we started our emulator, the function was initialized to this URL. So what we need to actually do is copy the URL for our function, which in our case, it's the Stripe webhooks, and then just paste it onto here. So this is the correct URL that you need to tell Stripe to look for. Okay, perfect. So now let's go ahead and protect all of our data based on the user membership. And in order to do that, we are going to protect it in two sides. We are going to do it on the front end side and on the back end side. On the front end, it's very simple. We just need to create two new layouts. So one for the client and another one for the admin. Now, the client layout, it's going to be very simple. It's going to receive only a children, which will be the type element or an array of elements. It's going to have the navigate, the user, and the authentication finish from our authentication service. Now, it's simply going to render the children if the authentication is finished and we have a logged in user. If not, then it's simply going to render the loading page. But of course, we don't want to do simply that. We want to also check in with a create effect. If the authentication is finished and there's no logged in user, then let's simply navigate them into the landing page. Otherwise, if it is logged in, but it doesn't have any kind of membership, then we want to also navigate them onto the landing page. Now, finally, the only thing we need to do is on all of our client pages, so all of the pages inside our client folder, then we are going to wrap the whole page with this client layout. So just import this and put everything inside the layout, like so. So this way, if all of the pages have this layout, then it's going to double check this authentication finished and user sign in. And if not, it's going to navigate the user onto the landing page. So we know for sure that all of the pages inside our client folder will at least have this guard redirecting the user onto the correct landing page. Now for the administrator, it's going to be exactly the same thing. So the only thing we are going to check is, first of all, if the authentication is finished and there is no user, then we simply navigate it to the landing page. Otherwise, if there is a user, but the user is not an administrator, then navigate it onto the home page. Again, don't forget to now wrap every page inside the admin folder with this new layout. So as an example, let's go ahead and put it right over here and then copy everything and put it inside the admin layout, like so. Okay, perfect. So now all of our pages are protected, but a malicious user can still query or change the data from our backend because we haven't set the Firestore rules. And in order to do that, let's go ahead and open our Firestore rules. And let's start by creating the rules for all of our collections. So first thing we want to do is let's go ahead and delete this and create a new auxiliary function, which will be called isUserAuthenticated. So this function will basically look onto the request, and if there is a UID, so if the UID is different than null, then we can say that this call is being made by a authenticated user. The next function we can add is if the user is a administrator, and we can check that by, first of all, check if there is a role attribute on the user's token, and if that role is equal to admin. So if it is, then we can say for sure that the user is a administrator. How can we test this? Well, we can go onto our emulator, and if we go on to another user, let's say, for example, this one we created, which is a admin user, we can set it as a admin by going onto the edit user and then just pass in on the custom claims the role admin. So every user that has this claim will be considered a admin user. Now let's check if the user is a member, and we can do that pretty much the same way as we did with the administrator by checking if the membership attribute exists, but now instead of being on the token of the request, we actually need to fetch from the Firestore itself, so from the database, the document /users, so the user's collection, and then the UID of the user. So we get the data, and if inside the data of that user in our Firestore, there is a membership attribute, the only thing we need to do now is check if that membership is different than none. If it is, then we know that this is a valid member. Now, while it is a member, don't forget that each member just has access to a certain type of video resolution. So let's go ahead and create a new function and call it isUserWriteMember. So the only thing we are going to check is, again, if there is a membership attribute inside the data of the user, if there is a video resolution attribute in the data of the resource we are trying to fetch. So if we are trying to fetch a movie or a series, it will most certainly have this video resolution attribute. And the only thing we now need to check is a user is valid if it has a basic membership and the video resolution is equal to 720p, or if the user is a standard one and the video resolution is 720p or 1080p. Or, again, the last condition, if the user is premium. So if it is premium, then it doesn't matter what kind of video resolution we are trying to fetch. It will always be able to fetch all of the videos. Finally, let's create a last function to check whether or not the content we are trying to access is published or not. So if there is isPublished attribute in our resource data, and if that is published is equal to true. So the content is only published if this condition matches. So now that we have these functions, how are we going to use them? So what we are going to do is do a match, and the match simply checks a specific collection in our Firestore. In this case, it's going to be the cast collection, and we could do this cast by cast, but we want to actually check not only the collection of the cast, but all of its sub collections that might be present inside the cast collection. So we do that by doing document equal and then just put the wildcard. Now there are three types of conditions we want to check on this cast. So first of all, the allow read. So the allow read is when fetching data from this collection, and we only want to allow to fetch data from the cast if the user is first of all authenticated and if the user is a member or it is a admin. Otherwise, we don't want anyone else to be able to fetch the content from the cast. Next, to write the cast, so to change any new kind of cast members from the movies, we just want the admin to be able to do so. So we are going to do if the user is authenticated, of course, the admin has to be authenticated, and it is a admin. Otherwise, no one else can write onto this collection. And finally, a delete. And again, only the administrator will be allowed to delete new cast members. Now, for the genres collection, it's going to be exactly the same thing. And for the movies, it's going to be a little bit different. So let's start with the read. So who is allowed to read the information from the movies collection? And see here that we are not going on to the sub collections because we are not going to have them. We are simply going to fetch the information from a individual movie ID. But who has access to this? So for the read, the user has to be authenticated, of course. And then either the user is a member and is the correct member for that movie. So don't forget that only a premium user, for example, can fetch all the information for all of the movies. But if it is a basic user, then it's not allowed to fetch video resolution for example, 1080p or 4K. And if the content is published. So we have to meet these three conditions in order for a user to be able to fetch a movie information. Or otherwise, if it is an admin. So if it is an admin, it has access to all kinds of movies independently if they are published or the type of video resolution. Now, to write the movies, again, the user has to be authenticated. And now, the same way we did before, if the user is an admin, then it has access to edit all of the movies. But if not, then the users are allowed to change only the liked attribute from each movie. Why? Because every time they like a movie, then we want to update the movie content to the likes +1. But if we don't give permission for the user to do that, then he won't be able to do so. So the way we can do that is actually make a difference between the data we get from the request and the data we get from the resource. And if the affected keys has only the likes, then that means that the user only sent on the request the likes to change, and the user is allowed to do that. And finally, only the administrator can delete videos. Now for the series, it's going to be exactly the same thing as it is for the movies. The last collection, it's going to be the users collection, and the only ones allowed to read the user information are, first of all, it has to be a authenticated user, and the UID we get from the request is the same as the user ID we are trying to fetch the information. So only the user can fetch the information regarding its own user. We cannot fetch information regarding other users unless you are an administrator. Then you can actually fetch everything. Now, to write information onto the user, only the user itself can do so, and to delete also only the user can do so. So not even the administrator has the right to edit, delete, or add new information onto the user. And as you can see, if we go on to our emulator terminal, we now have our rules updated. Perfect. So now we have our front end protected by redirecting the users to the correct pages, and the backend protected by applying the Firestore rules. Okay, perfect. So now the only thing we are missing is the accounts page. So let's go ahead and open this, and let's already go on to our manage account page. Okay, perfect. So don't forget that this is a client page. So let's go ahead and wrap this on our client layout like so. And let's start by adding a main wrapper. Now let's do another wrapper to divide the content like so. And the first thing we need is, again, another wrapper with a grid, a second wrapper, again with the grid, a third one, and a fourth one. So 4 grid wrappers like so. Now the first wrapper, it's going to be for the personal information. So let's go ahead and create the header for that. So personal information, use a permanent address where you can receive mail. Now, of course, we are not going to do any address, so you can change this to whatever you prefer. The second wrapper, it's going to be for the membership, like so. The third wrapper, it's going to be to change the user's password. So again, put the header. And then the last wrapper, it's going to be for the user to be able to delete the account. So put a header and a little description. So let's close this for now. And below our headers, let's go ahead and create a new wrapper with a show element for the photo of the user. So let's go ahead and import the user service and also the authentication service. For the authentication service, we only want to extract the signout function. And from the user service, for now, let's just simply extract the user signal. So user service. Now, the next thing we need to show is the name, like so. Import the user icon and create a signal to know if the user is editing the name or not. So at the top, let's create a signal. And let's also create a new signal to store the new username that the user wants to change to. So we are going to render this user icon if the user is not editing, and if it is editing, then we want to show the following div. Now, this was only for the photo URL, so if we don't have the photo URL, or if we do. Now for the actual name, let's go ahead and do another show, and if it is editing, then let's render a pencil icon on top of our image. Let's just go ahead and create the handler on change photo. For now, let's just leave it empty. Now, at the bottom, let's render the display name from the user and the email. So as you can see, we now have this user placeholder image and then the name of the user as well as its email. Finally, let's add the button to actually toggle the edit and unedit mode. So it's going to be either a X circle or a pencil icon with the cancel and edit, depending on whether or not the user is editing or not the username. So if it is not editing, it's going to get a button to set the edit username to true, otherwise it's going to be to false. So as you can see, we now have the edit button, and if we click, then we are editing and it appears the cancel button. And not only that, but as you can see, the image now has a pencil icon and it is clickable, so we can change the photo of the user. Now, one final thing is at the bottom, but not below the show, but actually, let's go ahead and create a new show. And if the user is editing, then we want to render the input from our components. So now the user can change the set edit username value from this input. Finally, just render a save button that will call the handle on username. So let's go ahead and create that. And for now, again, just leave it empty. But these will be all the functions responsible to send the data to our services. So as you can see, if we now click on edit, we now get this new input with the new name. And then if we do something like this and then click save, then we would send this new user information onto our service. Okay, so let's go ahead and close this grid and let's go on to the second one, which will be the membership. Now below the headers, let's go ahead and create a new wrapper and one more time, a new wrapper with the following classes. Now, the first thing we are going to show is the memberships. So let's go ahead and import this and then the name of the membership. So this is going to be basically a whole block with the name of the current user membership and then the video resolution depending of the current membership that the user has. So as you can see, as of now, our user has a premium account, so it's going to display premium and the 4K video resolution inside this box. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and do the same as we did for the name. So let's render a edit button and let's go onto the top and create a new signal. So is editing subscription. Perfect. So we now have another edit button, but this time for the membership. Now, if the user is editing the subscription, then let's go ahead and render two buttons. So the first one is going to be to actually change the subscription. And then the second one, it's going to be if the user wants to cancel the current subscription. And if the user wants to cancel, first of all, let's wrap it inside a confirm modal, so we can make sure that the user at least has a pop-up to make sure that he wants to cancel the subscription. If the user confirms, then just simply call in the handle cancel subscription. So like so. Perfect. If the user clicks on the change subscription, then we want to render a few more things. So let's go ahead and create the signal. And now below our buttons, let's go ahead and create a new show. And this will simply render when the user is changing the subscription. And it will render a header saying choose your new plan with all of the memberships that the user does not contain. So we only show the button to change the membership if the user does not contain that membership. So for example, in this case, if the user has a premium membership, then this button for the basic membership will be rendered. The one for the standard one also is going to be rendered, but then the last one for the premium is not going to be rendered. Now, don't forget to create the handle on change subscription, so at the top, and this function is going to receive a user membership. So now if we click on the edits, we can see that we have the change or cancel. If we click on the cancel, then it's going to pop up, and if we can either click on cancel or continue. If we continue, then it's going to cancel the user subscription. And if we click on the change, then it's going to appear the rest of the available plans for the user. Again, if the user clicks on one, then a new pop-up will appear, and then the user can either cancel or continue. Okay, perfect. So now to change our password, let's go ahead and create a new wrapper. And inside, let's go ahead and render our edit button. So the same way we did for the other wrappers, and create the signal to let the UI know that the user is editing the password. What we can also do is already create a new signal for the actual new password value. So it's going to need the current password, the new password, and then the confirmation of the new password. So when the user cancels or sets a password, the only thing it's going to do is set all of the password values into empty strings. Okay, perfect. So now below the password wrapper, let's go ahead and create a new one. And this will simply be another wrapper for the three inputs we are going to need. For the first one, the current password, then the new password, and finally the confirm password. At the end, just add a save button with the handle on change password event. So again, don't forget to create it. Let's go over here and change this to handle on change password, like so. So now if the user clicks on the edit, you can see that we now have the three inputs for the current password, the new password, and the confirm password. Finally, to delete the user information, it's going to be the most simple one because we are only going to render a button. It's going to be a confirm modal button, and when the user confirms, it's going to call the handle on delete user. One more time, don't forget to add that function, like so. Perfect. So as you can see, it's just a simple yes, delete my account button, and when the user it's going to pop up the confirm modal. Now let's go ahead and finish our handlers. But in order to do that, we will have to actually create a few more functions for our user service. Okay, so as of now, our user service only has the user signal. What we are now going to do is actually create a few more functions to change the user information. So as you can see, we already have the authentication firestore and function service, but we also are going to need the upload file, delete file, and get the file download URL from the storage service, like so. Now, the first function we need is the change username, and this will simply receive the new name we want to change, and it's going to call the update profile function we can get from the Firebase Authentication module. So we pass in the current user from our authentication and the new name for our display name. If everything went okay, then let's just update our user signal with the new display name. Now, the next one is to change the user photo, and this is going to be a more complicated one. So what we are going to receive from this function is the file of the new photo we want to save onto the user. And for that, first we are going to fetch the user data from the Firestore. Don't forget to use the converter as always and get the document. So if the user already has a photo stored in our storage, then let's go ahead and delete it and then simply upload the new image file. And don't forget that this upload file will return to us on the response the path for the new uploaded file. So we can then get the download URL from that path. We then simply need to call again the update profile from the authentication module, passing in the current user and changing the photo URL to the file URL we get from the storage. Finally, update the user signal and update on the Firestore the current photo storage path. The next function, it's going to be the change password. So it's going to receive the current password, new password, and confirm password. First of all, we are going to check if there is some kind of value, because if it isn't, let's go ahead and reject this. And let's make sure that the new password is equal to the confirmed password, because if it is not, then again, let's go ahead and reject this. Now, if this is all okay, then let's go ahead and use the email auth provider from the Firebase auth module, and then call the .credential method. And this will create a new credential based on the user email and the current password. So we can say that this is kind of a sign-in, but on the client side. Now let's re-authenticate with this credential, and then let's update the password again from the Firebase authentication with the new password. Now the next three functions are all going to be using a new Firebase functions that we are going to create. But for now, let's just simply create it over here on our service. And it's going to be the first one, the change subscription. So it's going to receive the new membership that we want to change. And we are going to use the HTTPS callable to call one of the Firebase functions. And this function, it's going to be called the update subscription, which again, we will do that in a minute. And then if everything went okay, then simply resolve it. Now the cancel subscription, it's going to be exactly the same thing, but we are going to call the cancel subscription from our Firebase functions folder. And again, one more time, but now for the delete user. So these three functions are all going to call Firebase Cloud functions. Finally, don't forget to return all of these newly created functions, like so. If we go back and onto our account page, let's go ahead and get all of these newly created functions from the user service. And now the handle on change username. It's going to be the following. So again, we are going to go with the toast promise, and we are going to pass in the change username from the service. Then simply pass in the new name, which is the name stored in the edit username value signal. So easy enough. Now the handle on change photo, we actually need to tell the user to select a new photo. So let's go ahead and do so. And we can do that by creating a new input element, changing its type to file to only accept images, either PNG or JPEG. And again, you can go ahead and change this to whatever you prefer. And then when there is an on change, so when the user selects a new file, then we are going to fetch that file and calling our change user photo, passing in the file onto the photo file props. Now for the handle on change password, very simple again, we are just calling in the change password and passing all of the values we are storing on the signal. Now for the change subscription, like so, again, just call the function from our service. Now to cancel the subscription, like so, and finally to delete our user. And this time what we are going to do is when the user is deleted, let's navigate the user onto the sign-in page. So don't forget, at the top, let's create the use navigate from SolidJS. Okay, perfect. So now we have everything prepared on the page and on the services. The only thing we're missing is to actually implement the functions. So let's go ahead and go onto our functions folder, and inside the source, let's start with the delete user. So let's go on to the routes and go on to the user's route. Let's go ahead and create a new function. So functions HTTPS on request, like so. And don't forget to surround this with the course. Also, don't forget to import the course on this file, like so. Now we are going to do the same thing as we did before. So we are going to validate all of the requests so we can make sure that this is coming from a correct user. So get authorization token and get the user verified from the token. Now, the first thing we are going to do is get the Stripe customer ID from our Firestore. So let's go ahead and fetch from the collection users with the UID of the decoded ID token, and then fetch the data and fetch the Stripe ID from the user. Now, the first thing we want to do is to actually delete the customer from Stripe. So we are going to call in the Stripe customers, delete, and then pass in the Stripe ID we get from the user. We surround this with another try catch so we can make sure that this either went well or not. And if not, then simply log an error onto the console. Now, once that's done, let's go ahead and delete the user information from our Firestore, like so, and finally delete all of the user information from the authentication service. And don't forget to respond with the status of 200, like so. Now, on the payments route, let's go ahead and create the update and cancel subscription. So let's go ahead and close this. And below the create subscription, let's create a new function request. And again, like always, let's fetch the token and fetch the user verification. Then let's get the user Stripe ID from the user. And now what we want to do is, first of all, we want to delete the current subscription from Stripe because we want to actually cancel. And if everything went okay, then simply respond with a status of 200. So that's it. The only thing we need here is to actually delete the subscription from Stripe. We don't need to update the user information because this will trigger a Stripe event on the subscription updated. And then from our webhooks, then we can update the user information. Finally, let's go ahead and create the update subscription function. So one more time, get the token, decode the token, and then let's retrieve the product ID from the request. So the request is going to have a membership and we can extrapolate the product ID from that membership. We then need to fetch the product information from Stripe by calling in the retrieve function and passing in the product ID. Then, like we did before, let's get the price ID from the default price we get from the product. Now, one more time, let's get the user Stripe ID by fetching the user from our Firestore and getting the subscription ID attribute. Now, what we need to do is, first of all, fetch the current subscription that the user has on Stripe by calling in the subscriptions.retrieve and then passing the user subscription ID. And then we just need to update the subscription by passing in again the ID. And now we only need to update the items to, again, the same ID of this subscription. So not the user subscription ID, but the actual ID for the whole subscription. And what we want to change is simply the price ID to the new membership that the user wants to create. Finally, just respond with a 200. And that's it. Now, don't forget on our index.tsx, let's go ahead and export the delete user and export the cancel and update subscription, like so. Now, don't forget to build everything. So let's go ahead and go on to our functions path, functions, like so, and do a yarn build. As you can see from the emulator, it detected the new changes and initialized the new functions we've just created. So the delete user, cancel, and update subscription. Perfect. So now if we go over here and change, for example, to my name, click save, we can see that the profile got updated with the new name. We can also change the photo, like so. Perfect. Let's try and change the membership. Let's go with the basic one. Yes. Perfect. It changed the subscription. Let's just check on the Firestore emulator. So on the users collection, we can see that we now have the basic membership. Perfect. Now let's try and change the password. So the current one is secret. And then let's put the new one to secret2. Again, secret2. Save it. And we got the profile updated. So if we now log out, let's go ahead and try this. Log in with our email, example.com, and then secret2. Sorry, it's user2, sign in, and we got signed in with the new password. Perfect. Finally, let's go ahead and delete our account. So click continue, and it deleted everything and redirected the user to the sign-in page. So as you can see, we now only have the one user, which should be the administrator. And on the authentication, there you go, we don't have anymore our user2. Okay guys, and that's it. We now have a clone of Netflix we handled the front end using SolidJS, and we handled the data using Firebase. Not only that, but we also have the payments for the subscriptions using Stripe. Now, I said earlier that there are a few things that I didn't approach in the videos that I've showed you in the demonstration, and one of them are the components, mainly the date time picker, the tags form, and the time picker. But you can check all of them on one of my previous videos. So go onto my website and just search for the components. Another thing I didn't do is actually do the similarity functions and scoring to fetch all of the related content depending on the type of list that we wanted to render for the movies and the series. So for example, if we wanted to show the suggestion for you, or because you've seen content X, then try to see this content. But if you want to know how I did it, then simply download the project from my website and all of the code for that will be there. The code will have an extensive documentation and it will guide you on how to set it up yourself and how the code is structured. So if you want to change something, you can go ahead and do so. Now, bear in mind that we only changed on the emulator side, and to actually put this into production, you just need to change a few things, but I did my best to actually make it production ready. One thing to note, and this is only my opinion, is if you're going to do something like Netflix, maybe Firebase it's not the best options for two reasons. First of all, it might not be as scalable as the current implementation that Netflix uses, and of course it isn't. And second, Firebase in terms of bandwidth can be a little bit expensive, so it might not be the most reliable solution money-wise. Nonetheless, I hope this gave you the base to start building your own more complex projects, and you now have, if you want, a template to create your own multimedia website. I hope you guys liked it, and don't forget, again, if you want to download the code, you can do so from my website. Until the next one, cheers!